The rope was already around his neck. On May 1st, 1868, Tom Dooley looked out over the crowd and, with his last breath, spoke the words that would seal a woman's reputation in darkness for eternity. He said, "If it wasn't for Anne Melton, I wouldn't be on this scaffold today." Was it a damning accusation? A confession of his own weakness? Or the last desperate act of a man protecting the woman he truly loved? We all know the song about the hanged man and his dead lover, Laura Foster. But the legend has a third name, a shadow at its heart. Today, we separate the ballad from the bitter truth to answer one question. Was the true monster in this story the one who walked away free? To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the soil it stained. This was Wilkes County, North Carolina, in the year 1866. The air in these mountains still tasted of gunpowder and defeat. The Civil War had bled the hollows dry, sending its sons home not as conquering heroes, but as ghosts. Men returned to find their farms overgrown, their families gaunt with poverty, and a silence in the valleys that felt heavier than before. Life was a stubborn, grinding affair, measured by the seasons and the sweat of your brow. It was a world of hard work, quiet faith, and passions that, once stirred, ran deeper and faster than any mountain creek. Into this world walked Thomas Dooley, known to everyone as Tom Dooley. Before the war, he was the boy with the quick smile and the fiddle that could make the devil himself tap his feet. But the Tom who came back was different. He'd survived the living hell of Point Lookout prison camp, and the experience had burned something out of him, replacing it with a reckless charm and a darkness in his eyes. He still played the fiddle, but now the tunes seemed wilder, more desperate, as if he was trying to drown out memories that followed him from the battlefield. At the unshakable center of Tom's world was Anne Pauline Melton. She was Laura Foster's cousin, married to a quiet farmer named James Melton, a man who seemed to exist only in her shadow. Anne was not just beautiful, she was a force of nature. With dark, knowing eyes and a will as strong as iron, she was a woman who refused to be contained by the small, pious world she inhabited. Her affair with Tom Dooley was the worst-kept secret in Elkville, a blazing fire that everyone saw, but no one dared try to put out. It was a passion born long before the war, and it had only intensified upon his return. And then there was Laura Foster, younger, fairer, and by all accounts of a gentler nature than her cousin Anne. She was a girl on the cusp of womanhood, with dreams that were likely as simple as they were sincere: to be courted, to be married, to build a life. She, too, fell under the spell of the handsome, haunted fiddle player. In her, Tom perhaps saw a chance at a different kind of life, a peace he could never find with the tempestuous Anne. For a time, this fragile, dangerous balance held. Life went on. James Melton ploughed his fields, pretending not to know. The community whispered behind their hands at church and at the general store. Anne held court, the queen of a tiny, isolated kingdom, with Tom as her devoted, reckless knight. And Laura Foster watched from the edges, her heart full of a hope that was about to turn deadly. They were all caught in a web of love, jealousy, and obligation, unaware that the world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. But the war had sent home more than just broken men. It sent home a sickness, a blood taint that traveled in silence. It was an unseen enemy, carried in the veins of a soldier, that would soon become the catalyst for an act of brutality that would leave these mountains forever scarred. The storm was coming, and no one even saw the clouds gathering. The Fosters, the Meltons, the Dooleys, these were not new names in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Their roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks, clinging to the rocky soil for generations. They were descendants of the first Scots, Irish, and English settlers who pushed into these wild, unforgiving hollows in the late 1700s. They came seeking land of their own and a life free from the meddling of kings and governments. They fought the wilderness, they fought the natives, and sometimes they fought each other to hold on to the small plots of earth that defined their existence. This land wasn't just property, it was a testament to survival paid for in sweat and blood. Every creek, every ridge, every dark stand of timber was tied to a story, a birth, a death, a memory. But history had left scars on this land that had never truly healed. The Civil War was the deepest of them all. Wilkes County had been a place torn in two. While many men like Tom Dooley marched off to fight for the Confederacy, the hills were also crawling with Union sympathizers, draft dodgers, and outright deserters. It was a war fought not just on distant battlefields, but in hushed conversations and suspicious glances between neighbors. Loyalty became a currency more valuable than gold, and betrayal was a poison that could linger in a family's well for 50 years. When the war ended, it didn't bring peace. It brought a simmering resentment. The men who came back, like Tom, were changed, and the community they returned to was fractured. The old order was shattered, and the law was often little more than a suggestion. In this power vacuum, the oldest laws of the mountains reasserted themselves, the laws of clan and kin. And in this world, a name was a heavy thing to carry. To be a foster in these hills meant something. It meant you were part of a sprawling, tangled web of blood relations. You were never truly alone, but you were never truly free either. Your triumphs and your shames belonged to the whole family. An insult to one foster was an insult to all, and the family's honor had to be protected at any cost. This wasn't just about pride, it was about survival. A family with a stained reputation was a weak family, vulnerable to its enemies. The weight of that name and the secrets it had to protect was a burden every foster, including Anne and Laura, carried from the day they were born. In a place like Wilkes County, news traveled faster on foot than it did by post. The general store, the churchyard, the grist mill, these were the arenas where reputations were built and destroyed. And at the center of this web of whispers was Anne Melton. Her affair with Tom Dooley wasn't just a private sin, it was a public spectacle, a long-running drama the entire community followed with a mix of condemnation and fascination. Every glance between them, every time he lingered too long at her farm, was noted, dissected, and woven into the local law. The supporting cast was a complex gallery of cousins and neighbors, each with their own loyalties and resentments. There was Pauline Foster, another cousin, a woman who moved through the community with watchful eyes. The exact nature of her relationship with Anne is lost to history, but the court records would later suggest a deep-seated animosity, the kind that festers between women who are too much alike or who have vied for the same things. Then there were the Meltons, James's family, who had to endure the shame of his wife's open infidelity. And there was James himself, a quiet, brooding figure. The community saw him as a cuckold, a weak man who couldn't control his wife. But was his silence weakness, or was it the coiled patience of a man nursing a deep and bitter wound? The affair itself was the great, unhealed sore on the community's skin. It was an affront to the sacred institution of marriage and a constant source of tension. But there were other, smaller slights that kept the air poisoned. A harsh word exchanged at a quilting bee, a dispute over a stray hog, the natural jealousies that arise when one family does slightly better than another. In these isolated hollows, such grievances weren't easily forgotten. They were collected like debts, passed down through whispers, waiting for a moment to be called due. The Foster clan was so large and interwoven that it was a world unto itself, rife with its own internal rivalries and power struggles. It was this fertile ground of gossip and resentment that allowed the most dangerous rumor of all to take root. When whispers of the foul disease began to circulate, they fell on ready ears. Syphilis was more than an illness. It was a mark of moral decay, a physical manifestation of sin. The rumor transformed the affair from a simple matter of adultery into something dark and terrifying. It was a secret that, if exposed, would bring a level of shame and ruin that was absolute. It wouldn't just be whispers, It would be utter damnation. The air in Elkville grew thick and heavy. Anne, Tom, and Laura were no longer just three people caught in a tangle of passion. They were characters in a tragedy that everyone was watching unfold, a tragedy being written in real time by the relentless, unforgiving murmur of the community. The pressure was immense. Every smile felt like a mask, every conversation like an interrogation. The stage was set, and the ground was soaked with the fuel of old grudges, just waiting for a single spark to set the whole world ablaze. In the mountains, people have always paid attention to signs. They knew how to read the sky for a coming storm, and they knew how to read the woods for omens. And in the spring of 1866, the old folks would later claim the signs were all bad. They said the whippoorwills called too close to the houses, a sure sign of a soul about to depart. A strange, unnatural quiet seemed to settle in the hollows, a silence that felt sharp and heavy in the air, as if the mountains themselves were holding their breath, waiting for a coming violence. These were the whispers of the woods, the ancient language of dread that every mountain person understood in their bones. The true omen, however, was not a bird or a dream. It was a human one. It was the change that came over Laura Foster. The young, hopeful girl disappeared, replaced by a woman who had been handed a death sentence. When Laura learned she was sick and understood the shameful truth of how she'd gotten that way, the desperation must have been absolute. She was no longer just a spurned lover. She was a victim facing a slow, ugly decay. And she was not going to suffer that fate alone and in silence. Her threat to expose Tom, and by extension the married Anne Melton, was not the blackmail of a schemer. It was the last, defiant cry of a girl whose life had been ruined. That cry was a prophecy, and it spelled doom for Anne. Anne Melton would have felt it most of all. She was too sharp, too aware, not to see the abyss opening up before her. The whispers of the community were no longer just background noise. They were the sound of a trap being sprung. The easy power she held over men, the carefully constructed life she had built with her husband James, the fragile respectability she clung to, it was all about to be consumed by scandal and disease. She must have felt a cold knot of dread in her stomach that never went away, a premonition that the poison that had entered their lives had finally reached the heart. The walls of her world were groaning, and she knew that soon they would either come crashing down on top of her, or she would have to tear down someone else's first. The dam of whispers and threats was about to break. On a bright May morning, Laura Foster made her move. She walked out of her family's home, went to the barn, and saddled her father's mare. She told her family she was leaving to elope with Tom Dooley. This was it. This was the final desperate gamble of a girl who had nothing left to lose. It was not just a flight of romantic fancy, it was a public declaration, an act of defiance that would force every secret out into the sunlight. By riding away to meet Tom, she was setting the entire fragile world on fire. For Tom Dooley, this was the moment of reckoning. He was caught between two worlds, between the fiery, possessive love of Anne and the desperate, righteous claim of Laura. He had made promises to both. Now, Laura was calling in his debt. He had to meet her. He had to face the consequences of his actions. We'll never know what was in his heart on that day, true love for Laura, a sense of duty, or the fear of a man being led into a trap. But we know he went to the rendezvous. His fatal indecision, his inability to untangle the web he had woven, placed him squarely on the path to that shallow grave. The news of Laura's departure must have struck Anne Melton like a physical blow. The threat was no longer a possibility whispered in the dark. It was a girl on a horse, riding to destroy her. Laura's elopement with Tom would be the final, unforgivable humiliation. The whole sordid story, the affair, the lies, and the shameful disease would be laid bare for the entire county to see. The life Anne had so fiercely protected was about to be torn to shreds. The time for talk was over. The time for manipulation and quiet threats had passed. A choice had to be made right there on that spring morning. And so, the first drops of blood were shed, not with a blade, but with a decision. The plan, whether hatched in a moment of panicked rage or cold calculation, was set in motion. The rendezvous between Tom and Laura was no longer a meeting of lovers. It was an ambush. The conflict escalated from a bitter personal feud into a conspiracy to commit murder. Someone, Anne or Tom, under her influence, decided that the only way to silence Laura Foster forever was to put her in the ground. As Laura rode away, the sun warm on her back, she must have felt a mix of terror and hope. She was leaving everything she had ever known behind, riding toward an uncertain future with the man she loved. She didn't know that she was not riding toward a new life. She was riding into a silence that had been carefully prepared for her, a silence as deep and final as the Appalachian earth itself. The point of no return had been crossed. The spot where Laura Foster drew rein on her father's mare was quiet and secluded. Sunlight filtered through the new spring leaves, dappling the forest floor. This was the place where her future was supposed to begin. She looked for Tom, her heart a frantic mix of hope and fear. But the figure, or figures, that emerged from the shadows of the rhododendron thicket did not offer the embrace she was expecting. We will never know the exact words that were spoken in those final moments. Was it a plea, an accusation, a bitter, venomous argument? Whatever was said, the hope in Laura's eyes must have died in an instant, replaced by the cold, stark terror of betrayal. There was no long, drawn-out scream to echo through the hollow. The violence was too sudden, too brutally intimate for that. There was likely just a sharp, choked gasp, the sound of a frantic, brief struggle in the dry leaves on the forest floor, and then a heavy, sickening thud. A sound of such finality that it seemed to drain all the life from the air around it. The sound of a life being abruptly, horribly extinguished. The world did not stop. It simply went on without her in it. The mare, panicked by the scent of terror and the sudden chaos, reared back, its eyes wide with fright. It tore through the underbrush, reins flying, the empty saddle a stark and terrible testament to what had just occurred. The horse ran without stopping, a mindless flight back toward the familiar scent of home, leaving behind a scene of unnatural stillness. A small piece of a woman's life, a bonnet perhaps, or a ribbon, lay trampled in the dirt, the only splash of color in a world that had suddenly gone gray. Then, the grim work began. The silence was broken not by cries or laments, but by the rhythmic, labored sound of digging. It was the scrape and clank of a tool, a shovel, or a mattock, striking the hard, unforgiving Appalachian earth. It was a desperate, sweating labor, a race against the setting sun and the possibility of a chance wanderer. Each shovelful of dirt was not just soil being moved, it was an act of concealment, an attempt to erase a person, to bury a terrible secret so deep that it might never be found. The grave was shallow, dug with the frantic haste of those who wanted to be gone from that cursed place. There was no reverence, no ceremony. The burden of Laura's body, now just a thing to be hidden, was placed into the shallow trench. The sounds were muted and awful. The rustle of her homespun dress against the dirt, the dull weight of her form settling into the earth. It was a final, profound act of desecration. Then came the final sounds, the soft, heavy thuds of dirt being shoveled back into the hole, covering the last evidence of the crime. The person, or people, who stood there in the fading light, their clothes stained with soil and their lungs burning from the effort, were not just burying a body. They were burying a promise, a future, and a piece of their own souls. When they were finished, they tried to make it look as though nothing had happened. They scattered leaves over the freshly turned earth and arranged the branches just so. But the ground was wounded. No human eyes had witnessed the act, but the ancient trees stood as silent sentinels. The mountains had seen it all, and in the Blue Ridge, the mountains never, ever forget. To understand what happened in that secluded glade, you have to try, for a moment, to look at the world through Anne Melton's eyes. In her mind, Laura Foster was no longer a person. She wasn't her cousin. She wasn't a romantic rival. She was a disease, a walking plague that threatened to consume everything Anne had built. The syphilis rumor was a death sentence, not just for the body, but for the soul. It meant being cast out, shunned, left to rot in shame while the community whispered about your sins. Laura's threat to expose it all wasn't just blackmail, it was a promise of total annihilation. From Anne's perspective, this was not a matter of jealousy over Tom Dooley. This was a matter of survival, as primal and as ruthless as a cornered animal protecting its den. The twisted logic was terrifyingly simple. You cut out the infection before it kills you. The switch flipped the moment word reached her that Laura was on that mare, riding to meet Tom. Before that, the threat was a possibility, a problem that could perhaps be managed with manipulation or intimidation. But Laura on that horse was a lit fuse burning down to the powder keg. It was an act of open war. In that instant, all other options vanished. The cool, calculating part of Anne's mind, the part that had allowed her to manage an affair under her husband's nose and maintain her standing in the community, would have taken over completely. It was no longer a messy human drama. It was a cold, hard equation. Her life, her home, her name, or Laura's. There was no room for both. So when she confronted Laura in the woods, if indeed she was the one who did, it was likely not with the explosive rage of a jealous lover. It would have been with the chilling focus of an executioner. Each step, each word, each action would have been deliberate. She would have looked at Laura and seen not the face of a frightened girl, but the embodiment of her own destruction. The act itself would have been a task to be completed, a problem to be solved. This profound, terrifying detachment is the only thing that can explain the icy composure she displayed later. It wasn't the absence of feeling, it was the absolute suppression of it in the service of a single, overriding goal: self-preservation at any cost. And in the immediate aftermath, standing there in the silence of the woods, what would she have felt? Not guilt, not remorse. That would come later, perhaps, in the dark of night when the ghosts of memory came calling. No, in that moment, she would have felt a profound and chilling relief. The threat was gone. The voice was silenced. The secret was safe, buried under 6 feet of Appalachian dirt. She had faced absolute ruin and had stared it down. She had won. It was a victory that would poison her life and damn her name for all time. But as she walked away from that shallow grave, it was a victory nonetheless. The first sign that the world had broken was the sight of a horse. Wilson Foster's mare came trotting back to the farm late that afternoon, alone. Its coat was slick with sweat and streaked with mud. Its eyes were wild with a terror it couldn't speak. The empty saddle was a screaming accusation. A father's heart knows a specific kind of cold dread, and as Wilson Foster caught the reins of the panicked animal, that coldness flooded his veins. The story of an elopement suddenly felt like a lie, a thin blanket thrown over a horrible truth. In the days that followed, Wilson and his family scoured the woods. Their calls of Laura echoed through the hollows, answered only by the cawing of crows. The search was a frantic, desperate ritual. The woods that had been Laura's playground now felt like a tomb, each shadow seeming to hold a terrible secret. The community watched, and for a time they held on to the simpler explanation. They whispered that she had run off, that she and Tom were likely halfway to Tennessee by now. It was easier to believe in a reckless girl than a dead one. This casual dismissal left the Foster family isolated in their growing nightmare. Meanwhile, the main players in the drama had scattered. Tom Dooley had vanished. One day he was a fixture in the community, the next he was gone, his absence a thunderous confession of guilt. But Anne Melton was right where she had always been. She went about her daily chores on the Melton farm, a picture of domestic calm. When questioned, her face was a mask of innocence and concern. She knew nothing. She had seen nothing. Her icy composure was a wall that no one could breach, and it was, in its own way, more terrifying than Tom's flight. Weeks turned into a long, agonizing summer. The search parties grew smaller as hope withered on the vine. Laura Foster was now officially a missing person, a ghost story whispered around the supper table. But her family, particularly her father, refused to let the silence win. They kept looking, kept asking questions, their grief hardening into a grim resolve to find the truth, no matter how ugly it might be. The whispers in the community began to change, the simple story of elopement giving way to darker suspicions of foul play. The discovery, when it finally came, was a grim and heartbreaking affair. A man named Colonel James Grayson, a local justice of the peace and a friend of the Fosters, was led to a spot deep in the woods. There, under a thin covering of leaves and branches, he saw what he had been dreading for months, a patch of earth that was too soft, too new. He began to dig. It didn't take long to uncover the horror. The search was over. Laura Foster had been found. The news ripped through Wilkes County like a flash flood. The whispers became a roar of outrage. With the discovery of the body, a missing persons case became a murder investigation. The law, which had been passive for months, was now spurred into action. The full weight of suspicion fell squarely on the man who had run. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Thomas C. Dooley. A reward was posted for his capture. Tom Dooley was no longer just a reckless local boy. He was a wanted murderer, and the hunt was on. The discovery of Laura's body was like a rock thrown into a still pond, and the ripples of suspicion and fear spread to every last cabin in the county. The comfortable lie of elopement was shattered, and in its place, a terrible truth took root. A murder had been committed. One of their own had been put in the ground like an animal, and now everyone had to choose a side. The general store was no longer a place for idle gossip. It was a courtroom where theories were argued in hushed, angry tones. At church, families who had worshipped together for generations now sat on opposite sides of the aisle, their prayers heavy with judgment for their neighbors. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the community. This wasn't a crime committed by some nameless drifter. The killer, everyone knew, was still among them. Many people must have known pieces of the truth. They'd seen Tom and Ann arguing. They'd heard the rumors about the disease. Perhaps someone had even seen Ann returning home that fateful night, her dress soiled with mud and secrets. But the Foster clan was a sprawling, powerful entity, and Ann Melton, with her iron will and piercing gaze, was a terrifying woman to cross. To speak against her was to risk more than just a cold shoulder. It was to invite a feud, to put your own family and livelihood in jeopardy. And so, a conspiracy of silence was born, not of loyalty to a killer, but out of raw, primal fear. Still, the community was not a monolith. While many pointed the finger at the fugitive Tom Dooley, others whispered that he was just a fool, a pawn in a game played by a much more cunning mind. They looked at Ann Melton, saw her cold defiance, and came to their own conclusions. They saw a woman capable of anything, a woman who had bewitched both her husband and her lover, a woman who would stop at nothing to protect her name. Tom, they argued, might have helped dig the grave, but it was Ann's venom that had struck the fatal blow. In this poisoned atmosphere, small acts of courage and cowardice became monumental. There was the quiet neighbor who, risking the wrath of the Meltons, brought a basket of food to Laura's grieving family, a silent gesture of solidarity. There was the witness, Pauline Foster, who, whether out of a sense of justice or personal spite, decided to break the silence and tell the authorities what she claimed Ann had confessed. And on the other side, there were those who provided false alibis, who swore they'd seen Tom miles away when the murder occurred, weaving a web of lies to protect a friend or simply to avoid getting involved. The murder of Laura Foster had done more than kill a young woman. It had ripped the soul out of the community. Neighbor now looked at neighbor with suspicion. Old friendships curdled into resentment. The valley was no longer a place of shared hardship and trust. It was a fractured landscape of fear, secrets, and unspoken accusations. The lines had been drawn in the dirt, and the blood that had been spilled would stain them forever. The manhunt for Tom Dooley was not just a matter of law, it was a matter of pride. Sheriff William Dooler, a relative of Tom's, was tasked with bringing him in, a duty that must have weighed on him like a shroud. But the official posse was swelled by harder men from the Foster clan whose faces were grim masks of determination. They weren't interested in a trial, they were interested in mountain justice, a swift and final accounting for the blood of their kin. They knew Tom, they knew his habits, and they knew the woods as well as he did. They weren't just chasing a killer, they were hunting a ghost who knew every shadow in their own backyard. For weeks, Tom was a phantom. He was a creature of these mountains, born and raised in their embrace, and now he used them as his shield. He moved by night, sleeping in caves and abandoned cabins, living off whatever he could forage or steal. The posse would find his tracks by a creek bed, only to have them vanish on the hard rock upstream. They'd get a tip that he was hiding in a certain hollow, and by the time they'd surrounded it, he was already miles away, watching their lanterns flicker from a distant ridge. The rhododendron thickets, so dense they were called laurel hells, were his fortress. He was making fools of them, and with every passing day, the legend of his cunning grew, while the frustration of the hunters curdled into a cold, patient rage. But Tom knew Wilkes County was a cage, and the walls were closing in. He couldn't run forever in a place where every face knew his name. His only hope was to disappear completely, to cross the Blue Ridge into Tennessee and start a new life under a new name. And so began the second, more desperate phase of the chase. He pushed westward into the wild heart of the mountains that separated the two states. This was a brutal, unforgiving wilderness, a vertical world of razorback ridges and sunless valleys. The hunt became an ordeal of endurance, a battle against not just a man, but against the mountains themselves. The posse, relentless and driven, stayed on his trail. They followed broken twigs, faint footprints in the mud, and the whispers of isolated mountain folk who had seen a haunted-looking stranger passing through. The chase stretched on, a slow, grueling pursuit through some of the most difficult terrain in the eastern United States. Tom was starving, exhausted, and the ever-present fear of the men behind him was a constant, gnawing companion. The freedom he had run for now felt like a different kind of prison, a cold and lonely one. He finally made it to Trade, Tennessee, a small settlement just across the state line. He was no longer Tom Dooley, the fiddle-playing charmer. He was just another ragged farmhand, calling himself Tom Hall, looking for work to fill his empty belly. He found it on the farm of a man named Colonel James C. Grayson. For a brief moment, he might have thought he had made it. He was anonymous. He was safe. But the posse had its own network, and word of a suspicious newcomer who fit Tom's description had trickled back across the mountains. The moment of capture was not a blaze of gunfire on a rocky cliffside. It was quiet, pathetic, and inevitable. The posse found him helping with the chores, his shoulders slumped with weariness. He looked up and saw the familiar hard faces from home, and in that instant, he knew the running was done. The fight had gone out of him. There was no struggle, no last defiant stand. There was only the quiet resignation of a man who had been hunted to the point of collapse. He surrendered without a word, exhausted and cornered, the great chase ending not with a bang, but with the click of iron shackles. The journey back to Wilkes County was a somber procession, the hunters bringing their quarry home to face the justice of men. The trial of Tom Dooley was the greatest spectacle Wilkes County had ever seen. The small town of Statesville, where the trial was moved to avoid the inflamed passions of the locals, swelled with spectators. Farmers in dusty overalls stood shoulder to shoulder with men in fine suits, all of them craning their necks for a glimpse of the infamous killer and the woman at the center of the storm. The courtroom was a tinderbox. Armed deputies stood guard at the doors, their eyes scanning the crowd, wary of the foster kin who were there to see justice done one way or another. Tom Dooley, gaunt and broken from his time on the run, looked like a condemned man from the moment he walked in. His defense was led by Zebulon Vance, a former governor of North Carolina and one of the most brilliant lawyers in the state. Vance argued passionately that the evidence against his client was purely circumstantial, a flimsy case built on rumor and the hysteria of a community desperate for a scapegoat. But the star witness, the one everyone had come to see, was Ann Melton. When she took the stand, a hush fell over the courtroom. She was a vision of composure, her dark eyes sweeping over the crowd without a flicker of fear. She answered the prosecutor's questions with a cool, unshakable calm, denying everything. Her voice never wavered. She painted herself as a victim of malicious gossip, a respectable married woman whose name had been unfairly dragged through the mud. It was a masterful performance. To her supporters, she was a woman of incredible strength, unjustly accused. To her detractors, her icy demeanor was the ultimate proof of a sociopathic heart. A woman capable of orchestrating a murder and then lying about it without blinking. The trial was a parade of neighbors and cousins, their testimonies a tangled mess of personal grudges and second-hand stories. Pauline Foster delivered her damning testimony, claiming Anne had confessed the murder to her. But under the sharp cross-examination of Governor Vance, her credibility crumbled. She was portrayed as a spiteful woman, driven by jealousy and a personal vendetta against Anne. The case against Anne was built on a foundation of sand, one person's word against another's, with no hard evidence to tie her to the crime. In the end, the law of men, with its strict rules of evidence, could not convict her. The jury, faced with a mountain of innuendo but not a single piece of concrete proof, acquitted Ann Melton. A gasp went through the courtroom. She had walked into the heart of the fire and emerged without so much as the smell of smoke on her. She stood, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the courtroom a free woman, past the stunned and hateful glares of the Foster family. For Tom Dooley, there was no such escape. The evidence of his flight, his affair with Laura, and his presence near the scene was enough. He was found guilty and sentenced to hang. Justice had been delivered, but to many in that courtroom and in the hollows back home, it felt like a grotesque mockery. They had hanged the fool, but the mastermind, the true author of the crime, had just walked out the front door, free to return to her life as if nothing had ever happened. Was this the law of men? Or was it proof that some people were so cunning they could outwit justice itself? The thud of the trapdoor beneath Tom Dooley's feet was the final brutal punctuation mark on his life. With his death, the law was satisfied. But his last words from the gallows did not fade into the air. They hung over the hollows, a permanent stain on Ann Melton's name, a curse delivered with a dying man's breath. The trial was over, but the verdict of the mountains had just begun. For the Foster family, life became a long, quiet exercise in grief. They had a grave to tend now, a permanent scar on their land and on their hearts. But there was no closure. Every trip to the general store, every Sunday at church, held the possibility of seeing her, Ann Melton, the woman they believed had orchestrated their daughter's murder, living freely, her life continuing while Laura's had been cut short. They became the silent keepers of Laura's memory, their sorrow a cold, hard stone in the belly of the community, a constant, unspoken rebuke to the verdict of the court. And what of Anne? She had won her freedom, but she had lost everything else. The acquittal was not a pardon. It was a life sentence of a different kind. She returned to her farm with James Melton, but she was now a pariah, a ghost in her own life. Old friends would avert their eyes when she passed. Children would fall silent and hide behind their mothers' skirts. She was utterly isolated, trapped in a prison of whispers and sideways glances. The community that had once been her stage was now her jury, and its judgment was a slow, daily poison. She was the woman who had gotten away with it, and for that, she would never be forgiven. History simply records that Anne Melton died a few years after the trial, likely from a fever or some other common malady of the time. But the legend, my friends, tells a different story. The legend is where the mountains delivered the justice the court could not. They say that Anne was consumed by the very disease that had started it all. That the syphilis drove her mad, her mind rotting away along with her body. The folklore insists her death was a thing of horror, that for days she was tormented by visions, screaming Laura Foster's name in the dead of night and clawing at phantom hands that were dragging her to hell. The legend gave her an end befitting the monster they believed her to be, agonizing, shameful, and utterly terrifying. It was a curse fulfilled. And so, the community tried to heal by forgetting. After the raw spectacle of the trial and Anne's supposed damnation, a thick blanket of collective silence fell over the story. It was too painful, too divisive. People stopped speaking the names of the dead. The murder of Laura Foster became a dark secret, a story you didn't tell your children, a wound that was left to scar over in private. They buried the truth under the weight of hard work and the passing of seasons, hoping that if they just stopped talking about it, the ghosts of 1866 would finally find their rest. The silence that the community so desperately tried to impose on this story was ultimately broken, not by a historian, but by a musician. In 1958, a clean-cut group of folk singers called the Kingston Trio recorded a simple, haunting ballad called Tom Dooley. The song became a worldwide phenomenon, a #1 hit. It flattened the brutal, complex tragedy into a simple tale of a love triangle gone wrong. The song became a ghost, its mournful tune drifting out of jukeboxes and radios across the country, ensuring that the names Tom Dooley and Laura Foster would never truly be forgotten. It was this song that pulled the story from the dusty archives and gave it a strange new life in the modern world. And the physical traces, my friends, they are still there. You can travel to Wilkes County today and find them. There's a small, fenced-in plot where a gravestone marks the final resting place of Tom Dooley. It's a newer stone, placed there long after the original was chipped away by souvenir hunters. You can also find the quiet, lonely grave of Laura Foster, tucked away in a family cemetery. But the grave of Anne Melton is harder to find. Some say she was buried next to her husband in the Melton family plot, while others whisper that she was laid to rest in an unmarked grave, shunned by a family that could no longer bear the weight of her name. Even in death, she remains a figure of mystery and shadow. The land itself holds the memory. The old hanging tree in Statesville is long gone, but locals can still point to the spot where the gallows stood. And if you know who to ask, they can take you deep into the woods to a quiet, unremarkable patch of ground. There are no markers, no signs. But as you stand there in the silence of the forest, you can't help but feel a chill. This is the place. This is the earth that held Laura Foster's body for a long, hot summer. It is a wound in the landscape that has never fully healed. The descendants of the Fosters, the Meltons, and the Doulas still live in those hills. For generations, the story was a source of deep shame, a dark chapter that was never spoken of aloud. But the fame of the song changed that. It forced the story out into the light, transforming it from a private family tragedy into a piece of public American folklore. Today, the names no longer carry the same immediate sting, but they do carry an echo of a passion that burned too brightly, of a secret that was worth killing for, and of a tragedy that proves that while people may try to forget, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. a question that has echoed through these mountains for over 150 years. Was Anne Melton the true monster in this story? The law gave us its answer. It said no. But the legend, the folklore, and the dying words of the man she loved screamed a different answer from the gallows. The truth, I believe, is buried somewhere in the murky soil between the two. The historical record is silent, but human nature is not. Anne Melton was a fiercely intelligent, passionate woman, trapped in a world that gave her very little power. When faced with total ruin, did she turn to an act of ultimate brutality to save herself? I cannot tell you with certainty that she held the blade. But I believe her will, her fear, and her desperation were the forces that drove the tragedy to its bloody conclusion. This is not just a simple story of a love triangle, the way the song tells it. This is a story about the awesome and terrifying power of secrets. It's a testament to how, in the isolated, close-knit world of the mountains, things like honor, shame, and reputation are not abstract ideas. They are matters of life and death. It's a brutal lesson in how love can curdle into obsession, and how obsession, when cornered, can become homicidal. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that will endure unimaginable hardship, protect its own with a fierce and sometimes violent loyalty, and never, ever forget a wrong. The Kingston Trio made Tom Dooley famous, but they only told you a piece of the tale. They never told you about the disease, the web of family secrets, or the cold, defiant woman who walked free, only to be imprisoned forever by her own legend. The ghosts of that tragedy still wander the hollows of Wilkes County, a timeless reminder of a passion that burned a hole in the fabric of the mountains. They are a warning that the darkest hearts sometimes beat within the most beautiful chests, and that justice, in the end, is not always found in a courtroom. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. I'm standing here in the town square of Manchester, Kentucky, looking at the Clay County Courthouse. On a quiet afternoon like this, it looks like any other seat of county government. But these bricks have seen more history and more blood than most battlefields. A Kentucky governor once called this place the bleeding wound of the state. And for over 50 years, this very spot was the heart of that wound. Here, where all you hear now is the wind in the trees, the silence was once shattered by a war between families that turned the rule of law into a bitter joke. Today, we're going to listen to the whispers from this place and piece together the story of how it all began. To understand the explosion, you first have to see the powder keg. Let's go back to 1844. Manchester, Kentucky wasn't much more than a collection of log and clapboard buildings around a courthouse, set against the vast green wilderness of the Cumberland Mountains. Life here was hard, governed by the seasons and the unwritten laws of kinship. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was worth more than his life. In this world, some names carried more weight than others, and no name carried more weight than Garrard. They were the closest thing Clay County had to royalty. The family patriarch, Theophilus T. Garrard, was a powerful statesman, a name known all the way in the capital. His son Daniel moved through these dusty streets with an air of absolute confidence, the kind that comes from knowing your family's power is the ultimate law of the land. Then there was Dr. Abner Baker. He was a man of two worlds. On one hand, he was a physician, a man of education and science in a place where folk remedies were still king. But he was also a man of Clay County, born and bred. His hands were just as calloused by the code of these hills as any farmer's, and his pride ran just as deep. He was respected, but he wasn't a Garrard, and in Clay County, that distinction mattered. The flashpoint between these two men wasn't some mythical silver mine, as the legends now claim. It was something far more practical and far more valuable, the local saltpeter works. In the 1840s, saltpeter was the key ingredient in gunpowder. Controlling it meant controlling the means for every man to hunt, to defend his home, to be self-reliant. It was power, pure and simple, and both Baker and Garrard wanted control. For months, their business dispute was a low rumble of thunder in the distance. You could feel it in the air of Manchester. The sideways glances in the general store, the conversations that stopped when one of them entered a room. Two proud men, their ambitions circling each other like wolves. The people of the town went about their lives, but they were watching. They knew the code. They knew that in these mountains a storm can roll in without warning, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the first crack of lightning. The stories passed down through generations are one thing, but sometimes you can find the cold, hard facts printed in black and white. Here, in the Clay County Historical Archives, I'm holding a digital copy of a newspaper clipping from a Lexington paper dated 1844. It's fragile, even as an image on a screen. The language is formal, a world away from our own. It describes the killing of Daniel Garrard not as a murder, but as an unfortunate and fatal affray. It speaks of the public shock and the immediate arrest of Dr. Abner Baker. But it's a small, almost overlooked detail in the third paragraph that truly matters. It mentions that Baker's defense team, some of the most expensive lawyers in the state, were preparing a novel argument, temporary insanity. This wasn't just a legal strategy. In a place like Clay County, where honor and accountability were everything, this was an insult. The idea that a man wasn't responsible for his actions, that he could kill the son of the most powerful man in the county and then hide behind a doctor's diagnosis, it was unthinkable. This piece of paper isn't just a news report. It's the official record of the moment the two sides stopped speaking the same language. One side started talking about the law, and the other was thinking only of justice. And that raised a critical question that would echo for decades. What happens when the law offers an escape, but the people demand a reckoning? That newspaper clipping only tells you what happened. It doesn't tell you how it felt on that hot, dusty day in Manchester. The argument between Dr. Baker and Daniel Garrard didn't start with a shout. It started as a low murmur in the middle of the street, two men standing toe to toe, the air crackling around them. The saltpeter works was the reason, but honor was the fuel. Voices rose with the heat of the day, and soon the whole town was watching from doorways and windows, silent witnesses to a prideful rage that was about to boil over. An insult was thrown. We'll never know the exact words, but in a place like this, a man's name is all he truly owns. Whatever was said, it was the point of no return. There was a flash of steel, a single, deafening crack that echoed off the clapboard storefronts, and Daniel Garrard fell to the ground. The son of the most powerful family in the county lay dead in the dust. In that moment, Dr. Abner Baker wasn't a man of medicine. He was just another Clay County man who had answered a perceived slight with finality. The law moved swiftly at first. Baker was arrested, and for a moment it seemed like the system would work. A trial, a verdict, a hanging. That was the expected order of things. But then, a new word began to filter through the mountains, a word that felt like a trick from a faraway city. Insanity. The Baker family, with its money, had hired lawyers who claimed the doctor hadn't known what he was doing, that his mind had snapped. To the Garrards, and to half of Clay County, this was a second, deeper wound. It was a declaration that a rich man's law could wash away a poor man's blood. It was a cowardly trick, a way to cheat the hangman, and more importantly, a way to cheat the code of the mountains. They saw it not as a legal defense, but as a profound act of disrespect to the dead and a challenge to the living. The seeds of conflict had been sown the moment Garrard fell, but this legal maneuver was the dark, fertile soil they needed to grow. The Garrard clan and their allies gathered on their porches and in their cabins, not to wait for a verdict from a judge, but to plan a reckoning. The official court had its own schedule, but in the hollows of Clay County, a different, older court was now in session, and it recognized only one sentence: blood for blood. Official records and old newspapers can give you the skeleton of a story, but the soul of it, The part that still beats lives in the people who carry the memory. That's why I drove down a winding road deep into Clay County to a small house with a porch swing that's probably seen 100 years of summers. I came here to speak with a woman named Mary, the great-great-grandniece of Daniel Garrard. She is in her 80s, with eyes as clear as a mountain spring, and she holds the family's version of the story not as history, but as a living truth. We sat on that porch for an hour, the chains of the swing groaning a slow rhythm, before I even asked about the feud. She knew why I was there. She told me stories of her childhood, of hard winters and loving parents. And then she looked out toward the hills. "You want to know why they couldn't let it be?" she said. It wasn't a question. "My granddaddy told me what his father told him," she began, her voice steady. "When the news came that the Bakers were trying to get Abner off by claiming he was insane, it was like Daniel had been killed all over again. It wasn't about the law anymore. It was about honor. To them, the Bakers were saying a Garrard's life was worth so little, you could take it and then just lie your way out of the consequences." She leaned forward slightly, her eyes locking onto mine. It wasn't just anger. It was a duty. They believed if they let Abner Baker live out his days after a stunt like that, the Garrard name would be a joke. Every man in the county would know that you could wrong them and get away with it. They felt they had no choice. The law had failed to give them justice, so the family had to. That single piece of family law, passed down through 5 generations, explains everything. It wasn't just an act of revenge they were planning. In their minds, it was an act of survival. Dr. Abner Baker was sent to the Eastern State Asylum in Lexington. To the outside world, this was the end of the matter. A killer, deemed insane, was safely locked away. But in the hollows of Clay County, it was seen as a temporary delay. The Garrards and their allies didn't see walls and doctors. They saw a debt that was still unpaid. They waited. Patience is a virtue carved into the people of these mountains, and they could wait for true justice as long as it took. For months, a tense, unnatural quiet settled over the county, the kind of stillness that comes before the deadliest of storms. Then, in 1845, the news came. It traveled by horseback and word of mouth, a spark landing in a field of dry tinder. Dr. Baker had escaped. He was coming home. To the Garrards, this was the ultimate act of defiance. The law had failed to punish him, and now it had failed to even contain him. He wasn't just a killer who had cheated justice. He was a ghost walking back into their lives, a living symbol of their family's dishonor. The time for waiting was over. There was no public call to arms. It happened quietly, with grim-faced men grabbing their long rifles from above the fireplace, nodding to their wives, and disappearing into the woods. This wasn't a mob. It was a posse, a self-appointed instrument of the only law they now recognized. They knew the trails, the creeks, and the hiding places better than any lawman from the city. They weren't hunting a fugitive. In their minds, they were escorting a man to the gallows that the state had been too cowardly to build. They found him. We don't know exactly where the ambush was laid, perhaps in a narrow hollow where the creek runs shallow, or along a ridge that offered a clear line of sight. But for Dr. Abner Baker, the journey home ended there. The deep silence of the Appalachian forest was shattered by a coordinated volley of rifle fire. It was swift, brutal, and final. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard arithmetic of the mountain code, a life for a life. This was the point of no return. The first killing had been a crime of passion, a dispute that ended in tragedy. This second killing was a calculated execution, a public statement written in gunpowder and blood. It was a declaration to all of Clay County and to the distant government in Frankfurt that the official law had no authority here. The Garrards had reclaimed their family's honor, and in doing so, they had thrown down a gauntlet. Now, the Baker family and their allies had a blood debt of their own to repay. The feud was no longer a disagreement. It was an inheritance, and it would be passed down to the next generation with all its terrible weight. I'm back at the courthouse in Manchester, but this time I'm looking closer. The afternoon sun is low, casting long shadows across the lawn. A building like this, over 100 years old, absorbs history. And if you run your hand along these old bricks, you're touching the last silent witness to the war's most violent chapter. This is the place where the feud stopped being a series of back-alley ambushes and became an open rebellion. They say if you look close enough at the stone pillars by the entrance, you can still find the chips and scars where bullets from a dozen different gunfights struck home. You have to imagine this lawn, not neatly trimmed, but churned to mud, filled with armed men loyal to the Howard clan. You have to picture those high windows, not with sunlight glinting off them, but barricaded from the inside with heavy oak desks and law books, with the glint of rifle barrels poking through the gaps. Because in 1898, this building wasn't a courthouse. It was a fortress, seized by Bad Tom Baker and his men. And right here, on this very lawn, the governor of Kentucky set up the state militia with a Gatling gun, a weapon of industrial warfare aimed at the heart of their own county seat. This is where it happened. The war came out of the shadows of the hollers and declared itself right here in the open. And on these very steps, years later, a final, fatal price would be paid. The feud didn't just smolder after the Civil War. It was forged into something harder, something colder. By the late 1890s, the fight was in the hands of a new generation, men who had grown up on stories of the first killings. On one side was Big Jim Howard, a man who could use a law book or a rifle with equal skill. On the other was the fearsome Bad Tom Baker, a one-armed Confederate veteran whose reputation was as hard as a coffin nail. The animosity between them finally reached its breaking point when Howard, using his political influence, began to stack the legal system against the Baker clan. Feeling the walls of the law closing in, Tom Baker made a decision that would stun the entire state. He would take the law itself hostage. In 1898, he and his heavily armed followers marched into Manchester, not as citizens, but as an occupying army. They stormed the courthouse, drove out the officials, and barricaded the doors. The seat of county justice was now the fortress of a clan warlord. From the second-story windows, the glint of rifle barrels sent a clear message to Jim Howard and his allies. The time for legal tricks was over. This would be settled with gunpowder. Manchester became a ghost town. Doors were bolted, windows shuttered. The only sounds were the scraping of boots on gravel and the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle shot that would echo through the empty streets, followed by an even more terrifying silence. A spider web of cracks would appear in a storefront window. A horse tied to a post would suddenly fall, its quiet death a warning to anyone who dared to show themselves. Inside the courthouse, the air was thick with tension and the smell of stale tobacco smoke. Tom Baker, his one arm as steady as iron, directed his men, their faces grim in the dusty shafts of light filtering through the barricades. The standoff dragged on for days. The news of a county courthouse under siege by its own citizens reached the governor's mansion in Frankfort. It was an embarrassment, an open sore on the face of Kentucky. Governor William O. Bradley declared Clay County to be in a state of insurrection. He called it the bleeding wound of the state, and he decided to cauterize it with force. The arrival of the state militia was a sight no one in Manchester would ever forget. Uniformed soldiers marching in formation, followed by a wagon carrying a weapon of modern war, a Gatling gun. They set it up on the courthouse lawn, its brass casings gleaming in the sun, its multiple barrels aimed squarely at the front doors. This was no longer a family feud. This was a rebellion. The government of Kentucky was prepared to mow down its own citizens to restore order. The air grew heavy, silent. Inside, the Baker clan looked out at the machine gun, a weapon that could tear through their wooden barricades like paper. Outside, the militia commander stared at the courthouse, knowing the order to fire would result in a slaughter. This was the heart of darkness, a moment when all pretense of civilization had vanished, leaving only two armed camps separated by 100 yards of lawn and 50 years of hate. The siege didn't end with the roar of the Gatling gun. It ended with a quiet, cold calculation. Tom Baker, for all his fury, was not a fool. He saw the inevitable. The doors to the courthouse eventually swung open, and the Baker clan walked out, laying down their weapons. But it wasn't a surrender. Their eyes, burning with defiance, promised that this was only a pause. The state had taken back its building, but the war for Clay County was far from over. The bleeding had been stopped for a moment, but the wound was now deeper than ever. After the soldiers and the Gatling gun went home, the war moved from the courthouse lawn back into the courthouse itself. The weapons were no longer rifles, but pieces of paper, and I'm looking at one of them right now. This is a copy of the official indictment brought against Bad Tom Baker and his men following the siege. The script is formal, the ink faded, the language cold and precise. It lists the charges in stark legal terms: armed insurrection, sedition, conspiracy to intimidate an officer of the law. On paper, it paints a simple picture of a band of outlaws who tried to overthrow the government. It's neat, it's clean, and it's a masterclass in how history is written by the winners. But reading this is like reading a doctor's report that lists the cause of death as cessation of heartbeat. It's technically true, but it tells you nothing of the disease that ravaged the body for years. This document has no lines for the 50 years of bad blood. It doesn't mention the political machinations of the Howard clan or the deep-seated belief that a Baker couldn't get a fair hearing in that very building. The paper simply lists the crime. It completely erases the reason. It reduces a multi-generational war down to a few sterile legal phrases, stripping away all the honor, the rage, and the grief that led those men to make their stand. And with this document, the full weight of the state's power was about to come crashing down on the Baker clan. With the Gatling gun gone and the militia back in their barracks, a different kind of army descended on Clay County. This one wore suits and carried leather briefcases filled with law books. The state of Kentucky was determined to make an example of Bad Tom Baker. This wouldn't be a local trial with a jury of neighbors. This was the full weight of the Commonwealth coming down on one man. The trial was a spectacle. The Manchester courthouse, the very building Tom Baker had held as a fortress, was now his cage. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters, a silent, divided sea of humanity. On one side sat the friends and family of the Baker clan, their faces set like stone. On the other side sat the allies of Big Jim Howard, their expressions a mixture of triumph and anticipation. Howard himself was often there, a quiet, imposing figure in the back, watching the slow, methodical destruction of his great rival. You could feel the hate in the air, so thick you could choke on it. Tom Baker sat at the defendant's table, his one arm resting motionless. He was a lion in a cage, a creature of the open ridges and wild hollows, now trapped by legal arguments and procedural rules he neither understood nor respected. The state's prosecutors painted him as a traitor, a revolutionary who had spit in the face of the law. His defense argued he was a man pushed to the brink, a citizen who had only occupied the courthouse because he knew he could never get justice within its walls. An argument that was, in its own way, a damning confession that the system was broken. The jury listened, their faces pale. They were local men, and they knew that whatever verdict they delivered, they would have to live with the consequences. They were judging not just Tom Baker, but the future of Clay County. But the outcome was never really in doubt. The state had been humiliated, and someone had to pay. When the jury foreman stood to read the verdict, the room fell into a dead silence. The word guilty was spoken quietly, but it landed like a hammer blow. Tom Baker didn't flinch. He didn't rage or despair. He simply looked across the room, his gaze locking onto Jim Howard. In that one look, a lifetime of hatred was exchanged. The law had finally put Bad Tom Baker behind bars. But everyone in that room knew that a jail cell could hold the man, but it could never contain the feud. The law had won its battle, but in doing so, it had only ensured the war would continue. Up on a hill overlooking Manchester, there's a quiet cemetery where the wind rustles through the leaves of ancient oak trees. The tombstones are a library of endings, some new and polished, others old and leaning, their names almost erased by a century of rain and frost. This is where all the fury and ambition of the Clay County War finally came to rest. And this is where you find them. Over here is the grave of Bad Tom Baker. It's a simple military-style stone befitting a Confederate soldier. It lists his name, his company, and his dates. There are no grand pronouncements, just the hard, simple facts of a life that ended. His family still tends to it. A small flag flutters here on Memorial Days. It's a place of quiet, defiant dignity. And then, you walk just 100 yards or so past a few other families, and you find the marker for James Big Jim Howard. It's a bit more substantial, a testament to a man of property and political power. He lies here surrounded by his own kin. They lie so close now, these two great enemies. For decades they were the twin poles of a war that tore this county apart, and now they're silent neighbors in the same Kentucky soil. All that rage, all that blood, all that power, reduced to two names carved in granite, slowly fading under the Appalachian sun. Seeing them here, you'd think the story ended with Tom Baker's conviction. But a prison sentence wasn't the final chapter. The Mountain Code had one last bill to collect, and the story of how both these men ended up on this hill is the feud's last and most bitter reckoning. With Bad Tom Baker locked away in the Frankfort Penitentiary, a strange and fragile peace settled over Clay County. For the first time in decades, Big Jim Howard was the undisputed king. He had won. He had used the law, the militia, and the courts to do what generations of his family couldn't do with rifles. He had broken the power of the Baker clan. For a few years, it seemed the war was finally over, ended not with a bang, but with the clang of a prison gate. But the politics of Kentucky have always been a blood sport. In 1899, the state was ripped apart by the most violent and disputed gubernatorial election in its history. When the Democrat William Goebel was assassinated in Frankfort in 1900, the state teetered on the brink of its own civil war. A massive investigation was launched, and a net was cast for anyone with a reputation for political violence. And in one of history's cruelest twists, the master of the law, Big Jim Howard, found himself caught in its web. He was accused of being a conspirator in the plot to kill the governor. The trial was a statewide sensation. Jim Howard, the man who had so skillfully used the courts against Tom Baker, now faced a jury with his own life on the line. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The great victor of the Clay County War was now a prisoner himself. And then, the feud delivered its final, bitter irony. The same political chaos that had condemned Jim Howard miraculously set his old enemy free. The new governor, in a flurry of politically motivated pardons, granted clemency to many men, including the aging, one-armed insurrectionist from Clay County. Bad Tom Baker walked out of prison a free man. So, by 1901, the chessboard had been reset for one final terrible move. Jim Howard, through his own powerful connections, soon secured a pardon as well. Both old lions were back in the same territory. Baker was now an old man, perhaps believing the feud had died with their mutual imprisonment. Howard was also old, but he was a man who had been publicly shamed and imprisoned, and he had one last debt to settle. The long shadow of the feud had stretched across 57 years, and it was about to fall one last time, right back where it all began, in the streets of Manchester. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the Clay County War isn't a settled matter here. It isn't just a chapter in a history book. It's a living memory, a story that gets told on front porches and at family reunions, and the version you hear depends entirely on which family is telling it. The names Baker and Howard don't just belong to the dead, they belong to the living, and they still carry the weight of that old, bitter argument. To this day, if you talk to folks whose ancestors stood with Tom Baker, you'll hear the story of a hero. They'll tell you, Bad Tom was a man of the people, a proud Confederate soldier who stood up to a corrupt political machine run by the wealthy and powerful Howard family. They'll say the courthouse siege wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate man's only way to demand a justice he could never get from a bought and paid for judge. In their version, Tom Baker was a man of honor who was assassinated in cold blood, a victim of a coward's bullet because his enemies could never face him in a fair fight. But then, you drive a few miles down the road and ask a family whose great-grandfather rode with Jim Howard, and you'll get a different truth entirely. They'll tell you Big Jim Howard was the law. He was a sheriff, a leader, a man trying to drag a wild and violent county into the modern age. To them, Bad Tom Baker was a ruthless outlaw, a violent thug who thought he was above the law and terrorized anyone who stood against him. The courthouse siege was an act of treason, an attack on civilization itself, and his death on the courthouse steps. That wasn't an assassination. It was an execution, the long overdue end for a man who had lived by the gun. So which one is the truth? Was Tom Baker a folk hero or a homegrown terrorist? Was Jim Howard a civic leader or a political boss who used the law like a club? The honest answer is that after 100 years, the truth is a matter of blood and memory. The facts are a pile of dry bones, and it's the families that put the flesh and spirit back on them. The war is over, but the argument about who was right, who was wrong, and who deserved what they got, that argument will probably never end. When the shooting finally stops and the last of the warlords are in the ground, a story enters a new phase of its life. The hard, jagged facts of who did what to whom begin to get smoothed over by time, like a stone in a fast-running creek. History becomes folklore. The Clay County War was too big, too bloody, and too long for people to simply file away. They had to make sense of it, to turn the sheer, brutal chaos into a lesson, or a warning, or a ghost. Ask around Manchester today, especially among the older folks, and you might hear a story told in a hushed voice on a dark autumn night. They say that if you stand near the courthouse when the streets are empty and quiet, you can sometimes see a shadow moving on the steps where Bad Tom Baker fell. A tall, lonely figure with one empty sleeve that seems to sway in a breeze that no one else can feel. They say he's still waiting, still looking for the man who shot him, or perhaps for a kind of justice he never found inside that building. It's more than just a ghost story. The feud lives on as a cautionary tale, a lesson that became woven into the fabric of the community. It's the story a father would tell a hot-headed son to warn him about the poison of carrying a grudge. Remember the Bakers and the Howards, he'd say. They fought for so long, they forgot what they were even fighting about, and all they earned was a piece of land on Cemetery Hill. The war became a local proverb, a dark piece of wisdom paid for with generations of blood. This is how a community processes a trauma this deep. The specific details of the legal disputes and the political maneuvers fade away. What remains is a powerful myth, a story of two families locked in a death spiral, a one-armed ghost who haunts the seat of justice, and a bloody warning that echoes down through the years. The facts belong to the archives, but the legend belongs to the mountains. So here I am again, back on the square in Manchester, looking at the same courthouse as the day begins to fade. But I'm not seeing it the same way. It's no longer just an old brick building. I can almost see the shadow of Daniel Garrard falling in the dust, feel the tension of the siege with Tom Baker's men peering from the windows, and hear the echo of that final fatal shot on these very steps. We came here to listen to the whispers of this place, and what we heard was a 57-year-long scream. The Clay County War is a story about how honor, when it turns to pride, can become a prison. It's about how revenge can become a family's only inheritance. It's a hard lesson written in blood that shows how easily the law can be broken and how much harder it is to put back together. It proves that the most dangerous place on earth can be the few miles between your neighbor's house and your own when a grudge is on the line. The next time you pass a quiet courthouse on a sleepy town square, remember this one. Remember what these bricks have seen and the price that was paid right here. The men are gone. The guns are silent. The bleeding wound has finally scarred over, but the story remains. In the misty mountains of Appalachia, they say a word can be sharper than any blade, and a woman's pride can be a poison more potent than any rattlesnake's venom. They tell a story of a young man lying on his deathbed, not from fever or from battle, but from love. And they whisper the name of the woman who put him there with a single cruel sentence. Her name was Barbara Allen. Most folks have heard the song, a sad little tune about a hard-hearted girl. But here, in the isolated hollows, that song became more than music. It became a legend of a heart so cold it could freeze a man's soul. It raises a question that still echoes in these hills. Can a person truly be killed by a word? Today, we separate the ballad from the chilling folklore it spawned, to look into the icy heart of Barbara Allen and ask the one question the mountains have been asking for centuries. Was she a monster, or the most tragic victim of them all? You have to understand what life was like back then, in those hidden pockets of the Appalachians. It was a world carved out of the wilderness by sheer grit and stubbornness. Life wasn't measured in the turning of pages on a calendar, but in the rhythm of the seasons, the spring thaw that swelled the creeks, the long, hot summers of planting and tending, the autumn harvest that decided who would eat well and who would go hungry through the biting winter. The mountains weren't just a backdrop. They were a living entity, providing everything you needed, but also capable of taking it all away in a heartbeat with a flash flood or a sudden blizzard. In the heart of one such settlement lived a young man they called Sweet William. The name wasn't just a convenience, it was a description. He was the kind of man who was first to help a neighbor raise a barn and the last to leave a campfire. He had a strength that came from working the hard soil and a laugh that could cut through the thickest mountain fog. He was the future, the promise of another generation surviving and thriving in this unforgiving land. Everyone loved him because he was the best of them, a reflection of the warmth and community that was the only real shield against the cold and the dark. And then there was Barbara Allen. If William was the warm hearth of the community, she was the frost on the window pane. She possessed a beauty that was almost painful to look at, sharp and perfect, like a shard of ice. But it was a remote beauty. She lived with her mother in a small cabin, keeping to herself, her silence often mistaken for arrogance. The other girls whispered about her pride, and the young men who tried to court her came away feeling as if they'd tried to warm their hands on a marble statue. She was a mystery, an outsider in a community where there were no secrets. Yet, as it so often happens, the fire was drawn to the frost. William saw something in Barbara that no one else did. Not coldness, but a guarded sorrow, a strength that had hardened into a shield. And she, in turn, saw in his open-hearted nature a warmth she'd never known. Their courtship wasn't one of public pronouncements, but of stolen glances across the clearing during a Sunday service, of a wildflower left on her doorstep, of two people from different worlds circling each other like the sun and the moon. For a brief, hopeful season, it seemed that William's warmth might just be enough to melt her icy heart. But this world was as fragile as it was harsh. It was held together by unwritten laws of respect, honor, and pride. A person's reputation was their most valuable possession, more precious than land or livestock. And in a place where life was a constant struggle, a wounded pride could fester like a snakebite, turning the promise of love into the certainty of a grave. The community, watching the two lovers, held its breath, sensing that this was a story that could only end in one of two ways: with a wedding or with a tragedy that would be whispered around their fireplaces for 100 years to come. The turning point, the moment the future split into what could have been and what was, didn't happen in a dark forest or with the flash of a knife. It happened in a place of celebration. The harvest had been good, and the community gathered in the largest clearing, the air thick with the smell of roasting meat, wood smoke, and the sweet, sharp scent of homemade apple cider. Fiddles were playing, people were laughing, and for a little while, the harshness of mountain life was forgotten. At the center of it all, of course, was sweet William. He was in his element, surrounded by friends, his voice booming over the music. Flushed with cider and the simple joy of the evening, he raised his wooden cup. "A toast!" he shouted, a wide grin on his face. "A toast to the beauties of this valley who make the work worthwhile and the winters warm." Men cheered, and the women, both young and old, smiled at the compliment. It was a simple, clumsy, heartfelt gesture from a young man who loved his home and the people in it. But in a shadowed corner, one pair of eyes didn't smile. Barbara Allen had watched him all evening, a rare warmth in her own heart. She saw him as hers, a private treasure. And in that moment, his toast felt like a betrayal. He hadn't toasted her. He had thrown her into the common lot with every other woman there. To his mind, it was a harmless, all-encompassing compliment. To her proud and guarded heart, it was a public declaration that she was nothing special to him at all. It was a careless flick of the wrist that to her felt like a slap across the face. She didn't scream or cry. Her pain was a cold, quiet thing. The light in her eyes simply went out, replaced by a glacial hardness. Without a word, she stood up, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the clearing, vanishing into the night. Her departure was so silent that at first only a few noticed. But a chill followed in her wake, and soon the whispers started. William, seeing her empty place, felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. The laughter died on his lips. He followed her, of course. He went to her cabin that night and the next day, but the door remained barred. He sent friends to plead his case, but they returned with shaken heads, speaking of a coldness they had never seen in a living soul. The community watched as a wall of silent, unforgiving pride rose between the two lovers. William's careless words had been the spark, but Barbara's wounded heart was the tinder. A fire had been lit, a slow, consuming blaze that wouldn't be put out with apologies. It was a fire that would demand a sacrifice. William's life wasn't being taken by disease. It was draining away from a wound no doctor could see, a sickness of the soul. His servants, loyal and terrified, saw their master fading like the last embers of a fire. In desperation, they went to the one person who held the cure or the final poison. They found Barbara Allen at her cabin, and their message was a raw plea. "Our Lord is dying, and he is calling for the one named Barbara Allen." There was no command in their voice, only a prayer. She rose slowly, so slowly you'd think time itself was wading through molasses. Every step she took from her cabin to his bedside was deliberate, a leisurely stroll towards a man's last moments. When she finally entered his room, the servant standing helplessly by the door felt a sudden chill, a damp cold that had nothing to do with the weather. It was as if she had brought the dead of winter into that small, suffocating space with her. William, pale as a death shroud, his voice a dry whisper, turned his face from the pillow. He looked at her, his eyes pleading for a single drop of mercy. "I am sick, and very, very low," he rasped. "And it's all for the love of you, Barbara Allen." It was his last gamble, his entire being laid bare, hoping to find a flicker of the woman he loved beneath the ice. But the woman who stood over him was not a lover. She was a judge. Her face was a mask of cold indifference. She looked down at the dying man, not with pity, but with a chilling clarity. Her voice, when it came, was not loud, but it cut through the silence like a razor. "I remember," she said, each word a perfectly formed drop of venom. "There, in the tavern of the city, when the wine was pouring like a river, you drank to the health of all the beauties, and you neglected me, Barbara Allen." Those words weren't a memory. They were a sentence. They were the final killing blow. The servants watched as the last spark of hope in William's eyes was extinguished. It wasn't a flicker. It was a snuffing out, as sudden and complete as a candle plunged into water. No weapon was raised, no blood was shed, but everyone in that room knew they had just witnessed an execution. William said nothing more. He simply took a shallow breath, and with the last of his strength, he turned his face to the cold, unforgiving wall. It was an act of final surrender. He was turning his back not just on her, but on the world itself, a world where the woman he loved had chosen her pride over his life. A moment later, a profound stillness fell upon the room, a silence deeper and more terrible than any scream. Sweet William was gone. Barbara Allen turned and walked out of that room without a backward glance. She left behind a profound silence, a dead man, and the shattered servants who had just witnessed a soul being extinguished by sheer cruelty. She stepped out into the crisp mountain air, her head held high, the victor in a war only she had been fighting. Her pride was satisfied. Her grievance was avenged. She had won. For the first few hundred yards, that cold satisfaction was a shield, protecting her from the truth of what she had done. But she had not gone a mile, just as the path began to wind back towards her own lonely cabin, when a new sound reached her. It was a sound that cut through the rustling leaves and the sighing of the wind. A single, mournful toll of a funeral bell, echoing from the small church in the valley. Dong. It was a sound of finality, a sound of fact. Sweet William was dead. The bell was telling the mountains the news, and that sound pierced her icy armor. The second toll followed the first, and with each resonant peal, a crack appeared in the frozen wall around her heart. It was no longer the sound of her victory, it was the sound of her damnation. The ballad says that the bell seemed to cry out her own name on the wind, a mournful accusation. Hard-hearted Barbara Allen. The pride, the anger, the memory of that silly toast in the tavern, it all evaporated, leaving behind a horrifying, empty void. The realization struck her with the physical force of a blow. The man she loved was in the ground because of her. She had traded his life for a moment of bitter triumph, and the bargain was a fool's one. Her heart, which could not be melted by his love, was now shattered by the sound of his death knell. The community would hear that bell too. The servant's story would spread from cabin to cabin, whispered over cook fires and spinning wheels. There would be no trial, no judge or jury. Her verdict was already being delivered by the hushed, horrified voices of her neighbors. She was no longer just the proud girl. She was the cruel woman, the one who had killed Sweet William with nothing but a handful of cold, unforgiving words. There was no trial held in a courthouse for Barbara Allen. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. What law had she broken? There is no statute against having a heart of stone, no crime on the books for killing a man with a memory and 5 cruel words. The law of men, with its ink and paper, was silent. It had no language to describe what had happened in that death room. But in the mountains, there is another kind of justice, an older and more immediate law. And Barbara Allen's trial had already begun. The courtroom was every cabin, every clearing, every fireside in the valley. The servants who had stood helpless at William's bedside were the sole witnesses, and their testimony, spoken in hushed, horrified tones, was the only evidence needed. The story spread faster than a forest fire, a tale of love turned to poison, of a pride so monstrous it could watch a man die and feel nothing. The community, which had once whispered about her coldness, now spoke of it as a fact, an unnatural blight on the world. The verdict was unanimous. She was guilty. But Barbara wasn't listening to them. She was a prisoner in a different kind of court, the one held in the echoing silence of her own soul. The funeral bell had been the prosecution's opening statement, and it had shattered her every defense. As she ran home, stumbling through the woods, she wasn't fleeing justice. She was rushing to accept her sentence. When she burst through the door of her mother's cabin, her face was a mask of terror and grief. She was no longer a cold-hearted killer. She was a condemned woman. Her confession was not a plea for mercy, but a final, desperate command. She cried out to her mother, the words tumbling from her in a torrent of unbearable guilt. "Mom, Mom, make my bed, make it softly and long. My darling died for me today, and I will die for him tomorrow." In that moment, she was both the accused and the executioner. She understood the ancient law of the mountains, a heart for a heart, a life for a life. Her own pride had demanded William's life as payment, and now her conscience, awakened too late, demanded hers in return. And so the final verdict was delivered, not by the community, who would soon change their condemnation to a sad, shaking pity, but by Barbara Allen herself. She died the next day, not of fever or sickness, but of a broken heart, the very ailment she had inflicted upon her lover. Was it justice? Perhaps it was something more profound. It was a perfect, terrible symmetry. The law of men could never have balanced the scales so precisely. The mountains had rendered their own judgment, leaving two fresh graves as a permanent warning that a heart closed to forgiveness is a tomb waiting to be filled. And so they buried them in the old churchyard, side by side. He, the victim of a love too strong, and she, the victim of a pride that had turned to poison. In any other story, that would be the end. Two graves on a lonely hillside, slowly being reclaimed by the wild grass and the passage of time. But in Appalachia, some stories refuse to stay buried in the ground. They grow. Out of Sweet William's grave, the old-timers say, there grew a rose. It wasn't just any rose, but one with petals so deep and red they looked like drops of blood, a symbol of the true and passionate love he'd held in his heart. And from Barbara Allen's grave, there grew a briar, its vines thorny and grasping, a testament to the sharp, tangled pride that had protected and ultimately destroyed her. They grew, reaching up towards the Appalachian sun, as if pulled by some unseen force. The rose climbed the old stone wall of the churchyard, and the briar followed. Higher and higher they went, until at the very peak of the wall, they met. And there, under the watchful eyes of the mountains, the soft red rose and the thorny green briar intertwined. They wove themselves together into what the ballad calls a true lover's knot, a symbol of forgiveness, a sign that the love that was denied in life had finally found its union in death. Now, you can't go to a specific place in Kentucky or North Carolina and find a headstone that reads Barbara Allen. Her grave is not a place on a map. The real marker isn't made of stone, it's made of music. The ballad itself is the echo. It survived the long ocean voyage from Scotland, and in the isolated hollows of Appalachia, it found its true home. It was passed down like an heirloom, from a grandmother's cracked voice to a child listening on a porch swing, a lesson and a lullaby all in one. The story became a part of the people, and that is what remains today. The traces are not in archives or history books, but in the culture itself. It's in the melancholy bend of a fiddle string, in the lyrics sung by 1,000 different voices over hundreds of years. The mountains do remember, And though most people have forgotten the fine details, the legend of the rose and the briar still hangs in the air of every old, overgrown cemetery, a ghostly reminder that love and pride are two powerful vines that, once tangled, can never truly be separated. So we come back to the question that has haunted this story from the start, a question that the wind still whispers in the high mountain passes. Was Barbara Allen a monster, or was she a victim? The truth, like most truths in these mountains, is not a simple thing. In that death room, standing over the man who loved her, she was a monster. She wielded her wounded pride like a weapon and dealt a killing blow. But in the moments that followed, when the sound of a funeral bell shattered her soul, she became the story's final, most tragic victim, a prisoner of a pride she could no longer live with. This is the eternal lesson encoded in the Ballad of Barbara Allen, the reason it has survived for centuries while grander tales have turned to dust. It's a story that warns us that a heart shielded by pride is the most fragile heart of all. It teaches us that forgiveness is not a gift we give to others, but a key to our own freedom. The rose and the briar are not just a fanciful ending, they are the story's true moral. They tell us that even after a tragedy born of bitterness and spite, redemption is possible, that two souls torn apart by life can find their way back to each other in the end. This is more than just a ghost story or a sad old song. It is a piece of Appalachia's soul. It is a testament to the people who lived and died by a code of honor that could be both their greatest strength and their most fatal flaw. And even today, if you find yourself deep in the mountains when the fog is rolling in and the world grows quiet, you can almost hear it. A sad, distant melody on the wind and the mournful toll of a bell, forever crying out a warning and a lament. Poor Barbara Allen. When I say the name Fred Rogers, a specific image floods your mind. You see a red cardigan being zipped up. You see sneakers being tied. You see a gentle smile, and you hear a soft piano melody that makes you feel safe. For 50 years, that name has been synonymous with kindness. It represents a man who taught generations of American children that they were special and that they were loved. It is perhaps the most trusted name in the history of television. But in 1957, in the deep, mist-covered hollows of West Virginia, that name did not mean safety. It did not mean comfort. And it certainly didn't mean it was a beautiful day in the neighborhood. In Fayette County, when people whispered the name Fred Rogers, they didn't smile. They locked their doors. They checked the shotgun behind the frame. Because the Fred Rogers of this story wasn't interested in being your neighbor. He was interested in hunting you. This is not the story of a children's show host. This is the story of a man who walked the same earth at the same time, carrying the same name, but living in a completely different moral universe. While one Fred Rogers was building a land of make-believe, the other was building a very real house of horrors. A place so disturbing that the locals, tough, hardened coal miners and mountain men who had seen everything, couldn't bring themselves to call him a man at all. They called him the Beast Man. To understand how this happened, we have to strip away our modern comforts. We have to go back to a time before smartphones, before DNA profiling, and before the term serial killer even existed. We are going to 1950s Appalachia. Picture a world of steep green mountains that act like walls, cutting you off from the rest of civilization. It is a place of breathtaking beauty, but also of profound isolation. In the 50s, the interstate highway system hadn't yet sliced through these hills. Roads were dirt and gravel. Houses were miles apart, hidden behind thick curtains of oak and pine. If you screamed in a city, someone might hear you. If you screamed here, the sound would just travel up the valley and dissolve into the fog. In this world, survival depended on trust. You had to trust your neighbor because he was the only one who could pull your truck out of the mud or help you fix your barn roof. Strangers were viewed with suspicion, but a neighbor was sacred. And that is exactly what Fred Rogers counted on. He wasn't a drifter. He wasn't a shadow in the alley. He was a member of the community. He was the polite man who waved at you from his porch. He was the man who might offer an elderly woman a ride to the grocery store or help a widow with her taxes. He understood the social fabric of the American South perfectly. He knew that if you wore a suit, spoke softly, and smiled at the right time, you became invisible. We often think of monsters as chaotic, messy creatures. We imagine them lurking in the dark, frantic and wild. But the most dangerous predators in history are the ones who have learned to mimic human behavior. They are the chameleons. They stand in line with us at the bank. They sit in the pew behind us at church. They look like us. Fred Rogers was the ultimate chameleon. He crafted a persona of a successful, charming businessman. He projected an image of stability that attracted exactly the kind of people he was looking for. The lonely, the vulnerable, the people who were just looking for a connection in a world that felt like it was moving too fast. But beneath that carefully ironed suit was a mind that didn't process human emotion like yours or mine. Where you see a person, he saw an object. Where you feel empathy, he felt opportunity. And where you see a home, he saw a hunting ground. To truly grasp the scale of what happened, you need to understand the stage upon which this tragedy played out. West Virginia is often called the Mountain State, but that name doesn't quite do it justice. These aren't just mountains. They are ancient, eroded walls that create a labyrinth of valleys, ridges, and hollows, or as the locals say, hollers. In the 1950s, a holler was more than just a geographical feature. It was a world unto itself. You could live your entire life in one valley and barely know the people 3 ridges over. The communities here were tight-knit, bound by blood and the coal dust that covered everything. But they were also intensely private. The unwritten rule of the mountains was simple. You mind your business, and I'll mind mine. Imagine driving down a road that isn't on any map. The canopy of trees overhead is so thick, it blocks out the midday sun. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. There are no streetlights, no cell towers, no surveillance cameras, just miles and miles of winding gravel tracks that often dead-end at a solitary house. It was the perfect environment for a predator. In a modern city, you are constantly being watched. Witnesses, cameras, digital footprints. But here, a man could disappear. Or worse, he could make someone else disappear. The police presence in these rural counties was minimal. A sheriff might have 3 or 4 deputies covering an area of 500 square miles. They didn't have the manpower to patrol every back road. They relied on reports. They relied on people noticing that something was wrong. But what happens when the person who goes missing has no one to notice? This isolation created a unique kind of vulnerability. We often think of the 1950s as the golden age of American community, where doors were left unlocked and everyone knew everyone. That was true in the suburbs of New York or Chicago. But in the remote corners of Appalachia, isolation was a double-edged sword. It offered freedom, yes, but it also offered silence. In these hills, if you scream, the only thing that answers back is the echo, and sometimes not even that. The geography acted as an accomplice. If you wanted to hide something in a city, you had to be clever. If you wanted to hide something here, you just had to walk 100 yards into the woods. The forest floor, with its deep layers of foliage and shifting soil, could swallow a secret in an afternoon. Into this landscape walked Fred Rogers. He wasn't a mountain man by birth, but he understood the utility of the terrain. He saw the hollers not as a place of beauty, but as a place of concealment. He realized that the privacy the locals cherished so much could be weaponized against them. He chose his location carefully. A house that was respectable enough to invite guests into, but isolated enough that no one could hear what happened after the door closed. A place where the nearest neighbor was just far enough away to see the lights on, but too far away to hear a cry for help. The house he eventually occupied became a fortress of solitude. To the casual observer driving past, it was just another quiet home in a quiet state. A place where a man might retire to read books and listen to the radio. But the geography allowed him to control his environment completely. He controlled who came in, he controlled who went out, and most importantly, he controlled the narrative. If you were casting a movie about a serial killer in the 1950s, you would probably look for someone with a sharp, sinister face, someone with cold eyes and a nervous twitch. You would want the audience to know, the moment he stepped on screen, that this was the bad guy. Fred Rogers would never have been cast in that role. In person, Rogers was disarmingly ordinary. He was a heavy-set man, soft around the middle, with a face that seemed permanently etched with a grandfatherly concern. He wore thick-rimmed glasses that gave him an air of intelligence and harmlessness. He didn't look like a predator. He looked like the guy who taught Sunday school or the accountant who handled the church finances. He dressed the part, too. In a region where denim overalls and coal-stained work boots were the uniform of the day, Rogers was always impeccable. He wore suits. He wore ties. His shirts were starched. He smelled of cheap but pleasant cologne and tobacco. To the people of West Virginia, this attire signaled one thing: respectability. He presented himself as a man of means, a retired civil engineer or perhaps a businessman looking for a quiet place to settle down after a life of hard work. He spoke with a confidence that suggested he knew things others didn't. When he walked into the local general store, the conversation didn't stop in fear. It stopped in deference. But this persona was a complete fabrication. It was a costume. The real Fred Rogers was a career criminal, but not a violent one, at least, not initially. He was a grifter, a con artist. He had spent years drifting through the cracks of American society, learning the art of the lie. He knew that people see what they want to see. If you act like you belong, people assume you do. If you act like you have money, people assume you are rich. He had learned a crucial lesson early in his life of crime. Violence attracts attention, but persuasion is invisible. If you rob a bank, the police come looking. But if you talk someone into giving you their life savings, they might be too embarrassed to ever report it. Rogers was a master of reading human needs. He could look at a person and see exactly what was missing from their life. For the men in the community, he offered camaraderie and stories of the outside world. For the women, he offered something far more dangerous: hope. He wasn't a young man. By the time he arrived in West Virginia, he was in his late 50s. This age was his greatest camouflage. We are conditioned to view the elderly as harmless. We hold doors open for them. We trust them with our children. We assume that the fire of aggression burns out with age. Rogers used this bias like a skeleton key. Who would suspect the chubby, bespectacled old man of doing anything worse than cheating at cards? And he realized that in the vast, lonely expanse of America, he didn't need to hunt with a gun. He found a weapon that was far more effective, silent, and reached much further than any bullet. He picked up a pen. In the era before dating apps and instant messaging, the search for love was a slow, deliberate process. For millions of Americans in the 1950s, especially those who were widowed, divorced, or simply left behind by the post-war baby boom, loneliness was a quiet epidemic. To cure this, many turned to Lonely Hearts Clubs. These were magazines and newspapers dedicated to connecting singles across the country. You would send in a photo and a short biography, pay a small fee, and your profile would be printed alongside hundreds of others. It was the Tinder of the atomic age, but infinitely slower, and as it turned out, infinitely more dangerous. For Fred Rogers, these magazines were not a path to romance. They were a catalogue. He didn't just browse them, he studied them. He looked for specific keywords: widow, savings, homeowner, no children. He was filtering for vulnerability. He was looking for women who had assets but no protectors, women who were desperate enough to travel to a stranger and isolated enough that no one would immediately come looking for them. Once he identified a target, The seduction began, but it didn't happen in person. It happened on paper. Rogers was a prolific writer. His letters were masterpieces of manipulation. He didn't come on too strong. He didn't sound desperate. He sounded like a kindred spirit. He would write about his own loneliness, a lie, his comfortable retirement, a lie, and his desire for a companion to share his golden years, the biggest lie of all. He spun a fantasy that was irresistible to a woman sitting alone in a small apartment in Ohio or Pennsylvania. He described the beautiful West Virginia hills. He described his large, empty house that just needed a woman's touch to make it a home. He painted a picture of a peaceful, secure future. For a woman struggling with financial insecurity or the fear of dying alone, these letters were a lifeline. Rogers was offering them an escape hatch. But behind the poetic language was a cold, mathematical calculation. Rogers was essentially running a business. The commodity was human life, and the profit margin was whatever was in their bank account. The trap snapped shut when he popped the question. Not necessarily marriage right away, but a visit. "Come see the house," he would write. "Bring your things. If you like it, we can build a life together." He often advised them to sell their property before coming. "Why keep that old house?" he would suggest gently. "Bring the cash. We can put it into a joint account. We'll start fresh. It sounds obvious to us now. The red flags are blinding, but you have to put yourself in their shoes." These were women who had been invisible for years. Suddenly, a charming, successful man is paying them attention. He wants them. He is offering them a fairy tale ending. The desire to believe is a powerful drug. And so, they came. They packed their suitcases. They withdrew their life savings. They boarded trains and buses. They thought they were traveling toward a new beginning. In reality, they were delivering themselves and their money directly to the butcher's door. Let's follow one of these stories to see how the trap actually worked. Imagine a woman named Celia. She's in her late 50s. She's a widow. Her children have grown up and moved away. Her house feels too big, too quiet. The silence in the evening is deafening. Then she meets Fred Rogers on paper. For 3 months they exchange letters. His handwriting is neat, his tone respectful. By the 4th month, Celia is in love. Not necessarily with the man, but with the idea of him. With the idea of being needed again. He suggests she come for a visit. Just to see, he says. No pressure. But he adds a practical note. If you do decide to stay, it would be a shame to have to go all the way back to sell your things. Why not liquidate now? Bring the cash. Banks are so impersonal, and out here in the country, cash is king. She sells her furniture. She closes her bank account. She sews the cash into the lining of her coat or hides it deep in her purse, feeling a thrill of excitement she hasn't felt in decades. She takes a Greyhound bus. The landscape changes from the flat plains or the crowded city streets to the rolling green hills of Appalachia. The roads get narrower. The towns get smaller. When she arrives at the station, he is there waiting. He looks exactly like his picture. He is smiling. He takes her heavy suitcase, the one containing everything she owns in the world. He opens the car door for her. "Welcome home," he says. The drive to the house is long. They leave the main road, then the paved road, then the gravel road. The trees close in. The nearest house was passed miles ago. A flicker of doubt might cross her mind now. It's very isolated. It's very quiet. When they pull up to the house, it looks normal. A 2-story structure, maybe a bit weathered but solid. She steps inside. She expects a warm embrace, a cup of tea, a celebration of their new life. And for the first few days, that's exactly what she gets. This was the most cruel part of Rogers' game. He didn't strike immediately. He played the role of the gracious host. He cooked for them. He walked with them in the woods. He let them feel safe. He was waiting. He was waiting for the check to clear. He was waiting for her to write that final letter to her family saying, "I've arrived safely. I'm so happy. I'll write again soon." That letter was crucial. It bought him time. It assured the outside world that everything was fine. Once that letter was in the mailbox, the atmosphere in the house would shift. Subtle at first. A cold look. A snapped command. The charming suitor began to dissolve, revealing the controller underneath. Celia might have noticed he was locking the doors from the inside. She might have noticed he was spending a lot of time in the basement, hammering, building something. But the dream house was rapidly becoming a cage, and the man she thought was her savior was about to become her jailer. The transition from guest to prisoner didn't happen with a bang. There were no bars on the windows, at least not visible ones. The prison Fred Rogers built was psychological first, physical second. Imagine the confusion. You are in a strange house, miles from civilization, with a man you thought you loved. When his behavior changes, your first instinct isn't to run, it's to fix it. You think, did I do something wrong? You try harder to please him. This is the cycle of abuse compressed into a terrifyingly short timeline. Rogers knew that a confused victim is a paralyzed victim. He would start by cutting the lines of communication. The phone is acting up, he'd say. Or, let's just enjoy our privacy for a while. Inside the house, the walls began to close in. The isolation of the holler, once romantic, became oppressive. Rogers would begin to extract information. Where exactly is the rest of the money? Are there any other bank accounts? Who else knows you are here? He did this casually, over dinner, but his eyes were hard. He was taking inventory. He needed to be sure that when she disappeared, no one would have a reason to come looking immediately. We have evidence that some victims lived in the house for weeks before the end came. Weeks of walking on eggshells. Weeks of sleeping in a bed that felt increasingly like a coffin. One can only imagine the moment of realization. The moment when the nice old man mask slipped completely. Maybe she found something she wasn't supposed to see. A piece of jewelry that didn't belong to her. A dress in a size she didn't wear. Or maybe she just saw it in his eyes. The look of a predator who is done playing with his food. She wrote to her sister that she had found paradise. She didn't know she was digging her own grave in the backyard, because that is what was happening. While she was inside, worrying about his mood, Rogers was outside, preparing the disposal site. He was methodical. He dug holes. He prepared chemicals. He sharpened tools. The terror of this situation is the helplessness. Even if she wanted to run, where would she go? She is in the middle of the Appalachian wilderness. She has no car. She likely has no money, as she has already given it to him for safekeeping. And Rogers was always watching. But the end was inevitable. Rogers ran his house like a conveyor belt. He couldn't have the old victim cluttering up the space when he was already writing letters to the next one. He needed the room. He needed the bed empty. The murder itself wasn't a crime of passion. It wasn't a heated argument that got out of hand. It was a chore. It was the final item on a checklist. Get the money, secure the deed, kill the woman, clean the house, repeat. And the most chilling part? While this horror movie was playing out inside the walls, life outside went on as normal. The mailman delivered the post. The sun rose and set over the mountains, and Fred Rogers, the monster of the holler, continued to wave at his neighbors. We often comfort ourselves with the idea that evil is obvious. We want to believe that if a man was butchering people in his basement, he would walk around with a dark cloud over his head. But Fred Rogers destroyed that comfort. He wasn't the outcast. He was the pillar. While he was actively murdering women and disposing of their bodies, he was also attending the local church every Sunday. He sang the hymns. He put money in the collection plate, money that, in all likelihood, he had just peeled from the cold fingers of a dead woman. He was a member of the community in good standing. Neighbors described him as soft-spoken and gentle. One neighbor recounted how Rogers would stop by to discuss gardening tips. Another remembered him bringing over a pie. Imagine that, eating a slice of pie baked by hands that had just dismembered a human body. This is the uncanny valley of real life. It's the dissonance that makes your skin crawl. How can a man compartmentalize his mind so completely? How can he switch from beast to neighbor in the span of a door opening? He was particularly good with children. He would wave to them as they played. He gave them candy. To the kids in the holler, he was just Mr. Rogers up the hill. The parents trusted him. In a tight-knit community, that trust is currency. And Rogers was rich. He used this social camouflage to deflect suspicion. If someone saw smoke rising from his property at odd hours, they didn't think, "He's burning evidence." They thought, "Fred is clearing brush." If they saw him digging, they didn't think, "He's digging a grave." They thought, "Fred is putting in a new septic line." There is a story of a local man who actually helped Rogers move some heavy trunks. The man joked, "What do you have in here, Fred? Bodies?" Rogers just laughed, a warm, throaty chuckle. "Just old books and papers," he said. "Heavy memories." The neighbor laughed too. They shared a moment of connection over the heavy trunk. A trunk that, we now know, likely contained the dismembered remains of a Lonely Hearts victim. That neighbor lived with that memory for the rest of his life. The realization that he had literally helped the monster hide his crimes, that he had looked the devil in the eye and shared a joke with him. He was so confident in his mask that he became arrogant. He believed he was smarter than everyone in the holler. He believed that these simple mountain folk would never catch on to a sophisticated man like him. He thought he was invincible. He thought he could keep this conveyor belt of death running forever. But arrogance is a blinder. When you look down on people, you stop noticing that they are watching you. You stop being careful. And even the most meticulous spider eventually trips on his own web. The perfect crime is a myth. You can be careful. You can be smart. But you cannot control the universe. Chaos always introduces a variable you didn't account for. For Fred Rogers, the variable was greed. He was getting faster. The gaps between victims were shortening. He was becoming addicted not just to the money, but to the process. And when you speed up, you get sloppy. It wasn't a fingerprint that gave him away. It wasn't a witness who saw a murder. It was something much more mundane. It was a taxi driver. Rogers had been bringing women to the house, but he had to get them there somehow. Usually he picked them up. But as he got busier, or perhaps lazier, he started using local taxi services to transport victims from the train station to his isolated home. In a big city, a taxi driver sees 1,000 faces a day. They don't remember you. In rural West Virginia, a taxi driver remembers everyone. Especially a stranger, especially a woman dressed in city clothes, carrying all her luggage, looking for the Rogers place. People started to talk. "Hey, did you see that lady go up to Fred's house last week? Whatever happened to her? I haven't seen her since." But the real breaking point came from outside the holler. Rogers had killed a woman and, as usual, forged a letter to her family to buy time. But he made a mistake. He didn't know the family dynamic well enough. The tone was wrong. The handwriting was slightly off. Or perhaps the victim had a specific nickname for her sister that Rogers didn't use. The sister didn't buy it. She didn't just shrug and move on. She got on a train. She came to West Virginia looking for answers. She went to the police. At first, the local sheriff was skeptical. "Fred Rogers? The nice old man on the hill? You must be mistaken, ma'am." But she was persistent. She had the letters. She had the dates. She demanded they look into it. Reluctantly, the police decided to pay a visit. Just a welfare check. Just to ask a few questions and clear everything up. Rogers thought he had cleaned up everything, but he forgot one small, insignificant piece of paper. A receipt, a train ticket stub. We don't know for sure what the initial trigger was, but we know that when the pressure applied, cracks appeared in his story. He told the police the woman had visited but left weeks ago. She went back to her husband. He lied smoothly. She took a bus to Chicago, but the police checked the bus station. No one had seen her. They checked the train station. No ticket was purchased. The net was tightening. The discrepancies were piling up. The nice old man act was starting to look less like charm and more like a deflection. And then, a deputy noticed something. Maybe it was the fresh earth in the garden that didn't match the season. Maybe it was the smell of something burning that wasn't wood. Or maybe it was just the way Rogers stood in his doorway, blocking the view inside, his knuckles white as he gripped the frame. The investigation shifted from a missing person search to a homicide inquiry. The sleepy police force of Fayette County was about to wake up to a nightmare. There is a specific kind of tension that hangs in the air when the law comes for a man who thinks he is above it. It's a psychological chess match. When the Fayette County Sheriff's Department finally decided to move on Fred Rogers, they didn't kick down the door with guns drawn. Not yet. This was 1957. You needed more than a hunch. You needed probable cause. And Rogers, ever the chameleon, was determined not to give them an inch. The sheriff arrived with a warrant to search the premises, but Rogers met him on the porch. He was indignant. He played the victim perfectly. "This is harassment," he claimed. "I am a respectable citizen. How dare you accuse me of harming those lovely ladies?" He used his age as a shield. He pretended to be frail, confused, hurt by the accusations. He invited the officers in, offering them coffee, trying to charm them one last time. "Look around," he said, sweeping his hand across the living room. "Do you see anything sinister here?" And at first glance, they didn't. The living room was tidy. There were doilies on the tables. There was a Bible on the stand. It looked like the home of a lonely, fastidious bachelor. But the officers were no longer buying the act. They noticed that the floorboards in one room seemed newer than the others. They noticed a trunk that was padlocked. They noticed that for a man who claimed his guests had left, there were an awful lot of women's clothes still hanging in the closets. "Why did she leave her winter coat, Fred?" an officer asked. "It's November." "Why would she leave without her coat?" Rogers stuttered. She was in a hurry. She said she'd buy a new one." The mask began to crack. The smooth, confident voice became shrill. The grandfatherly demeanor dissolved into defensiveness. He wasn't the master of the house anymore. He was a cornered animal. The sheriff gave the order. "Tear it apart, boys." Rogers watched in silence as the illusion of his life was dismantled. They pulled books off the shelves, they opened drawers, they looked under the rugs, and then they found the basement door. Basements in Appalachia are common. They are used for storing canned goods, coal and tools. But when the deputy put his hand on the latch of this particular door, he hesitated. There was a smell seeping through the cracks. It wasn't the smell of coal. It wasn't the smell of potatoes. It was a sweet, cloying, metallic scent that triggers a primal alarm in the human brain. The officer looked at Rogers. Rogers wasn't smiling anymore. His face had gone blank. His eyes were dead. He knew the game was over. The officer turned the handle. The door creaked open, revealing a set of wooden stairs descending into the darkness. "Flashlight," the officer requested, his voice tight. A beam of light cut through the gloom, dancing over dust motes. It traveled down the stairs, hitting the concrete floor below. The descent into the basement was a descent into the mind of Fred Rogers. The air grew colder with every step. The smell became overpowering, a mix of damp earth, chemical cleaners, and that undeniable scent of decay. The silence was absolute, save for the heavy breathing of the officers and the creak of the wooden stairs. When the flashlight beam finally swept the room, the first thing they noticed was the organization. This wasn't a chaotic dungeon. It was a workshop. Tools were hung neatly on pegboards. Hammers, saws, knives, all arranged by size. Jars of nails and screws were labeled. It looked like the workspace of a meticulous craftsman. But then, the light fell on the details that didn't fit. On a workbench, amidst the tools, sat a woman's purse. Next to it, a pair of glasses. Further down, a single pearl earring. These were not the artifacts of a carpenter. These were trophies. The officers moved deeper into the room. In the corner, there was a pile of what looked like refuse, covered by a tarp. One officer stepped forward and lifted the corner of the heavy canvas. He dropped it immediately and stumbled back, gagging. It wasn't refuse. It was clothing, bloody, torn clothing. Dresses that had once been worn to church, coats that had been bought for a new life in the country. Now they were just rags soaked in the evidence of a massacre. But where were the bodies? The search continued. They found a crawl space, a low, narrow tunnel dug into the earth beneath the foundation. The soil here was loose, disturbed. "Get a shovel," the sheriff ordered. His voice was barely a whisper. They didn't have to dig deep. A few inches of dirt were scraped away, and the beam of the flashlight caught something white. It wasn't a stone, it was bone. As they uncovered more, the scale of the atrocity became clear. This wasn't just one victim. The earth beneath the house was a mass grave. Rogers had been living, sleeping, and eating directly above the remains of the women he had seduced. The floorboards that the officers had walked on upstairs, they were the ceiling of a tomb. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. It wasn't in the dirt. It was in a bucket near the furnace. The officer looked inside. He froze. "Dear God," he whispered. Inside were not just remains, but parts. Prepared parts. Rogers hadn't just killed these women. He had dismantled them. He had treated them like livestock. He had tried to burn what he could and bury what he couldn't. The nickname the Beast Man didn't come from a newspaper headline. It came from the mouths of these hardened police officers who, in that moment, realized they weren't dealing with a human being. They were dealing with something feral. The officer opened the basement door to let in fresh air, but the smell wouldn't leave. It seemed to have soaked into their uniforms, into their skin. Upstairs, Fred Rogers sat in a chair, handcuffed. He could hear the sounds from below, the digging, the gasps, the retching. He didn't look ashamed. He didn't look terrified. He just looked annoyed, like a man whose project had been interrupted, like a man who was calculating how much this inconvenience was going to cost him. The moniker, the Beast Man, suggests something wild, something out of folklore like a werewolf or a yeti. But the reality was far worse because it was real. When the coroner arrived, the task before him was grim. The remains found in the crawl space and the buckets were not intact. They had been subjected to a level of violence that shocked even the medical professionals. Rogers hadn't just murdered these women, he had erased them. The investigation revealed that he used a sledgehammer, a simple, brutal tool found in almost every shed in America. In Rogers' hands, it was an instrument of annihilation. He used it to stun, to kill, and then to facilitate the disposal. The police found jars, not jars of preserves or moonshine, but jars containing souvenirs, trophies harvested from the bodies. It was this specific detail, the keeping of parts, that turned the stomach of the public. It suggested that Rogers didn't just kill for money. He killed because he enjoyed the ownership. He wanted to possess these women entirely, even after death. He had reduced human beings to puzzle pieces. The newspapers couldn't print the full details. It was too gruesome for the 1950s sensibilities. They used euphemisms like dismembered and mutilated, but the whispers in town filled in the blanks. The locals said he fed parts to the hogs. They said he burned parts in the wood stove that heated the living room. Whether these rumors were all true or exaggerated by fear, the core truth remained. Fred Rogers had turned his home into an abattoir. The police found evidence of at least 2 distinct victims in the house immediately, Celia G. and Alvy S. But there were signs of more. Jewelry that didn't match either woman. A wedding ring with an inscription that couldn't be traced. When the bodies were brought out, they were carried in bags. Not stretchers. Bags. The sight of those small, heavy sacks being carried out of the nice old man's house broke something in the community's psyche. People who had shaken his hand felt dirty. People who had eaten at his table felt sick. The betrayal was absolute. The Beast Man wasn't a legend anymore. He was the man in the back of the squad car, watching the proceedings with cold, dead eyes. The interrogation of Fred Rogers was not a shouting match. There was no slamming of tables, no sweating under a bright light. It was a conversation, and that was the most terrifying part. Rogers sat in the chair, his hands folded in his lap. He looked like a disappointed schoolteacher. When the detectives laid out the evidence, the bodies, the hammer, the letters, he didn't break down. He didn't cry. He didn't beg for forgiveness. He just sighed. "Well," he said, as if discussing a minor accounting error, "it seems you've made quite a mess of my house." The detectives were stunned. They were showing him photos of the carnage he had created, and he was worried about his floorboards. "Did you kill them, Fred?" the sheriff asked. Rogers looked at him, his eyes devoid of any spark of humanity. "They were problems," he said. "I solved them." He described the murders the way you would describe changing a flat tire. Annoying, but necessary. He spoke of the women not as people, but as obstacles. "She got too clingy," he said of one. "She wouldn't stop talking about her money," he said of another. In his mind, he was the victim. He was the one who had been inconvenienced. These women had come into his life, disrupted his peace, and forced him to take drastic measures. He admitted to the killings with a chilling calmness. He explained how he hit them, how he cut them. He even critiqued his own technique, mentioning that the saw he used was dull and he should have sharpened it. The detectives listened in horror. They realized they weren't talking to a man who had snapped in a moment of passion. They were talking to a man who had no conscience. He was a sociopath in the purest definition of the word. He understood that what he did was illegal, but he didn't feel that it was wrong. "I gave them a nice few weeks," he justified. "They were happy, happier than they'd been in years. I did them a favor." This twisted logic is common among psychopaths. They rewrite reality to make themselves the hero, or at least the rational actor. Rogers genuinely believed that the few weeks of false romance he provided were fair payment for their lives and their fortunes. The transcript of that interrogation is a document of pure evil. It reveals a mind that is completely alien to us, a mind where empathy does not exist, where love is a tool, and where murder is just a transaction. As the detectives left the room, they felt drained. They had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had smiled back. In 1957, there was no 24-hour news cycle, no Twitter, no TikTok. But news of a crime this grotesque traveled faster than any fiber optic cable could carry it. It traveled by word of mouth, by telephone wire, and by the ink-stained pages of the morning paper. Fayette County, usually a quiet blip on the map, became the center of the universe. Reporters from New York, Chicago, and Richmond descended on the small town. They camped out on the courthouse lawn. They hounded the locals for quotes. They turned the tragedy into a spectacle. The headlines were sensational. Bluebeard of the Hills, the lovelorn killer, the beast man caught. Inside the courtroom, the atmosphere was electric. The gallery was packed. When Fred Rogers walked in, a hush fell over the room. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like Fred. He was wearing a suit. He was clean-shaven. He nodded politely to his lawyer. This visual disconnect was the hardest thing for the public to process. They wanted a villain with fangs. They got a grandfather. The trial was swift. The evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution laid out the timeline, the letters, the arrival of the victims, the withdrawals from the banks, the blood in the basement. They brought out the hammer. They brought out the saw. The jury, composed of local men, listened with stone faces. They knew this man. Some of them had probably bought him a coffee. The betrayal felt personal. Rogers took the stand? No. His lawyers knew better. They knew that if he opened his mouth, his arrogance would hang him faster than any rope. They tried to plead insanity. They argued that no sane man could do such things. But the prosecution countered with Rogers' own meticulousness. A crazy man doesn't hide bodies so carefully. A crazy man doesn't forge letters to throw off the police. A crazy man doesn't balance his checkbook with the stolen money. This was calculated evil. The most chilling moment of the trial came when the prosecution read the letters Rogers had sent to his victims. The words of love, of hope, of future happiness. And then they showed the photos of what he did to the women who believed those words. The verdict was never in doubt. Guilty, on all counts. When the judge asked if he had anything to say, Rogers stood up. He didn't apologize. He didn't ask for mercy. He simply said, "I did what I had to do." He was sentenced to life in prison. In West Virginia at the time, there was no death penalty for his specific charges due to a legal technicality of the era, or perhaps the jury just wanted him to rot. He would die in a cage, just as he had made his victims die in his house. The gavel banged, the crowd erupted. But as Rogers was led away, he didn't look defeated. He looked bored. The circus was over, and he was ready to go back to his cell and read his books. But the question remained, what made him? Was he born a monster, or did the world make him one? After the gavel fell and the cameras left, the psychologists arrived. They wanted to understand the machinery of Fred Rogers' mind. How does a human being reach a point where dismembering another person becomes a mundane chore? Rogers fits the profile of what criminologists call a comfort killer or a hedonistic killer. But unlike those who kill for sexual thrill, Rogers' primary motivation was profit, mixed with a pathological need for control. He viewed people as resources. In his worldview, a human being was no different than a coal seam or a timber forest. You extract the value and you discard the waste. The value in this case was their savings. The waste was their bodies. Experts looked for a reason: trauma, abuse, a childhood injury. They dug into his past. Rogers had a history of petty crime, of fraud, of deceit. He had always been a grifter, but grifting is a long way from butchery. What changed? Some theorized that age played a role. As he got older, he lost the patience for the long con. He didn't want to spend years swindling someone. He wanted the money now. Murder became a shortcut. It was the most efficient way to close the deal. Others point to the isolation of the Holler. In the absence of societal observation, his darkest impulses were allowed to grow unchecked. Without neighbors to judge him, without the constant reinforcement of social norms, his morality eroded. He created his own kingdom where he was the king, the judge, and the executioner. But there is a more disturbing possibility. The possibility that there was no reason. We desperately want to find a cause for evil because it makes us feel safer. If we can say he was abused or he had a brain tumor, we can tell ourselves that we are different, that we are safe. But sometimes you look into the abyss and the abyss just shrugs. Rogers showed no signs of psychosis. He wasn't hearing voices. He wasn't hallucinating. He knew exactly what he was doing. He just didn't care. He lacked the fundamental hardware of empathy. To him, other people were just NPCs, non-player characters in a video game where he was the only real person. In prison, Rogers was a model inmate. He was polite. He followed the rules. He never caused trouble. This further proves that his violence was pragmatic, not impulsive. He was violent when it served his purpose. When violence no longer served him, he turned it off like a light switch. He died in prison a year later, in 1958. His heart gave out. A mundane end for a monster. He took his secrets to the grave. We will never know exactly how many women answered his ads. We will never know how many lie in unmarked graves in the West Virginia hills. But he left behind a legacy, a scar on the landscape, and a warning that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones hiding under the bed. They are the ones inviting you to sit on the porch. Today, if you drive through Fayette County, you might miss the location of the Rogers house entirely. The original structure is gone, reclaimed by the earth or demolished to wipe away the memory. The woods have grown back, covering the scars in the soil. The birds sing, and the wind rustles through the trees, just as it did in 1957. But the name remains. It is one of the strangest coincidences in American history. Two men, same name, roughly the same era. One became the symbol of ultimate goodness, a man who wore a cardigan and taught us that we are special. The other became the symbol of ultimate darkness, a man who wore a mask of sanity and taught us that we are vulnerable. Fred McFeely Rogers, the TV host, launched his show nationally in 1968. By then, the Fred Rogers of West Virginia was long dead. But for the people of Appalachia who lived through the terror, seeing that name on a television screen must have sent a shiver down their spines. It serves as a grim reminder of the duality of human nature. We are capable of profound kindness, of building neighborhoods where everyone is welcome. And we are capable of profound cruelty, of building traps where no one leaves. The story of the Beast Man is not just a true crime tale. It is a piece of American folklore now. It is a warning whispered to young women in the mountains. Be careful who you trust. Be careful of the stranger with a smile. Be careful of the house that sits too far back from the road. We live in a world that is more connected than ever. We have safety apps, background checks, and digital footprints. We like to think that a predator like Rogers couldn't exist today, that he would be caught instantly. But loneliness hasn't gone away. If anything, it has changed shape. The Lonely Hearts columns have been replaced by dating sites and chat rooms. The methods are new, but the vulnerability is the same. There are still people looking for connection, and there are still wolves looking for sheep. So, the next time you hear the name Fred Rogers, by all means, think of the trolley, the puppets, and the land of make-believe. Let that warmth fill you. We need it. But maybe, just for a second, let your mind drift to a misty holler in 1957. Remember the other Fred. Remember Celia. Remember Alvy. Remember the women who packed their bags for a new life and found only silence. There are two Fred Rogers in American history. One taught us how to love our neighbor. The other showed us why we should fear them. And in the end, the most important lesson might be to know the difference.
The air hung heavy and thick, cloying with the damp scent of pine and something else, something metallic, like fresh blood on cold earth. Mist, thick as a shroud, snaked through the hollows, clinging to the branches of ancient oaks, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Then, from the distant ridge, came the sharp crack of a rifle shot. A sound that echoed through the hills and valleys of Appalachia, a sound that meant death. For generations, that sound was the heartbeat of the mountains. It was the language of the Hatfield-McCoy feud. It spoke of bitter grudges, of families pitted against families, a brutal symphony of vengeance and survival. And at the center of it all stood a figure carved from the very rock of those hills, William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. He was a patriarch, a warlord, a man whose name alone could curdle the blood in your veins. They said he was as cunning as a fox, as fierce as a bear, and as ruthless as the land itself. His power wasn't written in laws or treaties. It was etched in the fear he inspired, in the loyalty of his clan, and in the cold steel of the firearms they carried. Devil Anse ruled through sheer force, through intimidation, and by making it clear that his word was the law, enforced by lead and fire. His legend looms large, a testament to the raw, untamed power of the Appalachian frontier. He lived and died a king of the mountains, a symbol of brute strength and defiant independence. His story is one of the most famous, most violent, most American sagas ever told. But what if the most powerful Hatfield who ever lived wasn't the one holding the gun? What if he was the one counting the votes? The man who eclipsed the devil's legend was his cousin, Ephraim Hatfield. And he was a different kind of animal entirely. He wasn't a mountain warlord. He was a political boss. He rarely carried a gun, and some say he never even raised his voice. He didn't need to. Where Devil Anse's power ended at the barrel of a Winchester, Eph's was just beginning. His kingdom was not a windswept mountain hollow. It was the Aracoma Hotel, a handsome brick building in the heart of Logan, West Virginia. And his throne was a simple, unassuming armchair in the lobby. Imagine the scene. Day after day, from morning until evening, Eve Hatfield would sit in that chair watching the world go by. He was a calm, almost placid figure, often dressed in a simple suit. He would read the newspaper, smoke a cigar, and greet men who approached him with a quiet nod. But don't let the stillness fool you. From that single chair, he was pulling the strings of an entire county. The men who came to see him were not weathered Klansmen seeking vengeance. They were sheriffs, judges, coal mine superintendents, and aspiring politicians. They would approach his chair, one by one, and speak in low, deferential tones. They weren't there to pass the time. They were there for a verdict. They were asking for a job for a relative. They were seeking a political endorsement. They were requesting a legal problem to disappear. Ephraim would listen patiently, his eyes missing nothing. A conversation might last minutes, or it might be just a few seconds. And then would come the decision. It wasn't a decree shouted from a mountaintop. It was a slight nod of the head, a quiet word, or just a dismissive wave of the hand. And that was it. A man's fate was sealed. The next county clerk was chosen, a contract was awarded, a deputy was appointed. He didn't need to raise his voice. In Logan County, a word from F. Hatfield could build a man's fortune or bury him without a shovel. This was the new face of power in Appalachia. The brute force of the feud had evolved, becoming something far more sophisticated and far more terrifying. It was the power of the system. To understand how one man could hold a whole county in the palm of his hand, you first have to understand the land that made him. A land of steep hills, deep shadows, and black gold. In the early 20th century, Logan County was less a part of the United States and more a private kingdom, a kingdom built on a single, powerful resource, coal. It was a rugged, isolated place. The mountains themselves were both a blessing and a curse, holding veins of the richest bituminous coal in the world, but also cutting the region off, creating a world unto itself with its own rules. And the first rule was simple: the coal company was God. Massive corporations from the north had swept in, buying up tens of thousands of acres. They built the railroads, they built the mines, and they built the towns. These weren't normal towns. They were company towns, and the name tells you everything you need to know. The company owned every single building: the houses the miners lived in, the store where they bought their food, the church where they prayed, and the hospital where they died. Miners were often paid not in US dollars, but in scrip, a form of private currency that could only be spent at the company store. This created a closed loop of economic servitude. The company gave you a job, paid you in company money, which you then had to give right back to them for rent and overpriced groceries. It was a system designed to keep men perpetually in debt, tethered to the mines for life. Your existence was a line item on a corporate ledger. This created a population of men who were tough, hard-working, and utterly dependent. They had no real rights. Attempts to unionize were crushed with brutal efficiency by private armies of mine guards, men like the infamous Baldwin Felts agents, who were more like corporate mercenaries than detectives. They would evict families from their homes, beat organizers, and sometimes kill them. The coal companies owned the houses, the stores, and the jobs. They owned the miners' bodies. Ephraim Hatfield was about to figure out how to own their souls. He saw the landscape for what it was: a battleground. On one side, you had the immense wealth and power of the coal operators, outsiders who needed the local political system to protect their investments and keep the unions out. On the other side, you had thousands of miners, a vast, untapped source of political power, if only they could be controlled. They were two great opposing forces. The companies had the money. The miners had the numbers. F. Hatfield realized he could be the bridge between them, and in doing so, become more powerful than either. Ephraim Hatfield's political machine wasn't built with speeches and rallies. It was built like an engine, piece by meticulous piece, in the back rooms and quiet corners of Logan County. It became known as the Logan County System, and it was a masterpiece of corruption. The fuel for this engine was the voter. But in Logan, your vote wasn't so much a right as it was a commodity. The first step was control of the voter rolls. F's organization would pay the poll taxes for thousands of miners and their families. On the surface, it looked like a generous act. In reality, it was a transaction. By paying your tax, they essentially owned your vote. You were now on their list, and you were expected to vote as you were told. The second part of the machine was control of the ballot box itself. This was achieved with brutal simplicity. The election officials in nearly every precinct, the people who counted the votes, were handpicked by F. These weren't impartial civil servants, they were loyal cogs in the machine. On election day, anything was possible. Ballot boxes would be stuffed with votes from people who were dead or had long since moved away. Votes for opposition candidates would simply vanish. Imagine you're a miner in a remote company town. The polling place is run by the mine foreman's brother. Everyone knows who you are, and everyone knows who the company supports. You're handed a pre-marked ballot and told to drop it in the box. What do? Do you risk your job, the roof over your family's head, for the principle of a secret ballot? Most people didn't. They did as they were told. Through this combination of economic pressure and outright fraud, F. Hatfield could deliver the vote of Logan County as a single, predictable block. He could guarantee any candidate thousands of votes, making him indispensable to anyone with statewide ambitions. But here's what made Ephraim a political genius, and what made his system nearly unbeatable. He didn't just pick the winner. In most elections, he picked both candidates. This strategy of controlling both sides of the aisle was the masterstroke. He built a two-headed political beast, and both heads answered to him. In the rest of America, politics was a war between Democrats and Republicans. In Logan County, it was a carefully staged play, and Ephraim Hatfield was the director, the producer, and the man who wrote the script. He understood a fundamental truth. True power isn't about winning the election. It's about controlling the choices. Here's how it worked. Logan County, like much of West Virginia, was traditionally Democratic. So, Ephraim consolidated his control over the local Democratic Party. He became the chairman of the county's Democratic Executive Committee. This position gave him immense power. He could dictate who got on the primary ballot, control the party's finances, and mobilize the party's resources. He would choose a candidate for sheriff, for judge, for county clerk, men who were loyal to him and the machine. His thousands of controlled voters would ensure they won the Democratic primary with ease. This part is simple enough. It's classic political boss behavior. But this is where Eph's genius for corruption came in. He didn't stop there. He looked across the aisle at the Republican Party. In Logan County, the Republicans were a permanent minority. They had no real chance of winning a general election. So Ephraim made them an offer they couldn't refuse. He went to the leaders of the local Republican Party and essentially put them on his payroll. He would provide them with money and influence. In return, he got to pick their candidates too. In the Republican primary, Ephraim would run a candidate he secretly controlled. It might be a friend, a business associate, or someone who simply owed him a favor. Since the Republican Party was so small, it was easy to manipulate their primary election. So now, fast forward to the general election in November. The people of Logan County walk into the voting booth and see their choices. For sheriff, they can vote for the Democrat, John Smith. Or they can vote for the Republican, Peter Jones. It looks like a fair choice. It feels like democracy, but it's an illusion. Because both John Smith and Peter Jones answer to the same man, sitting in his chair in the Aracoma Hotel. No matter who the public voted for, Ephraim Hatfield's man would win. He had created a perfect, closed system. It was a political monster with two heads, one Democrat, one Republican, but both were connected to the same body, and both took their orders from the same brain. With the politicians in his pocket, there was only one piece of the puzzle left to control: the law itself. And in the mountains of West Virginia, the law had a name: the county sheriff. In most of America, the county sheriff is a respected lawman, an elected official who serves the public. In Logan County during the reign of Ephraim Hatfield, the sheriff was a king. His power was immense, far exceeding that of a simple police officer. He was the county treasurer, which meant he controlled all the public money. He was the tax collector, and most importantly, he had the authority to hire and fire hundreds of deputy sheriffs. This wasn't a professional police force. It was a private army. And for years, the man who wore the badge and commanded this army was Don Chafin. Chafin was the physical embodiment of the Logan County system's power. He was tough, ruthless, and fiercely loyal to the machine that put him in office. His deputies were everywhere. They weren't just patrolling the streets of Logan, they were stationed in every coal camp, on every major road, and at every railroad station. Their official job was to keep the peace. Their real job was to enforce the will of the coal companies and the political machine. They were the muscle. Their salaries were paid by the county, but their loyalty was supplemented by the coal operators. The companies paid the sheriff's office a handsome fee for each deputy stationed on their property. This created a perfect circle of corruption. The machine picked the sheriff hired the deputies, and the coal companies paid to keep them in their camps, crushing any sign of union activity. These deputies could arrest anyone, for any reason. They could beat men with impunity. They could stop and search travelers, turning away anyone they deemed an agitator or a union organizer. They created an iron curtain around Logan County, turning it into a fortress state, fiercely resistant to any outside influence. Imagine a police force that doesn't answer to the public, but to a single man sitting in a hotel lobby. That wasn't a nightmare in Logan County. It was reality. Don Chafin and his army of deputies were the enforcers who made the system work. They were the ones who ensured voters cast their ballots correctly. They were the ones who protected the ballot boxes from prying eyes. They were the iron fist inside the machine's velvet glove. For years, this combination of political cunning and brute force seemed invincible. It was a perfect, self-sustaining ecosystem of power. For years, the machine ran unopposed. It seemed invincible. Then, in 1920, one man made the fatal mistake of believing the law was bigger than E.F. Hatfield. His name was Wallace Hounshell. In a system where every piece was bought and paid for, the courts were supposed to be the final cog in the machine. Judges, like everyone else, were typically chosen for their loyalty, not their legal brilliance. Their job was to legitimize the machine's actions, to provide a rubber stamp of judicial approval for the arrests made by Chafin's deputies and the political maneuvering of Hatfield's allies. But sometimes, a piece doesn't fit. Wallace H. Hounshell was not a product of the Logan County machine. He was an outsider, a respected lawyer from a neighboring county who, through a twist of political fate, was appointed by the governor to fill a vacant seat on the circuit court bench in Logan. He was an educated man, a man who believed in the sanctity of the law and the integrity of the courts. He was, in every way, the wrong man for the job, if you were F. Hatfield. When Judge Hounshell first arrived in Logan, he was likely prepared for a certain amount of local flavor in the justice system. What he found shocked him to his core. He saw a legal system that was a complete sham. Grand juries were packed with the sheriff's deputies. Indictments were handed down not based on evidence, but on political convenience. Men were arrested on flimsy charges, held in jail, and pressured to vote the right way in exchange for their freedom. The courtroom, which Hounshell considered a sacred space, was being used as just another tool of coercion, and he refused to be a part of it. He began to fight back, using the only weapon he had, his position as judge. He started scrutinizing the indictments brought before him. He found dozens that were legally baseless and threw them out of court, freeing the men who had been arrested. He publicly questioned the methods of the sheriff's office. He began to block the machine's moves, using the letter of the law as his shield and his sword. For the first time in years, the gears of the Logan County system began to grind, to meet resistance. A wave of hope, small but real, began to ripple through the county. It seemed that one man, armed with courage and a law book, could actually make a difference. Hounshell thought he was fighting for justice. He didn't realize he had just declared war on a king in the middle of his kingdom. And the king was about to strike back. Ephraim Hatfield and his lieutenants did not panic. Their machine was not designed to handle justice. It was designed to crush opposition. And Judge Hounshell was the most dangerous kind of opposition, an honest man in a position of power. They couldn't bribe him, they couldn't intimidate him. So, they decided to destroy him. The counterattack was not a noisy affair. It didn't happen in a dark alley. It happened in quiet, smoke-filled rooms in the state capital of Charleston. The machine's strategy was as brilliant as it was diabolical. If you can't control the judge, get rid of him. They decided to have him impeached. This was a declaration of total war. Impeaching a judge was a rare and extreme measure. It required mobilizing the machine's full influence at the state level. Ephraim Hatfield and his allies called in every favor they were owed. They leaned on the state legislators whose campaigns they had funded. They whispered in the ears of the governor they had helped elect. Their foot soldiers in Logan County were tasked with a single mission: find dirt on Judge Houndshell, or if you can't find any, create it. An army of sheriff's deputies and machine loyalists began to meticulously comb through every decision, every case, every aspect of Houndshell's life, looking for anything that could be twisted into an accusation. They interviewed disgruntled litigants who had lost cases in his court. They dug into his personal finances. They were building a weapon, one manufactured charge at a time. Soon, a formal list of charges was presented to the West Virginia House of Delegates. It was a masterpiece of malicious fiction. The charges against him were absurd, almost laughable. One accused him of borrowing a law book and not returning it on time. Another claimed he showed favoritism in a case by ruling against a friend of Don Chafin. They accused him of tyranny and despotism for, of all things, enforcing the law against the machine's allies. Each charge, on its own, was flimsy, but piled one on top of the other, they created the illusion of a corrupt and incompetent judge. The charges didn't have to be true, they just had to be public. The machine-controlled newspapers ran the headlines. The whispers started in the State House. The stage was being set. The trial was a sham, a piece of political theater designed for one purpose: to make an example of the man who dared to say no. The impeachment trial of Judge Wallace Houndshell began in the West Virginia Senate. By law, this was the jury. But in reality, it was a room full of politicians, many of whom owed their careers to the very machine Houndshell had defied. For them, this wasn't about evidence. It was about loyalty and self-preservation. Houndshell and his legal team mounted a valiant defense. They went through the list of charges one by one, methodically dismantling them. They showed that the accusation about the law book was a clerical error. They produced testimony in court records proving his rulings were based on sound legal precedent, not personal bias. They exposed the accusers as known allies of Don Chafin and the Logan machine, revealing their obvious political motivations. For a moment, it seemed like the truth might matter. Houndshell's defense was so thorough, so compelling, that several newspapers following the trial began to predict his acquittal. It seemed impossible that any impartial observer could look at the flimsy manufactured evidence and vote to remove a sitting judge. But the jury wasn't impartial. They weren't there to weigh evidence. They were there to follow orders. Behind the scenes, the machine was working tirelessly. Eve Hatfield's lieutenants were in Charleston, reminding senators of past favors. They were promising future support. They were subtly threatening political consequences for anyone who stepped out of line. The fate of Judge Houndshell wasn't being decided in the Senate chamber. It was being decided over dinner, in hotel rooms, and with quiet handshakes in the hallway. When the time came to vote, the outcome was swift and brutal. The senators, many of whom had likely barely paid attention to the testimony, cast their votes. Wallace H. Houndshell was found guilty. He was impeached and removed from the bench. His career, built on a lifetime of integrity, was annihilated in a single afternoon. He had walked into the state capitol a respected judge. He walked out a broken man, stripped of his office, his reputation in tatters, a public example of what happens when you challenge the established order. Ephraim Hatfield never laid a hand on Wally Houndshell. He didn't have to. He had shown everyone in West Virginia that he could kill a man's life, his career, and his honor with nothing more than a series of whispers and a stacked vote. The message was clear. Message was, the impeachment of Judge Houndshell wasn't just an attack on one man. It was a message sent to every single person in Logan County and beyond. It was a demonstration broadcast across the state of the machine's reach and its ruthlessness. The message was simple: we are in control. Do not cross us, ever. And the people listened. A quiet, suffocating fear settled over the region. Before, there might have been whispers of opposition, small acts of defiance. Now, there was mostly silence. Who would be brave enough to speak out when a respected circuit court judge could be publicly crucified with such ease? The consequences of dissent became brutally clear, and they weren't always as dramatic as a public trial. The machine's retaliation was often more subtle, a slow and quiet strangulation of a person's livelihood. If you were a small business owner who supported an opposition candidate, you might find yourself suddenly buried in a mountain of new regulations. Your license to operate might be delayed or revoked for a minor infraction that was previously ignored. Health inspectors might start showing up every week. Your business would slowly be bled dry. If you were a miner who was overheard speaking in favor of a union, your name would find its way to a blacklist. You'd be fired from your job. And because the coal companies all worked together, you wouldn't be able to find work at any other mine in the county. You would have to pack up your family and leave, or watch them starve. Teachers who didn't support the machine's candidates for the school board found their contracts weren't renewed. Doctors who fell out of favor found their hospital privileges questioned. Even the location of a new road could be a political weapon, rerouted to bypass the property of a dissenter, isolating them and tanking their land value. This was the true genius of F's control. It wasn't just political, it was economic. To stand against him wasn't just to risk your vote, it was to risk the food on your family's table. He had fused political power and economic power into a single, terrifying weapon. He had achieved what his cousin, Devil Anse, never could. Devil Anse controlled a clan through loyalty and fear of violence. Eve Hatfield controlled an entire society through the quiet, pervasive fear of losing everything. With the county completely subdued, Ephraim's gaze turned higher. He wasn't just content being the king of Logan County, he wanted to choose the kings of West Virginia. With Logan County locked down, Ephraim Hatfield held a unique and powerful commodity in West Virginia politics, a guaranteed block of thousands of votes. In a statewide election where the margins of victory could be razor thin, the Logan County vote was the political equivalent of a royal flush. And Ephraim was the only man at the table holding it. Ambitious politicians from all over the state began making a pilgrimage to Logan. They weren't coming to give speeches or hold rallies. They were coming to the Aracoma Hotel to sit down with the quiet man in the lobby and ask for his blessing. They were candidates for governor, for the United States Senate, for Congress. And they knew the road to Charleston, or even to Washington, D.C., ran directly through F. Hatfield's territory. The meeting would be discreet. The deal was unspoken, but perfectly understood. If Ephraim gave his support, he would deliver the Logan County vote. He would turn out his machine, stuff the ballot boxes, and ensure a massive, lopsided victory in his county for the chosen candidate. In return, the candidate, once elected, owed him. They owed him loyalty. They owed him protection. This arrangement provided the machine with a crucial shield of armor. If a pesky state prosecutor or an ambitious attorney general ever got the idea to investigate the rampant corruption in Logan, a quiet phone call would be made. The governor, remembering the thousands of votes that put him in office, would ensure the investigation stalled. State police would be told to stand down. Funding for the investigation would mysteriously dry up. F. Hatfield had bought himself statewide immunity. His influence became legendary. It was said that you couldn't get elected dog catcher in southern West Virginia without Eph's approval, let alone governor. He became known in whispers and newspaper columns as the Kingmaker. He didn't want to be the governor himself. That would mean being in the spotlight, being held accountable. Ephraim preferred to stay in the shadows, pulling the strings, choosing the men who would hold the titles and take the heat while he held the real power. For decades, the political landscape of West Virginia was shaped by his unseen hand. The course of the state, the laws that were passed, the men who led it, all were influenced by the quiet calculations of a man in a hotel lobby, 100 miles from the Capitol building. For decades, Ephraim Hatfield was a force of nature in West Virginia politics, as unmovable as the mountains themselves. But in the 1930s, a new force swept across America, one that not even the Kingmaker could control. Ephraim Hatfield's machine was built for a specific world, a world of isolation, corporate feudalism, and total economic dependency. For decades, that world seemed permanent. But then, the world broke. The stock market crash of 1929 and the Great Depression that followed sent a shockwave across the country that even the insulated kingdom of Logan County could not escape. The price of coal plummeted, mines shut down, thousands of men were thrown out of work, left with nothing. The system of control, which relied on the company providing for the miners, began to collapse. The company store couldn't extend credit forever. The private scrip in their hands became worthless paper. For the first time, the absolute power of the coal operators was shaken. And then came a voice from the radio. A calm, reassuring voice that promised a new deal for the American people. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The federal government, which had been a distant, almost foreign entity, suddenly became a powerful presence in the lives of the Appalachian miners. New Deal programs like the Works Progress Administration, the WPA, started offering jobs that weren't controlled by the coal companies. Men could earn real US dollars building roads, schools, and parks. Federal relief agencies started distributing food and assistance, creating a safety net that wasn't dependent on the local machine's approval. This was a seismic shift. Ephraim's power was rooted in his role as the gatekeeper of survival. He and the coal companies controlled all the jobs, all the money, and all the food. Suddenly, there was a new source of all three, and it answered to Washington, D.C., not the Aracoma Hotel. Perhaps the most significant change was the Wagner Act of 1935, which federally protected the right of workers to organize and join unions. This gave the United Mine Workers of America, the UMWA, the legal firepower they needed to finally break through the Iron Curtain around Logan County. Organizers, now protected by federal law, could no longer be beaten and thrown in jail by the sheriff's deputies with impunity. For the first time, the miners had a new boss to listen to, a voice from Washington, D.C. that spoke louder than the man in the hotel lobby. They began to see that their collective power, organized under the banner of a national union, could be greater than the localized power of a county political machine. The machine wasn't destroyed overnight. It was a slow process. A great political engine, slowly, inevitably, beginning to rust. The rust wasn't just in the system, it was in the man himself. By the late 1930s, Ephraim Hatfield was getting old. The world he had mastered, the world of backroom deals and absolute control, was changing faster than he could adapt. The quiet, unassuming man in the hotel lobby began to look less like a king and more like a relic. The tools of his trade were becoming obsolete. Outright ballot stuffing and voter intimidation were becoming harder to execute. The new presence of federal agencies and the watchful eyes of the now powerful unions meant that elections were being scrutinized like never before. The introduction of the secret ballot, a simple curtain pulled around a voting booth, was a revolutionary act in Logan County. It gave a miner a precious moment of anonymity, a chance to vote his conscience without the foreman looking over his shoulder. The two-headed beast he had created, his control over both the Democratic and Republican parties, began to weaken. The National Democratic Party of Franklin Roosevelt was a pro-union, populist party, a world away from the conservative, business-aligned machine Ephraim ran locally. A new generation of politicians was rising, men and women who owed their allegiance to the New Deal and the unions, not to the old county bosses. His grip on the economic lifeblood of the county was also slipping. As the UMWA grew in strength, it negotiated contracts that gave miners better wages, benefits, and a degree of job security. The Union Hall became a new center of power in the community, a place where men could gather and speak freely, away from the prying ears of the company deputies. It offered an alternative to the paternalistic control of the machine. You could feel the change in the air. The fear that had held the county in a state of paralysis for so long began to slowly recede. People started to believe that another way was possible. The kingmaker, who had once seemed like a permanent feature of the landscape, was now losing his grip. The votes he could once deliver with absolute certainty were no longer a sure thing. The man who had once moved political mountains was now watching the world change around him, becoming a relic in his own lifetime. The end for Ephraim Hatfield did not come with a bang. There was no final dramatic confrontation, no violent overthrow. It was a slow fade into irrelevance. In his final years, he still held court in the lobby of the Aracoma Hotel, but the lines of men seeking his favor grew shorter. The aura of absolute power that had once surrounded him had dissipated, replaced by the quiet dignity of an old man watching the parade pass him by. The new political landscape had no place for him. Power in West Virginia was now a complex negotiation between the unions, the federal government, and a new breed of politician. The old kingmaker's endorsement still carried some weight, but it was no longer the deciding factor. The Logan County system, his masterpiece of control, was a shadow of its former self, a creaking, rusty apparatus that could no longer dictate the future. Ephraim Hatfield died in 1943 at the age of 76. His death was not the end of a bloody feud, marked by gunfire and vengeance. It was a quiet passing, noted in the local papers as the end of an era. He died of natural causes, a man who had wielded more power than any Appalachian warlord, yet who ended his life not in a hail of bullets, but as an old man whose time had simply run out. It's a strange irony. His cousin, Devil Anse, who lived and died by the gun, became a permanent American legend. His name is synonymous with the wild, violent spirit of the frontier. He is a figure of folklore, his story told and retold in books and movies. Ephraim, on the other hand, the man who was infinitely more powerful, who controlled the lives of tens of thousands, who made governors and senators, has been largely forgotten by history. His power, for all its vastness, was ephemeral. It was the power of whispers, of backroom deals, of a system that thrived in the shadows. And when the light was finally let in, it began to fade. Ephraim Hatfield was gone. But the machine he built, the system he perfected, did it truly die with him? Or does its ghost still haunt the corridors of power? The story of Ephraim Hatfield is more than just a piece of Appalachian history. It's a chilling case study in how power works and how democracy can fail. It's a blueprint, a warning. The Logan County system was not some strange, isolated anomaly born of mountain feuds and coal dust. It was an American creation. Ephraim's genius was his understanding that you don't need a gun to control people, not when you can control their jobs. You don't need to be a dictator, not when you can handpick both candidates. And you don't need to break the law, not when you can control the men who write the laws and the men who enforce them. He perfected a quieter, more insidious form of tyranny, one that wears the mask of democracy. His methods became the template for other political machines across the country, in rural counties and in sprawling cities. The names and faces changed, but the mechanics remained the same. Control the vote, control the jobs, and wrap it all in a cloak of legitimacy. His story forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much has really changed? Where do these machines still exist today, hidden in plain sight? Perhaps they are no longer run by a single man in a hotel lobby. Perhaps they are run by corporations, by special interests, by faceless algorithms that manipulate the information we see. The methods are more sophisticated, the scale is grander, but the goal is the same: to control the choices, and thus, to control the outcome. The ghost of the Logan County system is the idea that our vote is just an illusion, that the game is rigged and the real decisions are made long before we ever step into the booth. It's the creeping suspicion that no matter who we choose, the same interests, the same powers, always win. Ephraim Hatfield's ultimate legacy is not a statue or a monument. It is a persistent question that echoes through the years, from the hollows of West Virginia to the halls of power today. The question is, who is really counting the votes? And more importantly, who is choosing the candidates? The answer to that is the difference between a functioning democracy and a very well-managed play.
Im standing on the side of an old two-lane road deep in Scott County, Virginia. Today, it's just a quiet stretch of asphalt winding through the ancient woods of the Blue Ridge. The only sounds are the wind moving through the hickories and the distant cry of a hawk. But this isn't just any road. This is a place of echoes, because it was right here, nearly 100 years ago, that the silence was shattered by a struggle that ended a life and began a legend. A beloved young schoolteacher vanished from this very spot, leaving behind nothing but her car, her hat, and a mystery that haunts these mountains to this day. Let's turn back the clock. Forget the asphalt beneath my feet, and imagine a ribbon of red clay and gravel snaking its way through these same mountains in the fall of 1928. This was a world caught between two ages. Cabins with smoke curling from their stone chimneys stood not far from homes with newfangled telephones. Men still lived by the seasons and the old codes of the mountains, but the hum of the modern world was growing louder, carried in on the radios and the new automobiles that were just beginning to appear on these rough-and-tumble roads. Into this world stepped June Crabb. At 21, she was the very picture of that modern world. She was educated, bright and filled with a quiet determination that set her apart. She was the teacher at the little one-room, big-cut schoolhouse, a position of immense respect in a community that valued learning but had few who could provide it. She represented a promise, a bridge between the old ways of the mountains and the possibilities of the world beyond. Every morning, she would make the drive to her schoolhouse, and every afternoon, she would drive back. And she did it in her very own Ford coupe. You have to understand what a sight that was back then. In a land where most people still relied on a mule or their own 2 feet, a young woman, independent and in command of her own machine, was a powerful symbol. That car wasn't just transportation, it was a declaration of freedom. It was her future, rolling along the dirt roads of the past. Her students adored her. For the children of coal miners and farmers, she was a window to a bigger life. She taught them arithmetic and literature, but more than that, she taught them that a girl from Scott County could achieve anything. At home, she was a beloved daughter. Her family, especially her father, saw in her the fulfillment of a dream, that their children would have more opportunities than they ever did. June Crabb wasn't just a person. She was the pride of her family and a beacon for her community. But this land, for all its beauty, held a deep and abiding sense of isolation. The forests that surrounded these roads were dense and ancient, capable of swallowing any secret. It was a place where everyone knew each other's business, yet the most important things often went unsaid. The very independence that made June a symbol of progress also made her a solitary figure on that lonely drive home, a single point of light traveling through miles of deep, dark woods. On the afternoon of Friday, September 14th, she dismissed her students for the weekend, gathered her books, and started her Ford coupe for a journey she had made countless times before, completely unaware it would be her last. Now, I'm not a detective from 1928. I don't have access to the original evidence bag, but local archives, God bless them, they keep everything. And in the files for this case, there are detailed descriptions and, in some accounts, a grainy photograph of the most important clue found at the scene. It's a simple thing, really. A lady's cloche hat, the kind every fashionable young woman wore in the 1920s. Looking at a picture of it, you can almost feel the felt. It's unassuming, maybe with a small ribbon or a simple pin. But this hat is the key to understanding the first terrifying moments of June's disappearance. Her school books were on the seat, her paycheck was in her purse, but her hat was on the floorboard of the car, reportedly scuffed and slightly crushed, as if it had been knocked from her head in a sudden violent motion. You see, back then, a hat wasn't just an accessory. It was an essential part of a woman's public identity. A respectable young teacher like June would no more leave her car without her hat than she would without her shoes. Its presence on that floorboard was a silent, desperate scream. It told the searchers, and it tells us now, that this wasn't an elopement. This wasn't a young woman running away. She was taken, ripped from her car, fighting for her life. This simple, forgotten object transforms the scene from a mystery into a portrait of violence and raises the chilling question, who in this tight-knit community would dare to lay hands on June Crabb? The truth is, the deepest dangers in these mountains rarely come from a faceless stranger passing through. The real threats have names and faces and history. And while the lawmen looked for some wandering tramp, the whispers in the hills told a different story. They spoke of a young man, the son of a family whose name carried the weight of land, money, and influence. A young man who walked through the world as if he owned it, because in many ways, he and his family did. He'd taken an interest in June Crabb. It was the kind of attention a hawk pays a songbird. He saw her independence not as something to be admired, but as a challenge. He saw her beauty as something he was entitled to. By all accounts, he made his intentions known, expecting her to be flattered by the attention of a man from such a powerful clan. But June Crabb was not a prize to be won, and she was not easily intimidated. She turned him down. Politely, the stories say, but with a firmness that left no room for argument. And for a boy raised to believe the world owed him everything, that simple no, delivered in plain sight of the community, was a public slap in the face. It was an insult to his pride, and more importantly, to the pride of his family name. The tension began to simmer then. A resentful stare held a second too long at the town mercantile, a muttered comment about the city girl teacher and her fancy automobile. It wasn't just a personal rejection anymore. To him and to his kin, June Crabbe and everything she represented, her education, her confidence, her refusal to bow to the old order of things, was a threat. The conflict wasn't over a single word. It was a clash between the old power of blood and land and the new power of a woman's own will. And in the heart of Appalachia in 1928, that was a conflict that could only fester and grow, like a poison ivy vine climbing the side of an old stone wall. These old mountain stories don't live in dusty court records. They live in people. They're passed down from grandmother to granddaughter, whispered over quilting frames and snapping beans on the porch. To find the heart of this story, you have to find one of those keepers of memory. I found one, an elderly woman living in a small white house not 5 miles from where June Crabbe's car was found. Her mind is as sharp as a newly honed axe, and her great-aunt was one of June's closest friends. She sat me down in her living room, a room filled with the quiet ticking of a grandfather clock and the scent of lemon oil and old wood. She told me the official story of the jilted lover was close, but it missed the most important part. It wasn't just a private rejection. It was a public humiliation, the kind a powerful family in these parts would never, ever forgive. It happened at the church social, just a few weeks before, she said, her voice a soft, papery rustle. The young man from that powerful family, full of corn liquor and arrogance, cornered June by the dessert table. He wasn't asking for her company. He was telling her she would grant it. In front of half the county, he tried to put his hand on her, to claim her like a piece of property. And June, in her quiet, dignified way, moved his hand off her arm and put him in his place. Her great-aunt said she didn't yell or make a scene. She just used words, calm, clear, and sharp as glass. She told him that her time and her person were her own, and not for him to command. The crowd went silent. You could have heard a pin drop on the grass. The young man's face went from white to red, and the look in his eyes, the old woman told me her aunt had said, was a look of pure, murderous rage. He had been shamed in front of everyone by the very woman he sought to possess. My great-aunt always said that was the moment it was sealed, the woman finished, looking out her window towards the mountains. It wasn't about love anymore. It was about pride. And around here, a man's pride, especially a man from a family like that, well, it's a dangerous and fragile thing. She said his pride had been so badly broken, the only thing that could mend it was to break her. That public shaming at the church social was a lit fuse. For the young man, the laughter he imagined behind cupped hands, the knowing glances exchanged between neighbors, it was all a torment. But for his father, the patriarch of the clan, it was something far worse. It was a stain on the family name, a challenge to the authority they had held in these mountains for generations. In their world, power wasn't just held, it had to be seen to be held. And a young school teacher, an outsider in their eyes, had openly defied them and walked away unscathed. Shame in that world was a living thing. It sat at the dinner table with them, a silent, unwanted guest. It followed them into town, and it demanded to be cleansed. The discussions that followed were not about forgiveness or letting things go. They were quiet, cold, and took place in the shadows of the porch after dark. They were discussions of honor, of lessons that needed to be taught. The phrase that would have been repeated in one form or another was simple and deadly. She can't be allowed to get away with that. June likely felt the shift in the air, a friendly nod in town that was no longer offered, the sudden silence that fell when she entered the general store. Friends of her family may have even offered veiled warnings, telling her to be careful on her drive, to not stop for anyone. But June Crabbe was cut from a different cloth. She would not be scared away from her school, from her students, or from her life. She would not let a bully's pride dictate her path. Her courage, the very thing that made her so remarkable, was now painting a target on her back. The decision, when it was finally made, wasn't likely a shouted, furious thing. It was probably a quiet nod between father and son, a confirmation. The goal wasn't just to scare her. That time had passed. The goal was to erase the insult, to reassert their dominance in a way that would be so final, so absolute, that no one would ever dare challenge their family's honor again. They knew her schedule. They knew every curve and hollow of Fincastle Road. They knew the place where the woods grew thickest and the nearest house was miles away. The plan was set. The trap was baited with the mundane routine of a Friday afternoon. The point of no return had been crossed, not in the heat of a public argument, but in the cold, calculated whisper of a family's wounded pride. So I've come back to the spot on Fincastle Road. The modern pavement is a black scar laid over the memory of the old red clay, but the bones of the land haven't changed. And when you stand right here, you understand why they chose this place. The road takes a sharp, blind curve. On one side, the mountain falls away into a steep, wooded ravine. On the other, the forest floor rises up, thick with underbrush and ancient trees that crowd right up to the shoulder. There are no houses, no fields, just the road and the woods. There are no bullet holes in a wall here, no lone chimney standing against the sky. The scars on this landscape are more subtle. They are the tactical advantages of the terrain itself. This blind curve is a natural ambush point, a place where a waiting car could be hidden until the last possible second. The dense wall of trees is a perfect backdrop for a man to step out of, blocking the way. The silence itself is the evidence. Even now, with the world just a few miles away, this spot feels utterly and profoundly isolated. Right here, this patch of gravel on the shoulder of the road. You can almost see the ghosts. You can almost feel the change in the air as a familiar drive home turned into a nightmare. This is where June Crabb's Ford coupe slowed to a stop. This is where a shadow detached itself from the other shadows of the forest. Each stone on this roadside, each root snaking out from the bank, is a silent testament to the terror of that afternoon. This is the stage, perfectly set for the heart of darkness that was about to unfold. As June rounded that last blind curve, the familiar rhythm of her journey home was broken. Another car, dark and hulking, was stopped sideways, completely blocking the narrow road. It was an unnatural sight, a silent black predator waiting in the path. Her foot moved to the brake, her mind racing through possibilities. Engine trouble, an accident. But the cold knot that formed in her stomach told her this was no chance encounter. This was a barricade, a trap. The driver's side door of the other car opened, and the young man from the church social stepped out. He was not alone. His father, or perhaps another man loyal to the family, emerged from the passenger side. There was no rage on his face now, only a flat, chilling sense of purpose. He walked slowly toward her Ford coupe, his boots crunching on the gravel, the sound unnaturally loud in the afternoon stillness. June's hand instinctively went to the door lock, but it was too late. The handle of her car door was wrenched from the outside, the metallic click echoing like a gunshot. The door was pulled open, and the last of the afternoon sun was blotted out as the man's shadow fell over her. There was no shouting, only a low, guttural command to get out, the air filled with the scent of whiskey and rage. What followed was a chaos of muffled sounds, a sharp, terrified intake of breath, the scuffing of her shoes against the running board, the ripping of fabric. Her hat was knocked from her head, tumbling to the floorboard in a confused blur. A single piercing cry for help escaped her lips, but it was immediately swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The struggle was brief, brutal, and unequal. A moment later, the heavy slam of another car door echoed through the trees. Her own Ford coupe was left abandoned, its door still swinging slightly as if in a final silent wave goodbye.
The waiting car roared to life, its tires spitting gravel as it turned and sped away, carrying June Crab deeper into the mountains, away from the road, away from everything she knew, and away from any hope of rescue. They drove for what must have felt like an eternity, turning off the main road onto a rough, barely there track that climbed higher into the wild heart of Clinch Mountain.
The journey ended in a remote, briar-choked hollow, a place of deep shadows where the sun rarely touched the ground. They pulled her from the car. The final moments of her life were not witnessed by any person who would ever speak of it. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard finality of mountain justice. In the profound silence of that secluded place, a terrible act was committed. The only sound was a sudden, panicked flurry of wings as a flock of birds, startled by the violence below, erupted from the treetops and scattered into the darkening sky. Then, an awful, profound quiet settled back over the hollow. The men left as they had come, two ghosts melting back into the twilight, confident that the mountain would hold their secret forever. They left behind a life extinguished, a promise broken. The silence that returned was heavier than before, weighted with the knowledge of what it now concealed. In that forgotten thicket, the only thing that moved was a single oak leaf, spiraling slowly down to rest on a patch of newly disturbed earth. After the raw violence of the story, you turn to the official record, hoping for answers, for clarity. Instead, you find a different kind of coldness. I'm looking at copies of the pages from the Scott County Sheriff's file on the disappearance and death of June Crab. The paper is yellowed, the ink faded, but the words still tell a story, just not the one you're looking for. It's a story told in the dry, emotionless language of bureaucracy, a language designed to record facts while stripping them of all their human horror. Take the coroner's inquest, filed after her remains were found. It's a single page. Under cause of death, the report simply states, fractures of the cranium due to blunt force trauma. Just 6 clinical words to describe the brutal end of a vibrant, 21-year-old woman's life. It doesn't mention the lonely hollow, the terror of her final moments, or the year and a half her father spent walking these mountains, praying for a sign. The only humanizing detail is a small note. Remains identified by a gold-filled molar, consistent with dental records. A life reduced to a footnote in a ledger. But it's the sheriff's investigative notes that are the most telling, mostly for what they don't say. There are pages and pages detailing the search efforts, listing the names of volunteers and the areas they covered. There are dozens of dead-end leads scribbled down, reports of a suspicious-looking tramp seen miles away, a vague tip about a car from Tennessee. The official narrative being built on these pages is clear. This was the work of a phantom, an outsider who drifted in, did this terrible thing, and vanished. Yet as you read through the file, a glaring omission becomes a roar. The name of the powerful local family, the name everyone in the county was whispering, appears nowhere in these pages. Not once. There's no record of the son being questioned, no mention of the public incident at the church social. The official record is a perfect portrait of a blind eye being turned. It's a meticulously crafted document that leads everywhere except to the one place everyone knew to look. These papers aren't evidence of a failed investigation. They are the evidence of a successful and chillingly effective cover-up. In the weeks and months that followed June's disappearance, the mountains swarmed with men. It was a manhunt of epic proportions, a genuine outpouring of a community's grief and rage. Thousands of volunteers, their faces grim and determined, beat the bushes from sunup to sundown. They were honest, hard-working men, searching for a beloved teacher, hoping to bring a killer to justice. But the official arm of the law, the sheriff and his deputies, seemed to be working from a different map. While the volunteers combed the hollows near Fincastle Road, the sheriff was busy chasing phantoms. Every report of a stranger, a vagrant, or a man with an out-of-state accent was treated as a major lead. Posses were dispatched on wild goose chases, riding 20 miles in the wrong direction to question some poor, itinerant worker who couldn't have possibly been involved. They created a grand spectacle of a law enforcement agency working tirelessly to hunt down an outside evil. It was a brilliant piece of theater. It kept the community busy and directed the collective anger safely away from anyone with a powerful local name. After her body was found, the performance had to move from the mountains to the courthouse. A grand jury was convened, not to seek the truth, but to officially bury it. For days, witnesses were brought in, but they were the ones who had seen a suspicious tramp near the railroad tracks or an unfamiliar car on a distant road. The people who had been at the church social, the ones who had seen the public confrontation and the look of murderous rage on the young man's face, were never called to testify. The questions were carefully chosen, the path of inquiry meticulously routed around the truth. The verdict wasn't delivered in a packed courtroom by a jury foreman. It was delivered on the courthouse steps by the county prosecutor, a man who knew which families buttered his bread. He stood before the small crowd of reporters and heartbroken townspeople, his face a perfect mask of solemn regret. He announced that after an exhaustive investigation, the grand jury had found insufficient evidence to issue an indictment. He spoke of trails gone cold and the tragic reality of motiveless, random violence. With those few legal phrases, the case was officially closed. Justice had not been blind. It had been deliberately blindfolded. The law had pursued its course, but it was a course designed to lead to a dead end. As the crowd dispersed in a quiet, defeated murmur, the men from the powerful family, who had been watching from the back, could turn and walk away. The hunt was over. The law had pursued its quarry, and in the end had declared the monster to be a ghost, allowing the real flesh-and-blood killer to retreat back into the safety of the shadows, protected by a wall of money, power, and fear. Every story eventually ends in a quiet place like this. Him standing in an old church graveyard on a hill overlooking the valley, where the wind whispers through cedar trees, and the only sound is the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves. Most of the headstones are old, tilting, and covered in a soft green carpet of moss. But June Crab's grave is not hard to find. Her family and those who remembered tended to it for years. It's a simple, modest stone with a small carved lamb at the top, a symbol of innocence. The dates carved into the weathered marble tell the whole tragic story. 1907, 1928, 21 years, a life that had barely begun. You stand here before this quiet stone, and you feel the weight of all that lost potential. The students she would have taught, the family she never had. It's a place of profound and lingering sadness. But the story doesn't end with this single stone. Because just 100 yards away, up on the crest of the hill, where the most prominent families are buried, there is another plot. It's a grand affair, marked by a large, polished granite monolith, the family name carved in big, proud capital letters for all the world to see. And there, in the shadow of that monument, is another grave. It's the grave of the young man who could never accept the word no. His dates tell a different story. He lived a long, full life, dying of old age, surrounded by family. They lie so close now, separated by a small patch of grass and an immeasurable gulf of sin. He, the perpetrator, under a proud stone proclaiming his family's legacy. She, the victim, under a humble marker of a life stolen away. You can't help but notice the cruel irony. Enemies in life, neighbors in death, resting in the same Appalachian soil. Looking from his grave back to hers, you're left with a haunting question. The law couldn't touch him. The community was too scared to. But what happened after? What was it like to live out those 60 or 70 years knowing what you had done? What shadows followed him home from that courthouse, and did they ever leave him be? After the courthouse doors closed and the official story was written, A heavy, suffocating silence fell over Scott County. For the Crabb family, it was the silence of a home hollowed out by grief. The light simply went out of their house. Junet's father, a man who had tirelessly walked every inch of these mountains searching for his daughter, was a broken man. He had lost his child, and then he had been forced to watch as her killer walked free, shielded by the very system that was supposed to protect them. They had no recourse, no appeal. To speak the truth aloud would have been to invite ruin, or worse, upon the rest of their family. So they carried their sorrow quietly, a private agony that would follow them to their own graves. For the young man and his family, life went on with an almost defiant normalcy. He married a girl from a neighboring county, had children, and in time became a respected businessman, just like his father. Their name continued to be synonymous with power and influence. They attended church on Sundays, donated to local causes, and held their heads high. They had proven their point. They were the law in these mountains, and their honor was worth more than a young woman's life. Their victory was total. They had not only silenced June Crabb, they had silenced justice itself. But the stories that have been passed down say that the victory was a hollow one. They say the young man, as he grew older, was haunted, not by a ghost in white, but by something far worse, a perfect, unending memory. He took to drinking heavily, and his temper, which had always been a spark, became a raging fire. People learned to give him a wide berth. He never, ever took the Fincastle Road again, even if it meant adding an hour to his journey. He lived a long life, but it was a life lived in a prison of his own making, forever looking over his shoulder, not for the law, but for the face of a girl he had left in a briar-choked hollow on Clinch Mountain. The community, too, lived under that long shadow. They knew the truth. Every man, woman, and child knew who had done it, and they knew why nothing was ever done. The case of June Crabb became a quiet, bitter lesson in the two kinds of justice that existed in the mountains, one for the common folk and another for the powerful. It bred a deep and lasting distrust that soured relationships for a generation. Justice had been denied, but memory is a different kind of court, and in the minds of the people of Scott County, the verdict was never in doubt. To this day, the murder of June Crabb isn't a settled piece of history around here. It's a living wound, and if you try to touch it, you'll find it's still tender. The story has fractured over the decades, becoming a testament to the fact that the past is never really dead. Depending on which family you ask, you will get two starkly different, irreconcilable versions of the truth. Ask anyone whose family has been in these hills for a century, especially those with a connection to the Crabb family, and they'll tell you the story I've just told. They'll speak of June as a bright light, a symbol of innocence who was sacrificed on the altar of a powerful family's pride. To them, the case is a defining local tragedy, a story of an unforgivable crime compounded by an unforgivable cover-up. It is a cautionary tale about how money and influence can poison the very soul of a community and place a family above the law. In this version, the guilt is absolute, the injustice is clear, and the memory of June is that of a martyr. But there are still a few who hold to a different telling. If you could find a descendant of that other family, and if they would even speak to you about it, they would tell you a tale of slander. They'd say their ancestor was a good, hard-working man, and that his family's success bred jealousy and vicious rumors. They would dismiss the story of the church social as malicious gossip, a tale spun by lesser men to tear down their betters. They would point to the official record, to the sheriff's tireless hunt for a nameless tramp, as the real truth. In their version, their family is the victim, unfairly maligned for generations by a lie that took root and grew into an unkillable weed. And there you have it. Two stories, two histories, occupying the same small patch of earth. One is a story of absolute guilt, preserved in the whispers of generations of ordinary people. The other is a story of absolute innocence, preserved by a family's defiant pride and backed by the clean, empty pages of the official record. The real, objective truth of what happened in that hollow probably died with the last person who was there. What we're left with are conflicting legacies. It's no longer just a question of what happened. It's a question of who you believe, and the answer says as much about you as it does about the past. When official justice fails in a place this isolated, the people find their own way to keep the truth alive. The story doesn't die. It just changes form. It escapes the dry, dusty pages of the official record and seeps into the local folklore. The hard edges of fact begin to soften and blur, and slowly, surely, a true crime story transforms into a full-blown Appalachian legend. Ask around today about June Crab, and some of the old-timers will tell you about the ghost of Fincastle Road. They say if you drive that lonely stretch of pavement late on a September evening, just as the fog is starting to settle in the hollows, you should watch the shoulder of the road carefully. They say you might see her, a figure in a simple dress, her face pale in the headlights, forever walking that final mile, trying to get home. Some even claim to have heard a single terrified cry carried on the wind, a sound that the mountains swallowed once and have been echoing ever since. But more than just a ghost story, her tragedy became a cautionary tale, a lesson whispered from mothers to daughters for generations. Her name became a warning about the dangers that can hide behind a neighbor's smile, a warning about the deadly fragility of a powerful man's pride. Her murder was no longer just a singular event. It was a living piece of folklore, a map of the hidden dangers that lay beneath the serene surface of their world, a brutal reminder that civilization is sometimes just a thin veneer stretched over something much older and wilder. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's how a community holds on to a truth that was officially denied. They turn the unbearable facts of history into the enduring power of a legend. The names of the guilty men might be spoken only in hushed tones, but the spirit of the story, the ghost of it, remains forever a part of the landscape, a permanent chill in the air on an otherwise quiet country road. So we find ourselves back where we started, on the side of this quiet, lonely road. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows that stretch across the asphalt like dark fingers. But it's not the same place it was when we began this journey. An hour ago, this was just a stretch of road. Now, it's a stage. The trees are the silent witnesses. The wind in the leaves carries the whispers of a story that this place has held for nearly a century. A story of a bright life ended and a dark secret kept. We went looking for the truth of what happened to June Crab, and we found it. Not in the official reports, but in the memories passed down through generations, in the cold logic of the landscape, and in the glaring empty spaces within the official record. We pieced it together, from the crushed hat on the floorboard to the two graves resting on the same hill. That's the power of these forgotten corners of the world. The next time you drive past a crumbling stone chimney standing alone in a field, or see a forgotten cemetery being slowly reclaimed by the forest, remember this. They aren't just empty spaces. They are libraries, filled with the stories of the people who came before us, stories of love, pride, and the terrible choices that can echo forever. The Ford coupe has long since turned to rust. The men who did this, and the men who covered it up, are nothing more than dust and names on a family tree. Everything from that terrible September afternoon is gone. The people are gone. The evidence is gone. But the story remains. Imagine a man standing on the gallows, a crowd of thousands watching his every move. He is not pleading for his life, not trembling in fear. Instead, he calmly inspects the hangman's rope and, finding it lacking, reties the knot himself to ensure a quick death. And then, from under the black hood, his own voice rings out, giving the final terrible command to spring the trap. This wasn't just an execution. It was a legend being born in blood and hemp on a hot Kentucky afternoon in 1895. The man was Bad Tom Smith, the most feared gunman in one of Appalachia's deadliest feuds. But was the man who gave the order to end his own life a truly repentant soul? Or was he the ultimate performer, staging his own death to cheat the devil one last time? Today, we will separate the rumors from the facts and find out what really happened on that fateful day. Before the name Bad Tom Smith was ever whispered in fear, and long before blood stained the creek beds, there was a different Perry County. To understand the storm, you must first know the quiet world it destroyed. This was a land carved by God's own hand and forgotten by nearly everyone else. Life here was measured not by the clock, but by the slow turning of the seasons. Mist hung low in the hollows at dawn, the ring of an axe echoed for miles through the dense woods, and the only law that truly mattered was the one passed down from father to son. The people of these mountains were a stubborn and proud stock, descendants of pioneers who had spilled their own blood to claim this rugged paradise. The Civil War had left scars deeper than any ravine, splitting families and neighbors into Union and Confederate camps, wounds that refused to heal a generation later. A man's loyalty wasn't to some far-off government, but to his kin, to his clan. Justice was a personal affair, and an insult to one's family was a debt that would one day be paid in full. They worked the land, hunted for their meat, and asked for little more than to be left alone. At the center of this world, like a great old oak, stood Colonel Fulton French. A Confederate veteran with a commanding presence, he was the patriarch of the old ways. He controlled the timber, and in doing so, he controlled the livelihoods of hundreds of men. He was a man of immense personal loyalty, respected by his allies and feared by his enemies. To his followers, he was the protector of their traditions, the last bastion against a changing world that they neither understood nor trusted. His word was bond, and his authority was absolute. But a new wind was blowing through the mountains, and its name was Joseph C. Eversole. A sharp-witted lawyer and a Union man, Eversole saw a different future for Perry County. He didn't see an isolated kingdom to be preserved. He saw untapped wealth. He saw the thick seams of black coal sleeping beneath the hills and the endless stands of virgin timber. He was the voice of progress, the man who spoke with railroad agents and northern investors, promising them a fortune and promising his followers jobs, schools, and a modern way of life. For a time, these two forces existed in a state of tense equilibrium. They were like two bull elks circling each other, sizing each other up. The conflict played out not yet with rifles, but in courthouse elections, in land deeds, and in whispered arguments at the general store. The county was slowly, inexorably dividing. You were either a Frenchman or an Eversole man. There was no middle ground. Every handshake, every business deal, every marriage was weighed on this scale. And all the while, the true cause of the coming war was drawing closer. It came in the form of men with strange accents carrying surveying equipment, marking lines on trees that had stood for 1,000 years. It came in the form of legal papers covered in fine print that local farmers couldn't read. The outside world had finally discovered the riches of Appalachia, and it was coming to claim them. Little did they know that the modern world would not just be knocking at their door, it would be kicking it down, and the fire it started would consume them all. The dirt of Perry County held more than just coal and timber. It held generations of memory, and much of that memory was written in blood. The first white settlers to push into these narrow valleys were Revolutionary War veterans, given land grants for their service. They were men who had already fought a king and won, and they carried that fierce independence into the wilderness. The land wasn't bought, it was tamed. It was a birthright earned with an axe, a plow, and a long rifle. A man's deed was often written not in ink, but in the memory of his children, a boundary marked by a certain lightning-scarred oak or a bend in the creek. But the deepest crack in this foundation was blasted open by the Civil War. Kentucky, a border state, was a land of divided hearts, and nowhere was the split more vicious than in these mountains. Brother literally fought against brother. When the war ended, the soldiers returned, but the animosity did not. They went back to plowing the same fields and walking the same paths, but now they were forever branded. You were either a Reb or a Yankee. Fulton French had been a colonel in the Confederate Army, a leader of men who fought for the Old South. Joseph Eversole, by contrast, was a staunch Unionist, a man who believed in the power and authority of the federal government. The war didn't end at Appomattox for these men. It just went quiet for a while. The French-Eversole War was not a new conflict. It was the Civil War reignited, a smoldering ember fanned into a raging inferno by the winds of greed. The fight over timber and coal was just the surface. Beneath it lay the raw, unhealed wound of that older war, a deep well of bitterness and suspicion that poisoned everything it touched. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy burden, a thing that defined you from the cradle to the grave. It carried a history of pride, duty, and sometimes a legacy of hate. To stand with Fulton French meant you believed in the old ways, in a man's right to settle his own scores without interference from a distant government. It meant your loyalty was to your kin first, your neighbor second, and the law a distant third. To side with Joseph Eversole meant you saw the law as a tool, a way to build a future, and you saw the old clan system as a roadblock to progress. It was a clash not just of men, but of worlds, and the ground had been prepared for it by 100 years of history. Long before the first ambush, the war was fought with whispers. In a place with no newspapers to speak of, and where news traveled by horseback, rumor was a powerful and dangerous weapon. The front porch of the general store, the smoky interior of the blacksmith shop, the churchyard after Sunday service, these were the battlefields. Every land sale, every new hire at the timber mill, every drunken brawl was picked apart and analyzed. Was he one of ours or one of theirs? A simple greeting could be mistaken for a threat, and a cold shoulder could be seen as a declaration of war. Into this poisoned atmosphere stepped the enforcers, the men who turned whispers into action. For Fulton French, that man was Tom Smith. Smith wasn't just a supporter, he was the physical embodiment of French's will. With eyes as cold as a mountain stream in winter and a reputation for being able to shoot the eye out of a squirrel at 100 yards, his presence was enough to intimidate jurors and silence witnesses. He was a walking, breathing threat, the human weapon that kept French's enemies in line. On the other side, Joe Eversole had his own men, often deputized lawmen, who used the color of law to serve their faction's interests. The county sheriff himself, a man beholden to Eversole, became a piece on the chessboard, his badge used to harass French's allies and protect Eversole's. The tension had already boiled over in smaller, uglier ways. Just a year before the killing started in earnest, there had been a bitter election for county judge. It was a contest of threats and bribes, not policies. Men loyal to French stood outside polling places, their rifles held casually but with clear intent. Votes were bought with moonshine and promises of work. When the Eversole-backed candidate won by a narrow margin, the French faction declared it stolen. A fistfight on the courthouse steps escalated until pistols were drawn, and only the intervention of cooler heads prevented a massacre right then and there. The incident was smoothed over, but the wound festered. This climate turned everyday disagreements into deadly feuds. A dispute over a line fence between two farmers became a proxy war for the entire county. One farmer was a Frenchman, the other an Eversole man. Soon, the rumor spread that one had deliberately poisoned the other's livestock. Then came the story of a barn being set on fire in the dead of night. There was no proof, only suspicion. But in the paranoid hollows of Perry County, suspicion was as good as a conviction. Friends stopped speaking, families split, and the entire community began to look at their neighbors not as people they'd known their whole lives, but as potential enemies in a war that everyone felt was coming. In the months leading up to the first killing, a deep sense of dread settled over the county, a feeling as thick and suffocating as the summer fog. The old folks, the ones who could still read the signs in the woods and the sky, saw the omens everywhere. A hoot owl, a creature of the night, was heard crying in the broad daylight from a dead chestnut tree, a sure sign that a death was coming to the hollow. The women whispered of dreams of muddy water and of snakes coiled in their path. The mountains themselves seemed to be holding their breath, the familiar sounds of the forest replaced by an unnatural quiet, as if all of creation was waiting for the first crack of a rifle. The human omens soon followed. Strangers began to appear in Hazard, men in city clothes with hard eyes who looked as out of place as a preacher in a saloon. They were hired guns, detectives from the Pinkerton Agency, brought in by Eversole's faction to protect their business interests and intimidate their rivals. They didn't operate by the Mountain Code of Honor. They operated for cash. They carried new, repeating rifles and spoke in cold, clipped tones. Their arrival was a clear signal. This was no longer a local dispute. The power of outside money and industry had now thrown its weight into the fight, and it had brought its own professional killers. This changing tide was felt most deeply by the women. They saw it in the faces of their husbands and sons. They saw the way their men would stop talking when they entered a room. They noticed the extra care being taken to clean a rifle that was already spotless, the quiet stockpiling of ammunition. There was a new tension in the air, a grim purposefulness that had replaced the old simmering anger. A premonition of dread, cold and sharp as a knife's edge, ran through every household. The time for threats and posturing was over. The omens had all been given. The only thing left was for the first shot to be fired. The simmering hatred finally boiled over in the summer of 1887. The spark that lit the fuse was not a land dispute or a drunken brawl, but a calculated public assassination designed to cripple the Eversole faction at its heart. The target was Nicholas Goose Combs, the Perry County Circuit Court clerk and a key lieutenant, as well as a kinsman to Joe Eversole. Combs was the man who controlled the official paperwork, the legal machinery of the county. Killing him wasn't just murder, it was an act of political terrorism. It happened in broad daylight, right on the courthouse square in Hazard. As Combs left the building, a volley of rifle fire erupted from a nearby building. Men from the French faction had laid in wait, turning the seat of county justice into a killing ground. Combs was hit multiple times, falling to the dusty street as townspeople ran for cover in a panic. The assassins made no attempt to hide their faces. This was a message delivered in smoke and lead for all to see. They were declaring that Eversole's legal authority was meaningless, and that the only law that mattered now grew from the barrel of a gun. When the news reached Joe Eversole, any hope for a peaceful resolution died with his kinsman. The grief was immediate, but it quickly hardened into a cold, diamond-hard resolve. This was a direct challenge to his power, his family, and his life. To let it go unanswered would be a sign of weakness that would finish him in the mountains. He would not back down. He would meet fire with fire, blood with blood. The law had failed to protect his man. Now he would rely on his own form of justice. The county fractured overnight. Warrants were issued for the known assassins, but they were worthless pieces of paper. The killers simply melted back into the hollows, protected by Fulton French and his clan. Men who had once gone to town with only a pocket knife now openly carried Winchester rifles. The roads became unsafe, travel between hollows a dangerous gamble. Neighbors who had shared corn liquor now stared at each other over rifle sights. The time for whispers was over. The first drops of blood had been spilled on the courthouse steps, and it was a promise of the river that was to come. A line had been crossed from which there was no retreat. From that moment on, the war was open and declared. The ancient mountain code had taken over completely. An eye for an eye,
a life for a life. And Joe Eversole now had a debt to collect. For over a year, the war raged, a series of brutal skirmishes and back-alley assassinations. Joe Eversole, now a hunted man, rarely traveled without a contingent of armed guards. But in the mountains, no man is ever truly safe. On May the 4th, 1888, Eversole made a fateful journey, riding with several of his men along a narrow trail that snaked beside a creek. It was a place where the rhododendron grew so thick it could swallow a man whole, a place perfectly designed for an ambush. The sun was warm, the birds were singing, and for a fleeting moment, it might have felt like peace. But shadows were watching from the ridge above. Without warning, the quiet afternoon exploded in a symphony of death. A single heavy rifle crack echoed from the hillside, sharp and final. Eversole's horse reared violently as its rider was jolted backward in the saddle, his body suddenly limp. Before his guards could even process what had happened, a second volley of gunfire tore through their ranks. It was a perfectly executed trap. The assassins were invisible, hidden behind rocks and trees, firing down into the trail with murderous precision. The air, once filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, now tasted of gunpowder and finality. One of Eversole's men, a man named Allen, saw his leader pitch forward and fall from his horse, landing in the shallow waters of the creek. The fight was over before it had even begun. The surviving guards returned a panicked, useless fire into the dense woods, their bullets thudding harmlessly into tree trunks. They were firing at ghosts. The men on the ridge held their fire, their work done. They had struck the head of the snake. Joe Eversole, the lawyer, the politician, the man who dreamed of a new Appalachia, lay still in the very land he had fought so hard to control. Among the shadows on that ridge, one man's name would be whispered above all others. While many rifles had fired, the first shot, the one that found its mark with such deadly accuracy, was said to have come from the Winchester of Tom Smith. He was not just a participant. He was the tip of the spear, the instrument of Fulton French's vengeance. He had become the living embodiment of the feud's brutality, a man whose name was now synonymous with death itself. The most chilling image from that day was not one of violence, but of its aftermath. When the gun smoke cleared and the assassins had melted back into the wilderness, all that remained was the unnatural silence. A riderless horse, eyes wide with terror, galloped back towards Hazard, its empty saddle telling the entire story. The surviving guards, stunned and broken, gathered what was left of their leader and began the slow, grim journey back to town, carrying the news that would plunge the entire county into a new level of darkness. The word spread like a fever. They got Joe. Eversole is dead. The news traveled from cabin to cabin, a shockwave of fear and grim satisfaction. For the Eversole faction, it was a devastating blow, a loss that seemed to signal the end of their cause. For the French faction, it was a triumphant victory, a reassertion of the old mountain law. But for the state of Kentucky, it was the final straw. This was no longer a local feud. It was an open insurrection. The assassination of a prominent political figure in broad daylight could not be ignored. The governor called out the state militia, and the full weight of the law began its slow, grinding turn towards Perry County. And at the top of their list of wanted men, circled in red, was the name of the man who they believed had pulled the trigger: Bad Tom Smith. To understand what went through Tom Smith's mind as he lay on that ridge, you must first throw away every modern notion of law and justice. In his world, Joe Eversole was not a fellow citizen with a different political opinion. He was a foreign invader. Eversole was the face of the slick-talking lawyers who used indecipherable documents to steal land from men who could only sign their name with an X. He was the agent of the coal companies that would tear the tops off their sacred mountains and turn their clean creeks black with slag. In the twisted logic of the feud, killing Joe Eversole wasn't murder. It was an act of war, the righteous removal of a mortal threat to his entire way of life.
The switch didn't flip for Tom Smith in a moment of white-hot rage. It had been flipped years ago when he pledged his rifle and his life to Fulton French. He was a soldier, and French was his general. His internal monologue wasn't one of hatred, but of cold, grim duty. As he watched Eversole ride into the kill zone, there was no emotional storm. There was only the calm, practiced focus of a master hunter. The wind, the distance, the lead on a moving target. These were the things that occupied his mind. He was an instrument of the clan's will, and in that moment, as he slowly squeezed the trigger, he felt a sense of profound purpose. He was correcting an imbalance, restoring the natural order of the mountains with a single, perfectly placed shot. After the deed was done, there was no rush of guilt, no haunting remorse. There was only the metallic taste of triumph. He had done his job. He had proven his loyalty. He had removed the enemy. For a fleeting moment, lying there in the woods as the echoes of the rifles faded, he might have felt a deep, chilling satisfaction. But that feeling would have been quickly replaced by something else, the cold, pragmatic reality of survival. He was now the most wanted man in Kentucky. His old life was over. He was a ghost, a phantom who would have to live in the deepest shadows of the mountains he had just fought to defend. The satisfaction of the kill was gone, replaced by the grim calculation of the hunted. And that, in its own way, is the most terrifying thing of all, not a man who kills in a fit of passion, but one who does so as a matter of principle and then calmly deals with the consequences. When the body of Joe Eversole was carried back into Hazard, laid across a horse like a freshly killed deer, a deathly quiet fell over the town. There were no cries of outrage, no shouts for vengeance, just a deep, collective intake of breath. It was the silence of shock, the silence of a people who knew that a final line had been crossed and that the world they had known was gone forever. The gaping wound in Eversole's body was a wound in the heart of the community itself, a tear in the fabric of their lives that could never be mended. For the surviving members of the Eversole faction, grief was a luxury they could not afford. Their leader was gone, but their fight was not. His death did not break them. It forged them into something harder and more ruthless. Vengeance became their new creed. They no longer spoke of progress or the law. They spoke of blood for blood. They organized, armed themselves, and began their own patrols, their eyes burning with a cold fire. They were no longer just a political faction. They were a hunting party, and they had only one prey in mind. But their prey was a ghost. In the immediate aftermath of the ambush, Tom Smith vanished. The mountains that had been his cradle and his home now became his sanctuary. He knew every hidden path, every forgotten cave, every dense thicket where a man could disappear. He moved like a shadow through the deep woods, supported by a network of French loyalists who saw him not as a murderer, but as a hero. They left food for him under designated rocks, passed whispered messages through their children, and met any questions from outsiders with a blank stare and a shrug. Tom Smith was everywhere and nowhere, his legend growing with every failed attempt to find him. The news of Eversole's assassination reached the state capital in Frankfurt like a thunderclap. The governor, tired of the endless headlines about the dark and bloody ground, had finally had enough. This was no longer a county matter. It was an act of open rebellion against the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He called up the state militia. Within weeks, men in crisp blue uniforms, armed with modern rifles and the full authority of the state, arrived in Hazard. They were an occupying army, outsiders who understood nothing of the tangled web of kinship and loyalty that defined the mountains. They were there with a single purpose, to crush the feud and capture the man who symbolized its savagery. The official hunt began. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Tom Smith for the murder of Joe Eversole. His name and description were printed on wanted posters, promising a substantial reward for his capture, dead or alive. These posters were nailed to courthouse doors, general store walls, and any tree big enough to hold one. A price was put on his head, turning loyalty into a commodity and friendship into a potential betrayal. The manhunt wasn't just a legal procedure, it was a declaration of war by the state against the old mountain code, and Bad Tom Smith was now the most famous outlaw in Kentucky. The murder of Joe Eversole was like a boulder dropped into a still pond, and the ripples of fear and hatred spread to every corner of Perry County. The community didn't just fracture, it shattered. The general store, once a place for idle gossip and checker games, became a tense, silent space where men from opposing factions would stand on opposite sides of the room, their hands never straying far from the pistols tucked in their belts. Even the church, the one place that was supposed to unite them, was split down the middle. Families who had worshipped together for generations now sat on opposite sides of the aisle, praying to the same God for the destruction of their neighbors. When the state militia arrived, they expected to find a populace eager for justice. Instead, they hit a wall of silence, a conspiracy of fear as solid and impenetrable as the mountains themselves. These lawmen were outsiders, foreigners, and the mountain people closed ranks against them. Men who had surely seen Tom Smith and the other assassins heading towards the creek that day suddenly developed convenient lapses of memory. Farmers who knew the secret paths through the woods would give the soldiers intentionally bad directions, sending them on useless chases into impassable thickets. This silence wasn't born of loyalty alone. It was cultivated by terror. Everyone knew the reach of Fulton French and his clan. To be seen talking to a militiaman was to mark yourself as a traitor. It meant risking your hay barn being burned in the dead of night, your livestock being found dead in the field, or worse. The fear was a physical presence, a cold knot in the stomach of every man and woman who knew a piece of the truth but was too terrified to speak it. They were caught between the distant threat of the law and the immediate personal threat of their neighbors. Yet, even in this poisoned atmosphere, there were small, quiet acts of courage. A widow, whose husband had been an Eversole man, would leave a jar of milk on the porch of a neighbor she knew was hiding one of the fugitives, an unspoken plea for peace. A doctor, under the cover of darkness, would tend to a wounded man from the wrong side, honoring his oath over the demands of the feud. But for every act of courage, there was an act of cowardice. A man would provide a false alibi for one of the killers, lying under oath to settle an old debt or save his own skin. The feud forced everyone to make a choice, and in doing so, it revealed the true character that lay hidden beneath the surface of their ordinary lives. The hunt for Bad Tom Smith was not a single, organized posse. It was a three-headed beast. First, there were the state militia, disciplined but clumsy. Outsiders who stuck to the main roads and were easily led astray by false trails. Then came the private detectives, the Pinkertons, hired by what was left of Eversole's allies. They were professionals, cold and methodical, who operated with money and informants. But the most dangerous hunters were the third group, the kinsmen of Joe Eversole, mountain men themselves, their hearts fueled by a white-hot need for vengeance. They didn't need a map. The terrain was etched into their bones, and they weren't hunting a criminal, they were hunting the man who had murdered their own. For years, this relentless pursuit played out across the rugged face of eastern Kentucky. It was a grueling, frustrating war against a phantom. The mountains, which had always been Tom's home, now became his fortress. He was a master of their secrets. He could live for weeks on what he could carry in a satchel and kill with his rifle. He slept in rock shelters, where panthers once denned and drank from springs known only to the oldest hunters. The search parties would find his trail, follow it for days through sucking mud and impenetrable laurel thickets they called laurel hells, only to find a still warm campfire and the faint scent of wood smoke on the wind. He was always one step ahead. The chase wore down the hunters as much as the hunted. They were city men in a primal world, plagued by copperheads, sudden freezing rains, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, Every snap of a twig sounded like the cocking of a rifle. Tom Smith became larger than life, a boogeyman the militia whispered about around their fires. Stories spread that he could appear and disappear at will, that the woods themselves were protecting him. In truth, it was the people who were protecting him, the silent, tight-lipped clan who would rather die than betray their own. But time, like water, wears away even the hardest stone. The reward money grew larger, a tempting fortune in a land of desperate poverty. The constant pressure from the state wore down the French faction's resolve. After nearly 7 years on the run, the wall of silence finally cracked. A tip, bought and paid for with state money, led a posse of lawmen to a remote cabin deep in the hills of neighboring Breathitt County. They surrounded the cabin at dawn, rifles ready, expecting a bloody shootout, a final blaze of glory for the legendary gunman. The sheriff called out his name, his voice echoing in the morning stillness. There was a long, tense silence. But instead of a hail of bullets, the cabin door creaked open. A man stepped out onto the porch, blinking in the new light. He was gaunt and bearded, his clothes worn to rags. The fire was gone from his eyes, replaced by a deep, profound weariness. It was Bad Tom Smith, but he was a shadow of the fearsome enforcer they had hunted for so long. He held no rifle, only a strange look of resignation. The hunt was over, not with a bang, but with the quiet click of handcuffs around wrists that no longer had the strength to resist. The trial of Bad Tom Smith in the spring of 1895 was a spectacle. The town of Hazard swelled with people, a volatile mix of the curious, the vengeful, and the fearful. Armed guards from the state militia were posted on the rooftops surrounding the courthouse, their rifles glinting in the sun, a clear warning that any attempt at a rescue or an assassination would be met with overwhelming force. Inside the stuffy courtroom, the air was thick with tension. On one side sat the prosecutors, lawyers from Frankfurt, who saw this as a chance to finally tame the wild mountains. On the other, Tom Smith sat quietly, flanked by his court-appointed attorney, looking more like a tired farmer than a notorious killer. The prosecution built its case with eyewitnesses who had for 7 years been too terrified to speak. One by one, men who had been with Eversole that day took the stand, their voices sometimes trembling, and pointed a finger at Tom Smith. They told of the ambush, the crack of the rifles, the fall of their leader. But the defense lawyers were cunning. They attacked the credibility of the witnesses, painting them as biased members of the Eversole faction with their own scores to settle. They argued that in the chaos of the ambush, no one could have possibly identified a single shooter hidden on a wooded ridge 100 yards away. The most damning testimony came from within the French faction itself. Men who had once been Smith's comrades, now facing their own charges or tempted by offers of immunity, took the stand against him. They testified that Smith had bragged about the killing, that he had described it in detail, claiming the first and fatal shot as his own. As they spoke, Smith watched them with a look that was not of anger, but of a quiet, weary contempt. It was the look of a man who understood the final, bitter truth of the mountain code. Loyalty lasts only as long as it is convenient. Throughout the trial, Tom Smith himself remained a silent, stoic figure. He never took the stand in his own defense. He watched the proceedings with a detached calm, as if he were observing a play in which he was merely an actor. There was no defiance, no remorse, just a profound and unsettling acceptance of his fate. It was as if he knew, long before the jury did, how this story had to end. After days of testimony, the jury, a group of men carefully selected from a neighboring county to avoid bias, filed out. They returned in less than an hour. The foreman stood, cleared his throat, and in a voice that barely rose above a whisper, pronounced the single word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the courtroom, gasps of relief from Eversole's kinsmen, quiet curses from French's. The judge, his face grim, sentenced Bad Tom Smith to be hanged by the neck until dead. There was no outcry, no appeal. This wasn't the justice of the mountains, settled with a rifle. This was the cold, impersonal justice of the state. And it was final. The feud had claimed its last, most famous victim. The hanging of Tom Smith was meant to be an ending, a final full stop on a bloody chapter of Kentucky history. But for the people of Perry County, it was more like a cauterized wound. The bleeding had stopped, but the scar ran deep and ugly. The great French Eversole War was over. The state had won. Yet there was no celebration, no sense of victory, only a profound and unsettling exhaustion. The cost had been too high. For the surviving members of the Eversole clan, justice was a bitter pill. Their enemy's most fearsome soldier was dead, but it couldn't bring back their leader. They had won the war, but lost the peace. Many of them, having looked into the abyss of mountain violence, wanted nothing more to do with it. They had seen what the old ways led to. In the years following the trial, many sold their land and timber rights to the very coal companies Joe Eversole had championed, taking the money and leaving the mountains forever. They scattered to Ohio, to Indiana, to the west, anywhere they could escape the ghosts that haunted every creek and hollow. And what of the mastermind, Colonel Fulton French? He was never convicted for his role in the war. The law couldn't touch him. But he faced a different kind of justice, a slower and perhaps more fitting punishment. The execution of Tom Smith was a public spectacle of his defeat. His power, which had been absolute, was broken. Men no longer feared him because the state had proven it was the bigger, stronger beast. As the coal companies moved in with their railroads and their armies of lawyers, French's old-world influence crumbled. He died years later, not a revered patriarch, but a relic, a bitter old man who had watched the world he fought to preserve be bought, sold, and carved up by the forces of progress he had so despised. It was his curse to live powerless in the ruins of his own kingdom. The community, as a whole, tried to heal itself by deliberately forgetting. The feud became the great, unspoken trauma. It was too painful, too shameful to talk about openly. Parents stopped telling their children the full, brutal story, wanting to spare them the poison of that inherited hate. The tale of bad Tom Smith and the war he fought in was pushed into the shadows, becoming the stuff of whispers and warnings rather than history. Perry County desperately wanted a new identity. It wanted to be known for its coal, its timber, its hard-working people, anything but the dark and bloody ground where brother had slaughtered brother. A thick blanket of collective silence was pulled over the past, but under it, the memory lay restless and unquiet. Walk through Perry County today, and you will still find the old names. There are Frenches and Eversoles and Smiths living in these hills, their mailboxes standing on the same roads their ancestors bled on. But the feud is a ghost story now, a grandparent's tale told on a cold winter night. The great-grandchildren of mortal enemies are now neighbors, friends, sometimes even husband and wife. The blood hatred has been diluted by time, washed away by a conscious collective decision to break the cycle. They chose peace, and in doing so, they gave their children a future that was not defined by the graves of the past. The physical traces of that war are harder to find, but they are there if you know where to look. There is no monument, no plaque marking the spot where Joe Eversole was ambushed. But drive along the Kentucky River in Hazard, and you will find a quiet, unassuming field. Today, it might be a place where kids play baseball or families have picnics, but the older folks still know it by another name, Hangman's Hollow. The gallows are long gone, rotted back into the earth, but the name remains, a permanent scar on the landscape, a whisper of the day that thousands gathered to watch a man die. In an old cemetery overlooking the town, you can find the final resting place of Tom Smith. There is no grand tombstone, no epic inscription detailing his infamous life or his dramatic death. His grave is simple, almost anonymous, the resting place of a man, not a monster or a legend. It's a quiet, humble end for a life that was anything but. But the real echo of this story isn't found in stone or on a map. It's in the folklore, in the very air of the mountains. The official histories may gather dust in the courthouse basement, but the story of Bad Tom Smith is still alive. It's told by old men on their front porches, a warning about the poison of hatred. And some say, on a dark, moonless night in Hangman's Hollow, if you listen closely when the wind is just right, you can still hear a voice boom out from the darkness, clear and unwavering, giving its own final command. For though people may try to forget, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hangs over this whole story, a question that lingers in the air like the smoke from that final fatal shot on the ridge. Was the good Tom Smith who stood on the gallows a genuinely repentant soul who had made his peace with God? Or was he the ultimate outlaw, the final act of Bad Tom, a master performer who seized control of his own execution to rob the state of its victory and ensure his name would pass into legend on his own terms? The historical record is silent on this. The truth of it went with him into the dark. It's a mystery locked forever in the heart of a man who lived and died by a code the modern world will never fully understand. But in the end, the state of Tom Smith's soul is not the most important lesson of this story. His life and death are a monument to a bloody and bygone era. This is a story of how the poison of old hatreds, stirred by the coming of industrial greed, can turn a land of breathtaking beauty into a killing ground. It's a testament to the destructive power of blind loyalty, where allegiance to a clan becomes more sacred than the life of a neighbor. But it is also a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit, a spirit that values honor above life and that can face death not with a plea, but with a command. The great feud is long over. The rifles are silent, and the graves are covered with moss. But the story serves as a permanent warning carved into the memory of these mountains. A warning that the line between neighbor and enemy, between law and vengeance, is perilously thin. It reminds us that the blood of the past never truly washes away. It just sinks into the soil, waiting for a new conflict to bring it to the surface once more. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The pre-dawn light on August 12, 1967, was supposed to bring another quiet day to the backroads of McNairy County, Tennessee. But that morning, the silence wasn't broken by birdsong. It was shattered by the roar of a V8 engine and the deafening chatter of automatic weapons. A sheriff's car, torn apart by a hailstorm of bullets, swerved violently and crashed into a ditch. Inside, a giant of a man lay drowning in his own blood, his face a ruin. Beside him, his wife was gone forever. They said it was just another violent act in a lawless land. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth. This wasn't just a murder. It was the climax of a one-man war. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of legend and rumor to ask one simple question. How did a man sworn to uphold the law become the most feared beast in Tennessee? To understand the storm, you first have to understand the calm that came before it. McNairy County, Tennessee, in the early 1960s, was a land of rolling hills and quiet creeks, a place where life was supposed to move at the speed of the seasons. But on its southern edge, where Tennessee bled into Mississippi, there was a festering wound known as the state line. It was a world unto itself, a kingdom of rust bucket clubs and neon-lit sin, ruled by a brutal syndicate the locals called the Dixie Mafia. Here, the only laws that mattered were bribery and violence. It was to this world that Buford Pusser returned in 1962. He wasn't a hero or a crusader. He was just a giant of a man, 6'6", and built like a Tennessee oak tree, tired of the life he'd been leading. He'd been a Marine, and he'd wrestled professionally up in Chicago as Buford the Bull. But he was done with all that. All he wanted was to come home, to build a quiet life with his wife, Pauline, and their 2 small children. He was a family man, looking for peace. You can almost picture it. A simple house, the sound of his children's laughter in the yard, the comfort of Pauline's presence. This was the dream he had traded the roar of the wrestling crowd for. A life measured not in knockouts, but in sunrises over the Tennessee hills. He wasn't looking for trouble. He believed, or maybe just hoped, that if he left the darkness on the state line alone, it would leave him alone too. But that kind of darkness doesn't stay put. It seeps into everything. The Dixie Mafia wasn't just a collection of criminals, it was an occupying army. Their illegal casinos, brothels, and moonshine operations were an open secret, protected by a wall of fear and bought-off badges. They were a cancer, and decent folk knew you didn't poke a cancer. You just prayed it didn't spread to your house. Buford's own father, Carl Pusser, was the police chief in the small town of Adamsville. He was a man who wore a badge but knew its limitations. He'd watched the state line mob operate for years, a weary, powerless spectator to their reign. He warned his son, his words heavy with the wisdom of a man who knows what monsters lurk in the shadows. "Don't go down there, son," he'd say. "Those people are snakes. They'll kill you and not even blink an eye." Buford had come home seeking a sanctuary, but he had unknowingly planted his family's flag on the doorstep of a war zone. The quiet life he craved was an illusion, and it was only a matter of time before the illusion shattered. Peace, as it turns out, was a fragile thing, and it was shattered not by some grand crusade, but by a simple, grubby act of theft. One night, Buford and a friend made the mistake of stepping into the Lucky Spot, one of the notorious clubs on the state line. It was a place that smelled of stale beer and desperation, a spider's web disguised with cheap lights. Like so many men before him, Buford found himself in a card game that was less about luck and more about predatory skill. He was cheated, plain and simple. Now, a man like Buford Pusser, a man who had wrestled bulls and served his country, was not the kind to let that stand. He didn't shout, he didn't draw a gun. He just stood up to his full, towering height and demanded his money back. It was a matter of pride. And in that den of vipers, pride was a fatal flaw. They didn't argue, they overwhelmed him. It was a flurry of fists and boots, the cold, sharp bite of a knife, and then nothing. They beat him, cut him, and left him for dead in a roadside ditch like a piece of trash. But Buford Pusser didn't die. He was found somehow and hauled to a hospital, a broken and stitched-together wreck of a man. And it was there, lying in that sterile white room, staring at the ceiling and feeling the fire of 100 different pains, that the decision was made. The quiet family man was buried in that ditch, along with his blood. Something else was clawing its way out. He knew the local law was bought and paid for. Complaining to them would be like complaining to the wolves that they'd eaten your sheep. No, this was personal. This was a debt that would be paid. This was the point of no return. In 1964, to the absolute shock of the corrupt establishment, the man they had left for dead put his name on the ballot for sheriff of McNairy County. He was only 26 years old, a political nobody. His campaign was brutally simple, a 4-word promise that was also a direct threat. "I will clean this county." It was a spark in a warehouse full of dry timber. The people who had lived in the shadow of the state line mob for a generation were tired of the fear, tired of the corruption. They saw in this giant of a man not a politician, but a reflection of their own silent rage. And so they did the unthinkable. They elected him. The war had been declared. The state line mob had had enough. The bribes hadn't worked. The threats had been ignored. The stray bullets and hidden bombs had all failed. Sheriff Buford Pusser was not a problem they could manage. He was a force of nature they had to destroy. And so they set a trap, simple and brutal, baiting it with a lie. The call came in before dawn on August the 12th, 1967. A report of a disturbance, a routine call-out on a lonely stretch of road. Buford grabbed his keys, but this time he wasn't going alone. His wife, Pauline, had a bad feeling. She always worried, and that morning her worry was a physical thing. She insisted on going with him. It was a habit born of love, a small act of solidarity that would place her directly in the path of the hurricane. They drove through the quiet, misty Tennessee morning, the conversation likely turning to their kids, to the simple plans of a day that would never come. And then, in the rearview mirror, a black Cadillac moving too fast, closing the distance with predatory intent. It pulled alongside them. For a heartbeat, there was just the hum of two engines racing down an empty road. Then the world came apart. The morning calm was ripped to shreds by a sound that didn't belong there, a mechanical, stuttering thunder that echoed off the pines. This wasn't a pistol shot. This was a declaration of total war. The sheriff's car, a heavy fortress of American steel, became as fragile as glass. The windows didn't break, they vaporized into a million glittering fragments. The metal body was punched through again and again, perforated by a force that tore through it like wet paper. Buford felt a sudden, violent impact from the seat beside him. The sound of Pauline's voice was just gone. A final sharp silence replaced it, a silence more deafening and more terrible than all the gunfire in the world. Then, an explosion of white-hot agony erupted in his own face. It wasn't a sharp pain, it was a demolition. He tasted copper and shattered bone. The world tilted, spun into a blur of green and brown, and then went dark as the car, no longer under any command, swerved off the road and crashed into an embankment. Silence returned, thick and heavy, smelling of gunpowder, gasoline, and blood. When Buford Pusser regained consciousness, it was to a world of pure horror. He was pinned behind the steering wheel, his own jaw a hanging ruin. He could see his own reflection in a shard of the mirror, a monster's face staring back. But that wasn't the worst of it. He turned and saw his wife. She was slumped against the door, eerily still. The woman who had been the calm center of his chaotic life, the reason for his impossible fight, was gone. In that moment, lying in the wreckage, something inside him broke forever. And something else, something far harder and colder, was forged in its place. He wasn't thinking about survival. He was thinking about a testament. His hand, slick and shaking, fumbled for the radio microphone. He keyed it, and a sound that was barely human, a rasping, gurgling whisper, broke the police frequency. He named the names. He gave them his killers. He was sure it was his dying breath, and he used it not to ask for help, but to sign a death warrant. The first deputies to arrive at the scene found a slaughterhouse. The car was a metal sieve, the air thick with the coppery smell of blood. They found Pauline Pusser, gone from the world. And then they found the sheriff, a grotesque sculpture of flesh and bone, somehow, impossibly, still breathing. His rasped words over the radio hadn't been a ghost's farewell. They were the first shots of a new war. The ambush had failed in its ultimate goal. It hadn't killed Buford Pusser. It had made him immortal. What followed was a medical odyssey. Buford was rushed from hospital to hospital, a puzzle of a man that surgeons had to piece back together. It wasn't one operation or two or even 10. It took 18 separate surgeries to rebuild his face. His jaw was wired shut, his features held together by steel pins and medical ingenuity. For months, he lived in a world of muffled sounds and liquid food, his grief a silent, suffocating companion. The physical pain was immense, but it was nothing compared to the gaping wound left by Pauline's absence. The man who eventually walked out of that hospital was not the same man who had been carried in. The warmth in his eyes had been replaced by a cold, hard focus. The grief hadn't broken him. It had tempered him, like steel plunged into ice water. He was still the sheriff, he still wore the badge, but everyone in McNairy County understood that his mission was no longer about law and order, it was about retribution. The man they had called Buford the Bull was gone. In his place stood the beast, and now the beast was avenging his mate. News of the ambush swept through Appalachia like a firestorm. The brazen attack on an elected lawman and the murder of his wife was a line crossed even for the Dixie Mafia. It was an act of pure arrogance, a message that no one was safe. A massive manhunt was launched, fueled by Buford's dying accusations. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation got involved, and rewards were offered. The state line mob, for the first time, felt the heat of real, statewide scrutiny. They had poked the bear one too many times, and now the entire forest was coming for them. But the official investigation was just the public face of the hunt. The real story was being whispered in hushed tones in every diner and on every front porch in the county. People knew the system was slow, that lawyers could twist the truth. They also knew Buford Pusser. They knew his capacity for singular, relentless focus. The members of the state line mob knew it too. They had created a martyr, a widower with nothing left to lose. And as Sheriff Pusser pinned his badge back on his chest, his newly constructed face a grim mask, every soul in that lawless strip of land knew that the official manhunt was secondary. The real judgment was coming, and it wouldn't be delivered in a courtroom. Eventually, the wheels of state justice turned, and one of the men Buford Pusser had named from his pool of blood, a vicious enforcer named Carl Towhead White, was brought to trial. The McNairy County Courthouse had never seen anything like it. It wasn't a legal proceeding, it was a spectacle, a powder keg with a short fuse. The room was packed with armed deputies and wary onlookers, the air so thick with tension you could taste the fear. At the center of it all, a silent, imposing figure sat in the gallery. It was Buford, his face a permanent, ragged roadmap of the violence he'd endured, his eyes fixed on the man in the defendant's chair. Towhead White, for his part, seemed to enjoy the attention. Flanked by expensive lawyers from out of state, he was the picture of defiance. He didn't show a hint of remorse. Instead, he wore a smirk, a look of smug confidence that told the whole world he believed he was untouchable. He was a creature of the state line, and he trusted in the power of money and intimidation to bend the law to his will, just as it had always done before. The prosecution put up its best fight, with Sheriff Pusser as its star witness. He took the stand, his rebuilt jaw making every word a deliberate effort, and he told his story. He pointed his finger at Towhead White and named him as one of the architects of the ambush that killed his wife. It was powerful, raw testimony. But the defense lawyers were slick and merciless. They twisted his words, painting him not as a victim, but as a violent, out-of-control lawman on a personal vendetta, a man so consumed by rage he would blame anyone. Without a murder weapon, without other witnesses willing to talk, the case began to fray. It was his word, his pain, against a wall of silence. Then came the verdict. The foreman of the jury, a man who refused to make eye contact with anyone in the room, read the words that would echo through the Tennessee hills for decades to come. Not guilty. A wave of disbelief and anger washed over the crowd. Towhead White's smirk broadened into a triumphant grin. He had beaten the system. He was a free man. But as the deputies escorted him from the courtroom, past the jeering crowds, Buford Pusser simply stood up. He didn't shout. He didn't make a threat. He just watched White walk away, his expression unreadable, a chilling calm that was far more terrifying than any outburst of rage. The law of men had spoken, and it had failed. The gavel had fallen, the case was closed. But everyone in that courthouse knew this was not the end. It was merely the end of the part of the story that would be written down in official records. Now, a different kind of justice was about to be served. The unwritten, unforgiving justice of the mountains. The verdict of not guilty was just a legal footnote. In the hollows and back roads of McNairy County, a different kind of verdict was being delivered. One by one, the specters from Buford Pusser's past began to disappear. Carl Towhead White, The man who smirked his way out of the courtroom was found shot to death in a motel in Mississippi less than 2 years later. Kenny Kirksey, another suspect, was gunned down. Louise Hathcock, the defiant madam of the state line, died in a fiery crash when her car inexplicably flew off a bridge. Law enforcement called it mob business and tragic accidents. But the people of McNairy County called it Pusser's justice. No one could prove his hand in any of it, but in their hearts, they didn't need to. The beast, they whispered, was balancing the scales. This raw, brutal story couldn't be contained by the Tennessee state line. It broke free and became an American phenomenon. In 1973, the movie Walking Tall hit theaters, turning Buford Pusser from a local legend into a national folk hero. He was no longer just a small-town sheriff. He was the living embodiment of every decent person's rage against a system that seemed broken and corrupt. He was the man who fought back when everyone else was told to just keep their heads down. The traces of that war are not gone. They're still there, waiting for you in Adamsville, Tennessee. You can visit the Buford Pusser Home and Museum, the house he shared with Pauline, and see the life they were trying to build. You can stand in stunned silence before the actual car he was ambushed in, a mangled relic riddled with the bullet holes that changed his life forever. A few miles down the road, a granite monument stands on the quiet shoulder of the highway, marking the exact spot where Pauline died, a permanent scar on the landscape. For years, his daughter Dwana was the keeper of the flame, a tireless guardian of her father's legacy, ensuring that the world remembered the husband and father, not just the unstoppable force of vengeance. These aren't just historical artifacts. They are tangible pieces of a man's soul, physical proof of the price he paid. The newspapers have moved on, and most of the world has forgotten. But the mountains remember. The story of Buford Pusser is woven into the fabric of that place, a ghost that still walks tall along those dark country roads. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. How did a man sworn to uphold the law become the most feared beast in Tennessee? The answer, my friends, is that he didn't become a beast. The beast was always there, sleeping inside a good man. It was woken up by a world that refused to play by any rules but its own. When the law proved to be a shield for the wicked and a lie to the innocent, Buford Pusser reached for an older, harsher code. He became the monster the monsters were afraid of, because they had left him no other choice. The story of Buford Pusser is more than just a tale of revenge. It's a brutal lesson, carved in scar tissue and written in blood, about what happens when good people are pushed too far. It is the quintessential Appalachian saga, a story of fierce independence, a deep distrust of corrupt authority, and the belief that sometimes justice isn't found in a law book, but at the end of a hickory stick. He endured unimaginable loss, but he never, ever backed down. He proved that one man, filled with enough righteous fury, could indeed stand against an army and make it blink. And in the end, maybe that's why his final chapter remains so unsettling. He survived the ambushes, the bullets, and the bombs, only to die in a single fiery crash on a lonely road, just a stone's throw from where he'd lost Pauline. The official report called it an accident, but in the hills of McNairy County, they know better. They believe the darkness he fought so hard finally found a way to snuff out his light with one last cowardly act. His death became the final, chilling piece of his legend, a mystery that will never be solved. He wasn't a perfect hero. He was a flawed and furious man who walked into hell and decided to kick the door down. Imagine walking into a clearing deep in the woods of North Carolina. The air is so cold it burns your lungs. The mist clings to the trees like a shroud. You are looking for your husband. You are looking for your brother. And then you see the disturbance in the snow. It wasn't a battlefield. There were no cannons here, no flags waving in the wind, no generals watching from a hilltop. This was a ditch, a shallow depression in the frozen earth, hastily covered with leaves and dirt that hadn't quite done the job. The women who walked up that valley road didn't find soldiers. They found their neighbors. They found 13 of them. The bodies were tangled together, frozen in the grotesque shapes of their final moments. But the horror wasn't just in the death itself. It was in the details, the way the frost had settled on their coats, the way the local wildlife, wild hogs, desperate for food in the harsh winter, had already found the site before the families did. What happened in this ravine wasn't a battle, it was an execution. And the men holding the rifles weren't foreign invaders speaking a different language. They were men who knew the names of the people they were killing. They had bought corn from them. They had sat in the same churches. This event, known today as the Shelton Laurel Massacre, is often a footnote in the massive history of the American Civil War. We are taught about Gettysburg. We are taught about the grand strategies of Lee and Grant. We are taught about a war fought between the North and the South. But there was another war. A war fought in the shadows of the mountains, where the lines weren't drawn on a map, but across dinner tables. A war where the enemy wasn't the man in the blue uniform, but the man living 1 mile down the creek. To understand why 13 men were left in a ditch to be eaten by the wilderness, we have to stop looking at the history books and start looking at the geography. Because in Madison County, the mountains didn't just trap the fog, they trapped the hate. And on that cold January morning, the hate finally boiled over. Madison County, North Carolina, is a place carved by geology and time. It's a labyrinth of steep mountains and deep, isolated valleys, what the locals call hollers. In the 1860s, traveling just 10 miles could take an entire day. This geography didn't just shape the land, it shaped the people. It bred an independence that bordered on outright defiance. This was not the Confederacy you see in movies. There were no sprawling plantations with white columns, no fields of cotton stretching to the horizon. The rugged terrain couldn't support that kind of agriculture. Instead, life was lived on small, family-run farms clinging to the mountainsides. Here, people grew what they needed to survive, and they owed allegiance to no one but themselves and their kin. Crucially, this meant the institution of slavery had very little foothold. Most families in Madison County owned no slaves at all, so when North Carolina seceded from the Union in 1861, many people in these mountains asked a simple, dangerous question. Why? Why should they send their sons to die for an economic system they weren't a part of, to protect the wealth of plantation owners 100 miles away? Their loyalty wasn't to a flag sewn in Richmond, it was to the soil under their feet and the Union their grandfathers had fought for. And so, Madison County became a pocket of resistance deep within enemy territory, a pro-Union island in a sea of Confederate gray. To the Confederate government, this was more than an annoyance. It was a strategic threat. Union sympathizers here could guide escaped prisoners, spy on troop movements, and raid supply lines. This pocket of rebellion had to be crushed. And so, the war came to them. Not with grand armies marching in formation, but with whispers, ambushes, and nighttime raids. It became a war of lists. Names of Union men were passed to Confederate home guards. Names of Confederate sympathizers were given to Unionist guerrillas. While the rest of the country fought North versus South, these people were fighting house against house, road against road, brother against brother-in-law. This was the war within the war. A brutal, intimate conflict where your greatest enemy might be the man who helped you build your barn last spring. A place where a political disagreement wasn't settled with an argument, but with a rifle shot echoing through the trees. The mountains that had protected their independence for generations were about to become their cage. Because the larger war, the one hundreds of miles away, was about to reach into their isolated world and cut off the one thing they all needed to survive the coming winter. It was a simple, white mineral. But in 1863, it meant the difference between life and death. Salt. Today, we think of it as a cheap commodity in a shaker on the table. We're told to consume less of it. But in the 19th century, salt was life. It was the only reliable way to preserve food through a long winter. It was, in a very real sense, the refrigerator of the 1800s. And in the fall of 1862, it was disappearing. For the families in Madison County, the entire rhythm of the year built towards one crucial period: hog killing time. As the first frosts hardened the ground, families would butcher their livestock. The meat would then be packed in barrels, layered with salt. The salt would draw out the moisture, curing the pork and beef, preventing it from rotting. This salted meat, hanging in a smokehouse, was the food that would keep a family alive from November until the first spring thaw. Without salt, the entire year's worth of meat would spoil within a week. Without salt, winter meant starvation. As the Civil War raged, the Union Navy tightened its blockade around the southern ports. Shipments of everything, including salt, dwindled to a trickle. Inland, key salt mines like the one in Saltville, Virginia, were now heavily fortified military targets. The Confederacy needed every ounce of salt it could get for its own armies to preserve rations for the soldiers on the front lines. So, the government in Richmond did what all desperate governments do. It seized control of the supply. What little salt made its way into the mountains of North Carolina was now a strategic weapon. It was distributed by Confederate officials, and it was given almost exclusively to families loyal to the cause. If your husband was fighting for the Confederacy, you got salt. If he was known to be a Union man or was hiding in the woods to avoid the draft, your family got nothing. Imagine the quiet panic spreading through the Unionist homes in Shelton Laurel. They had the livestock, they had the smokehouses, they had the knowledge passed down through generations, but they didn't have the one ingredient that made it all work. They watched their pro-Confederate neighbors preparing for winter, the familiar smell of curing meat in the air, knowing their own families were being deliberately starved out. It was a cold, calculated strategy. Force the Union men out of hiding. Break the back of the resistance not with bullets, but with hunger. By January of 1863, the situation was dire. The window for preserving meat was closing. The whispers in the valley grew more desperate. They could appeal to the local authorities, but the authorities were the ones denying them. They could watch their families grow weaker day by day, or they could take the salt by force. When the law denies you the means to survive, you stop obeying the law. And about 60 men, armed with rifles and a righteous fury born of desperation, decided to do just that. Their target was the county seat, the town of Marshall. They came down from the mountains like ghosts, emerging from the frozen woods that surrounded the town of Marshall. 60 men, their faces hardened by the cold and a desperate resolve. This wasn't an army, it was a posse, and they fell upon the town with a fury that had been simmering for months. Marshall was the heart of Confederate authority in Madison County. It had the courthouse, the sheriff's office, and most importantly, the warehouses where the Confederate government stored its precious supplies. The raiders hit these first. Doors were kicked in, locks were shattered, sacks of salt, flour, and coffee were hauled out into the street. For men whose families were facing starvation, this was a moment of wild triumph. But this was never just about food, it was about payback. After securing the public stores, the mob fanned out through the town. They didn't target indiscriminately. They went to the homes of known Confederate officials and wealthy sympathizers. They settled old scores, taking not just food, but blankets, clothes, and anything of value. They were sending a message. Your loyalty to Richmond will not protect you here. Then they made a fateful decision. They went to the home of Colonel Lawrence Allen, the commander of the 64th North Carolina Regiment. Allen himself wasn't there. He was away on military business. But his house was a symbol of Confederate power, and the raiders decided to tear that symbol down. They ransacked his home from top to bottom. They emptied his pantry, stripped his beds, and terrorized his family with their presence. For the men of the mountains, this was justice. For Colonel Allen and the rest of the Confederacy, this was an unforgivable insult. You don't just steal from a man. You don't cross the threshold of his home and threaten his family. It was a violation of a code more ancient than any government. As the sun began to set, the raiders melted back into the wilderness, their mules loaded down with salt and stolen goods. They returned to the Shelton Laurel Valley as heroes. They had stared down the enemy and won. They had secured enough salt to see their families through the winter. They thought the story was over. They believed they had struck a blow for their own survival and gotten away with it. But the news of the raid, and especially the violation of Colonel Allen's home, traveled fast. The insult demanded a response, and the response was already being prepared. The men who had just saved their families from starvation had, in reality, just lit the fuse on a powder keg, and the man they had just humiliated was about to be put in charge of the response. The response from the Confederacy was swift and decisive, but they didn't send an army of strangers from Virginia or Georgia. That would have been a mistake. Strangers wouldn't know the terrain, wouldn't know the families, wouldn't know who was loyal and who was a traitor. No, to hunt men in the mountains of Madison County, you needed mountain men. So they sent the 64th North Carolina Regiment. The 64th was a unit composed almost entirely of men from western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee. Many of them knew Madison County like the back of their hand. They knew the hidden paths, the remote cabins, the family names. They also knew the politics. This wasn't an abstract mission to them. They were Confederates who held a deep personal animosity for their Unionist neighbors. They called them Tories, traitors, and bushwhackers. They saw them as a cancer that needed to be cut out. And the man they put in charge of the operation was none other than Colonel Lawrence Allen, the very same man whose house had been ransacked. The mission was now personal. Joining Colonel Allen was Lieutenant Colonel James Keith. Keith had a reputation for brutality. He was a man who believed in total war, who saw any sympathy for the Union as treason deserving of the ultimate punishment. Under the command of these two men, the 64th wasn't just a military unit. It was a weapon of vengeance. Word spread through the pro-Confederate communities that the army was coming to clean house, and suddenly people were eager to help. They didn't send strangers to restore order. They sent the neighbors, and they sent them with a list of names. As the several hundred soldiers of the 64th marched towards Madison County, they weren't just following orders. They were on a mission to settle a blood feud. They were empowered by the Confederate government to use any means necessary to suppress insurrection and restore order. It was a blank check for violence. The men in Shelton Laurel, who had celebrated their successful raid a few days earlier, now heard the rumors. The army was coming. Not just any army, but Allen's men, Keith's men. They knew what that meant. The salt they had fought for suddenly felt like a curse. Many of them fled, disappearing deeper into the caves and forests of the Blue Ridge, places they had known since they were boys. They thought that if the soldiers couldn't find them, their families would be safe. It was a fatal miscalculation, because the 64th wasn't just coming for the raiders. They were coming for everyone. The invasion began not with a battle cry, but with the quiet, methodical tramp of boots on frozen ground. The soldiers of the 64th Regiment poured into the Shelton Laurel Valley, their grey uniforms a stark, unnatural presence against the winter landscape. They moved with a grim purpose, splitting into smaller units, each with a list of names and a map of the local homesteads. They found what they expected to find. The men were gone. The cabins were occupied only by women, the elderly, and those too old or infirm to flee. The soldiers' questions were met with a wall of silence. These were mountain people. You didn't betray your own, especially not to armed men who were once your neighbors. Frustration quickly curdled into rage. If the traitors wouldn't show themselves, then the 64th would burn them out. The campaign shifted from a manhunt to an exercise in collective punishment. The first thing to go was the food. Soldiers stormed into smokehouses and barns, bayoneting sacks of grain, overturning barrels of salted meat, the very meat the raiders had risked their lives for. What they couldn't carry or spoil, they set on fire. Then came the livestock. A family's milk cow, a priceless source of sustenance, was shot in its pen. Hogs and chickens were killed where they stood. This wasn't about foraging for the army. It was about erasing a family's ability to survive the winter. It was a sentence of slow starvation. Black smoke began to rise from the valley floor, thick and oily. Barns, full of hay and corn shucks, went up like torches. The sound of splintering wood and the terrified cries of animals echoed off the mountainsides. From a distance, it looked as if the entire valley was on fire. For the families watching from their cabin doorways, this was a vision of the apocalypse. Everything they had worked for, generations of labor, was being turned to ash in a matter of hours. Their world was being systematically unmade, and there was nothing they could do. What force can a lone woman with a half-empty pantry raise against 100 men with rifles and torches? By the end of the day, the soldiers were no closer to finding the men they were hunting. The valley was a smoking ruin, but the fugitives remained hidden in the cold embrace of the mountains. Colonel Allen and Lieutenant Colonel Keith now faced a choice. They could admit defeat and leave the valley, having inflicted only material damage. Or they could escalate. They could change their tactics. They still believed the women knew where the men were hiding. And if burning their homes and killing their livestock wouldn't make them talk, they would have to find another way, a more direct way. The violence now turned inward. It moved from the barns and the fields into the cramped, cold cabins. The soldiers of the 64th, their faces smeared with soot and their patience worn thin, began a new phase of their operation, the interrogation. They didn't ask questions politely. They dragged the women out of their homes into the freezing air, their bare feet stinging on the icy ground. They'd hold a mother and scream questions at her, demanding to know which cave her husband was hiding in, which rock shelter her brother had fled to. When she refused to answer, they turned on the things she loved. They would press the cold steel of a bayonet against a wooden cradle, a silent, chilling threat. They would hold a torch menacingly close to the only blanket a family owned. It was a war of nerves, a campaign of psychological terror designed to break the will of people who had very little left to lose. The soldiers' cruelty became more inventive, more personal. According to witness accounts that would later surface, they subjected some of the elderly to agonizing forms of torture. One 85-year-old woman was allegedly hung by her thumbs from a tree branch, the soldiers trying to force a confession from her lips until she passed out from the pain. The methods were brutal, designed to inflict maximum suffering without the finality of a gunshot. But the women of Shelton Laurel did not break. These were people forged from hardship, whose entire lives were a testament to resilience. They stared back at the soldiers with a silent, defiant contempt. They gave them nothing. The silence in the valley held, a shield against the invaders. For the men hiding in the mountains, the sounds of this new phase of the invasion were an agony worse than any physical threat to themselves. They could hear the distant screams. They could see the smoke from their own chimneys and know that soldiers were inside. They had fled to protect themselves, believing their absence would shield their families. Now they understood the horrifying truth. Their hiding was the very thing causing their families to suffer. Every minute they stayed in the safety of the wilderness, another minute of terror was inflicted upon their wives, their mothers. The choice became unbearable. They could stay hidden and listen to their world being tortured apart, piece by piece. Or they could surrender. They could walk out of the forest, offer themselves up, and hope, pray, that their sacrifice would buy their families safety. One by one, and in small groups, they began to make their decision. They walked out of the tree line, not with rifles raised, but with hands held high. They emerged from the rhododendron thickets and the dark mouths of caves, their faces gaunt from hunger and cold. This wasn't a surrender in battle. It was a trade. Their lives for their families' safety. Some of the men gave themselves up directly to the soldiers. Others were tracked down. The hunt continued for a full day, the 64th sweeping the mountainsides, their knowledge of the terrain now a deadly weapon. They cornered men in icy ravines and pulled them from the hollow logs where they had taken shelter. In the end, 15 men were rounded up. They were a collection of farmers and laborers, related by blood and by their shared belief in the Union. 2 of them were immediately identified as deserters from the Confederate Army. They were taken aside and shot without ceremony. Their deaths served as a grim warning to the remaining 13. The 13 prisoners were exhausted, half-frozen, and terrified. They were now completely at the mercy of Lieutenant Colonel Keith and his men. They were lined up, their hands bound tightly behind their backs, and they braced themselves for the worst. But then, the soldiers told them something unexpected. They told the prisoners that they were being marched to Knoxville, Tennessee. There, they would be handed over to the proper authorities and face a military tribunal as prisoners of war. They would have a chance to state their case. They would be subject to the rules of war. It was the first lie of many. For the prisoners, a flicker of relief cut through the fear. A trial was terrifying, but it was structured. It was legal. The law, however harsh, was preferable to the lawlessness and terror of the past few days in the valley. A march to Knoxville meant they would live to see another day. It meant the immediate threat of a roadside execution was over. They believed the worst was behind them. They had no way of knowing that their captors had no intention of marching them to Knoxville. The promise of a trial was just a tool, a way to keep them compliant, to prevent them from making a desperate break for freedom on the long road ahead. The small, weary column of men was formed up, surrounded by the grey uniforms of the 64th. As they were prodded forward, out of the Shelton Laurel Valley they called home. They were not walking towards justice. They were walking towards a ditch. They just didn't know it yet. The march began. 13 prisoners, their hands bound, stumbled through the snow, surrounded by a company of armed soldiers. Every step took them further away from their homes and deeper into the hostile, frozen wilderness. The only sounds were the crunch of boots on the icy trail and the biting wind whistling through the bare trees. The journey was brutal. The prisoners were already weak from days of hiding with little food. They had no warm coats, no proper boots. The cold seeped into their bones, a relentless, aching misery. The soldiers offered them no comfort, no rest, no water, no food. They were prodded along with rifle butts, forced to keep a punishing pace. Imagine being one of those men. You are walking, but you don't know your true destination. You are surrounded by men who, just yesterday, were burning your home and terrorizing your family. You try to read their faces, searching for a sign of mercy or a hint of their true intentions, but you find nothing but a cold, hard indifference. With each mile, the landscape grew more remote, more desolate. They left the familiar paths of Shelton Laurel and entered a wilder part of the mountains. The psychological game was as exhausting as the physical march. The soldiers' promise of a trial in Knoxville was a single fragile thread of hope the prisoners clung to. It was the only thing that kept them from collapsing in the snow, from giving up. At one point during the march, a captain on Colonel Allen's staff, a man named Bascom Deaver, rode up to the column. He looked at the weary, shivering prisoners. He later claimed he told Lieutenant Colonel Keith that these men were prisoners of war and must be treated as such. He insisted they be taken to the proper authorities. Keith allegedly nodded, assuring him they would be. It was another layer to the deception. But the soldiers in the ranks knew better. They whispered among themselves. They knew Keith. They knew the rage that had been building in the regiment since the raid on Marshall. They knew this was not a march of justice. It was a funeral procession. As the day wore on, the sky grew dark, the clouds hanging low and heavy. The column reached a fork in the road. One path led west towards Tennessee and the promise of Knoxville. The other path led deeper into the woods towards nothing. The soldiers stopped. An order was given, and the column of men was herded down the wrong path. The fragile thread of hope finally snapped. At that crucial fork in the road, the command structure of the 64th Regiment fractured. Colonel Lawrence Allen, the man whose home had been ransacked and who had led the initial invasion, was not present for this final act. He had ridden ahead, leaving the prisoners in the sole custody of his second-in-command, Lieutenant Colonel James Keith. This moment is critical. With Allen gone, the thin veneer of official military conduct vanished. Colonel Allen, for all his anger, was a man who still seemed to operate within a certain framework. He was a politician, a man conscious of appearances and the rules of engagement. Lieutenant Colonel Keith was a different kind of man entirely. By all accounts, Keith was a hardliner, a zealot. He was a man who viewed the Unionist mountaineers not as misguided countrymen, but as vermin to be exterminated. He saw the rules of war as an inconvenience, a weakness that prevented true justice from being done. He had been given a mission to suppress insurrection, and he intended to interpret those orders in the most final way possible. The decision to turn off the main road was his and his alone. It was a deliberate choice to move the prisoners away from any potential witnesses, away from the possibility of another officer like Captain Deaver intervening. He was taking them somewhere private. This is where the official story, the one Keith would later tell, begins to fray. He would claim that he received an order from a higher command to execute the prisoners. He would say his hands were tied, but no written evidence of such an order has ever been found. It's a claim that historians widely dismiss as a self-serving lie, an attempt to deflect blame for what was about to happen. The truth is likely much simpler and much darker. The fork in the road was the moment Lieutenant Colonel Keith decided to become the law, judge, jury, and executioner. He led the men down a narrow, secluded track that followed a winding creek. The air grew colder, the trees thicker. The world closed in around the small column of soldiers and prisoners. They marched for another mile, the only sound the rushing water of the creek beside them. Then, Keith gave the order to halt. They stopped in a small, unremarkable clearing, a slight depression in the land not far from the road, but completely hidden from view. It was a place with no name, a place that was about to be given one, written in blood. The prisoners looked around, their hearts pounding in their chests. They knew now. There was no Knoxville, there was no trial, there was only this place. The finality of the moment hung in the freezing air. The quiet clearing became a stage for a grim, predetermined play. The soldiers of the 64th, who had been marching in a loose formation, now moved with a sharp, mechanical precision. On Lieutenant Colonel Keith's command, they formed two ranks facing the prisoners. The sound of dozens of rifles being checked, of cartridges being seated, was a series of sharp, metallic clicks that cut through the silence. For the 13 men from Shelton Laurel, the world narrowed to this single, horrifying scene. The last vestiges of hope evaporated, replaced by the cold, stark certainty of death. This was it. This was the end of the road. An order was barked. Kneel. Some of the men dropped to their knees immediately, their bodies drained of all resistance. Others hesitated, their minds reeling in disbelief. A few, in a final act of defiance, remained standing, choosing to meet their fate on their feet. In those last minutes, the conflict became deeply personal. One of the prisoners, a man named James Shelton, recognized a soldier in the firing line. It was someone he knew, someone from a neighboring community. He called out to him by name, pleading, "You're not going to kill us, are you? You wouldn't kill me." The soldier, his face pale and grim, reportedly turned away, unable to meet his gaze. But he did not lower his rifle. Another prisoner, Joseph Woods, was a Free Will Baptist preacher. As the soldiers took aim, he began to pray out loud, his voice clear and steady in the winter air, a final appeal not to his captors, but to his God. One of the men, a prisoner in his late 60s, saw a familiar face in the line opposite him. It was a man he had traded corn with just 2 years before. He stared at the man, a silent question in his eyes. How did we get here? There was no answer. This wasn't an anonymous execution of faceless enemies. It was a settling of accounts between people who knew each other's families, who walked the same roads, who understood the same mountain dialect. It was the brutal, logical conclusion of a war that had turned neighbor against neighbor. The men in the firing line were not just soldiers following orders, they were participants in a community's self-destruction. Lieutenant Colonel Keith stood to the side, his expression unreadable. He had brought them here. He had made the decision. Now, all that was left was to give the command. He raised his hand. The prayers of the preacher were cut short. The forest held its breath. The hand dropped. The command to fire shattered the silence of the clearing. A single deafening roar of gunpowder erupted from the line of rifles. For an instant, the world was nothing but a flash of orange light and a wall of concussive sound that slammed into the trees and echoed back across the valley. A thick cloud of acrid white smoke billowed out, momentarily obscuring the scene. It smelled of sulfur and hot metal, a chemical stench that clung to the damp winter air. Through the haze, the dark shapes of the kneeling men crumpled and fell. They collapsed into the snow, not as individuals, but as a single, tangled mass. But it wasn't over. Some of the men in the firing line, perhaps unnerved by shooting neighbors at point-blank range, had flinched. Their aim had been poor. Wounded men were still moving, their groans of agony now audible in the ringing silence that followed the first volley. Lieutenant Colonel Keith would not tolerate an untidy execution. Another order was given. The front rank of the firing squad reloaded, their hands moving with a practiced, detached efficiency. Ramrods slid down barrels. Percussion caps were fitted. It was a cold, mechanical process, a stark contrast to the human suffering just yards away. A second volley crashed through the clearing, then a third. It was a messy, brutal affair. The soldiers continued to fire until all movement ceased. The crisp white snow in the small depression was now trampled and stained, a testament to the violence that had just unfolded. The execution, which had been ordered with cold precision, had descended into a chaotic slaughter. When the final shot had been fired, a new kind of silence fell. It was heavier than before. It was the absolute, profound quiet that only exists in the immediate aftermath of extreme violence. The soldiers stood in their ranks, the barrels of their rifles still smoking, their faces impassive or perhaps stunned by what they had just done. The war within the war had reached its climax. 13 men from Shelton Laurel lay dead in a ditch, executed without trial, without charges, without mercy. Their crime was not treason. Their crime was being on the wrong side of a feud in a place where the law had ceased to exist. Now, all that was left was to hide the evidence. There were no prayers said over the bodies, no final words, no rites of passage. The act of burial, a sacred ritual in every human culture, was reduced to a crude, pragmatic task: disposal. Lieutenant Colonel Keith ordered his men to cover up their work. The small clearing where the men fell was already a natural depression in the land, a shallow ditch. The soldiers used their rifle butts and their boots to push dirt and snow over the bodies. They grabbed fistfuls of frozen leaves and dead branches, scattering them on top. It was a hasty, careless effort. They didn't dig a proper grave. It would have taken too long, and the ground was hard as iron. Their goal wasn't to provide a respectful final resting place. It was to obscure the scene just enough so that a casual passerby wouldn't immediately notice it. They were hiding a war crime. The result was less a grave and more a mound. The bodies were barely covered. A stray hand,
A patch of worn wool from a coat remained visible in places. It was an act of profound disrespect, a final insult to the dead and their families. They had not only taken their lives, they had denied them their dignity in death. With the job done, the soldiers of the 64th turned and marched away. They left the clearing as quietly as they had entered it, their grey uniforms swallowed by the twilight of the woods. They left behind the smell of gunpowder and the disturbed earth. They left 13 men in a shallow, unmarked grave, their bodies tangled together in the cold, dark ground. As the soldiers retreated, the wilderness began to reclaim the site. Snow started to fall, a soft white blanket that began to cover the mound, smoothing over the jagged edges of the violence. But nature is not sentimental. The scent of blood carries a long way in the cold air. The local wildlife, made bold and desperate by the harsh winter, was the first to discover the site. Scavengers, particularly the wild hogs that roamed the mountains, were drawn to the barely buried remains. The grave that men had dug to hide their crime, nature would unearth. This final grim indignity was a direct consequence of the soldiers' haste and contempt. The horror of the massacre was not yet over. It was about to be discovered. For 2 days, the families in Shelton Laurel waited in an agony of suspense. The soldiers had left the valley, but their men had not returned. The official story, the lie about a trial in Knoxville, was the only thin reed of hope they had. But a deep, cold dread had settled over the community. Finally, they couldn't wait any longer. A group of women, the wives, mothers, and sisters of the captured men, set out to follow the path the soldiers had taken. They were led by the wife of one of the victims and a few elderly men who had been spared from the roundup. They walked for miles through the snow, their hearts heavy with the fear of what they might find. They found the site not by sight, but by the signs of disturbance. The trampled snow, the unnatural mound of earth and leaves, and the horrifying evidence of scavenging animals. The scene that confronted them was a vision from a nightmare. The work of the hogs had undone the soldiers' hasty burial. The women stood at the edge of the shallow grave, looking down at a scene of utter devastation. Their hope, which they had nurtured for 2 days, died in that frozen clearing. What followed was an act of profound love and desperate courage. Using their bare hands and pieces of bark, the women began to dig. They clawed at the frozen earth, pushing aside the snow and leaves, their fingers raw and numb from the cold. They had to uncover their dead. They had to know. One by one, they identified their loved ones. A familiar patch on a coat, the worn leather of a boot, the face of a husband, a son, a brother, now a frozen mask of its final agony. The clearing was filled with the sounds of their grief, cries of anguish that the cold mountains seemed to swallow whole. There were no hearses, no coffins. There was only a single rickety ox cart that they had brought with them. Working together, these women, their bodies trembling with shock and sorrow, lifted the frozen, stiffened bodies of the 13 men out of the ditch and loaded them onto the cart. It was a slow, agonizing journey back to Shelton Laurel. A funeral procession of women leading an ox cart piled high with the dead, their grief a silent, terrible weight in the winter air. They had found their men. They had brought them home. The massacre was no longer a rumor or a military secret. It was a physical reality, lying in the heart of their community. And as the story of what these women had found spread from valley to valley, grief began to harden into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The truth was out, and the truth demanded an accounting. The story of the Shelton Laurel massacre, carried by word of mouth and desperate, hastily written letters, finally escaped the confines of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It traveled down to the lowlands, to the county seats, and eventually all the way to the state capital in Raleigh. And when it reached the desk of North Carolina's Governor Zebulon Vance, it landed like a bombshell. Governor Vance was no stranger to the brutalities of war. He was a staunch Confederate, a man committed to the Southern cause,
But he was also a native of the North Carolina mountains, born and raised not far from Madison County. He understood the people, their fierce independence, and their complex loyalties. The report he received left him stunned. He wasn't reading about a battle. He was reading about the summary execution of 13 civilians, captured and disarmed, killed by North Carolina soldiers under the command of a North Carolina officer. This was a political and moral catastrophe. The Confederacy was fighting a war for its survival, a war it framed as a noble struggle for independence. The story of soldiers torturing the elderly and executing prisoners in a ditch undermined that entire narrative. It was the kind of story that could turn wavering loyalties, that could fuel the Unionist cause, not just in the mountains, but across the entire state. Vance's reaction was swift and unequivocal. In a private letter to a subordinate, he did not mince words. He called the actions of the 64th Regiment a cruel and cowardly outrage and a stain upon the history of the state. He wrote, and this is a direct quote, "It is murder. It has disgraced the name of North Carolina." He didn't stop there. He wrote directly to the Confederate Secretary of War in Richmond, James Seddon, demanding a full investigation. He insisted that if the facts were as they had been reported to him, Lieutenant Colonel Keith must be arrested and brought to justice immediately. Vance even threatened to resign as governor if the Confederate government did not take action. For Zebulon Vance, this was not war. This was something else entirely. It was a descent into a kind of barbarism that threatened the very fabric of the society he was fighting to defend. The official power of the Confederacy, which had been used to authorize the mission in the first place, was now being turned against the men who had carried it out. An investigation was launched. The wheels of military justice began to grind, slowly and reluctantly. It seemed for a moment that there would be a reckoning, that the men responsible for the massacre at Shelton Laurel would be forced to answer for their crimes. But the war had its own priorities, and justice for 13 dead mountaineers was not high on the list. The investigation that Governor Vance demanded began with a flurry of activity. Affidavits were taken. Witnesses were interviewed. The horrifying details of the raid, the interrogations, and the final execution were officially entered into the Confederate record. Lieutenant Colonel James Keith was formally arrested and charged with murder. For the families in Shelton Laurel, this must have felt like a monumental step. The system was working. The highest levels of government had acknowledged the crime, and the man they held responsible was in custody. It seemed that justice, however slow, was on its way. But a military court is not the same as a civilian one. And in the midst of a desperate civil war, the priorities are different. The Confederate Army needed experienced officers. They needed fighting men, not a distracting and politically damaging murder trial. Keith's defense was simple and effective. He claimed he was just a soldier following orders. He produced a vaguely worded command from his superior, Brigadier General Henry Heth, which authorized him to destroy the disloyal. Keith argued that the executions, while regrettable, were a military necessity, a legitimate act of war designed to crush a dangerous insurrection. He insisted that he had received a specific verbal order to execute the prisoners, an order which was conveniently never written down and could not be verified. The military court dragged its feet. Hearings were postponed. Key witnesses were suddenly transferred to other units on the front lines. The case became bogged down in a swamp of bureaucracy and legal maneuvering. While Keith sat under a loose form of house arrest, the war raged on. The 64th Regiment was needed at the front. The political will in Richmond to prosecute one of their own officers for killing Union sympathizers began to wane. After all, weren't they the enemy? In the end, Lieutenant Colonel Keith was quietly released and returned to his command. The charges were effectively dropped. No one was ever convicted. No one spent a single day in prison for the murder of the 13 men. The system had failed. The outrage of the governor, the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the grief of the families, none of it was enough to overcome the simple, brutal calculus of war. The message sent by the Confederate authorities was clear. The lives of Unionist mountaineers
did not matter. Their deaths were, at best, an unfortunate consequence of war, and at worst, a justifiable act of state-sanctioned violence. The official channels of justice were closed. The war would eventually end, and the Confederacy would cease to exist. But for the people of Madison County, the verdict from the military court was not the end of the story. It was the beginning of a new one. If the government would not provide justice, they would find it for themselves. When Lee surrendered at Appomattox and the Confederate armies dissolved, the soldiers of the 64th Regiment put down their rifles and returned to their farms. For them, the war was over. They believed that the chaos of the conflict, followed by the formal end of hostilities, had granted them a kind of amnesty. They had survived. They thought they were safe. They were wrong. The war was over for the country, but it was not over for the families of Shelton Laurel. The official justice system had failed them, so they turned to an older, unwritten law. The law of the mountains. A law of blood for blood. The law wouldn't touch them, so the valley decided to write its own law. What followed was not a passionate, chaotic burst of violence. It was a slow, patient, and utterly ruthless campaign of retribution that unfolded over the next decade. The men who had stood in that firing line, who had pulled the triggers, were now the hunted. One by one, they began to die. One was found shot in his own cornfield, a single bullet from a long rifle. Another, who had boasted in a local tavern about his role in the massacre, disappeared on his way home one night and was never seen again. A third, sensing the danger, sold his farm and tried to move west, but was found dead on a roadside hundreds of miles away. The men of the 64th lived in a state of constant, quiet paranoia. Every snapped twig in the woods, every stranger on the road, every silhouette seen at dusk could be the end. This was a war fought from the shadows, with no battle lines and no uniforms. It was a grim accounting, and the names were being crossed off a list, one by one. The final name on that list, the one that mattered most, was James Keith. After the war, he moved to Arkansas, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the ghosts of Madison County. He tried to start a new life. But the mountains have long memories. According to local legend, a small group of men, relatives of the Shelton Laurel victims, tracked him down. They found out his routines, where he lived, the paths he walked. They waited. One day, as Keith was crossing a river, a single rifle shot echoed from the trees. He fell into the water, the final victim of the massacre he himself had ordered. The cycle of vengeance was complete. By the time it was over, more than a dozen of the men directly involved in the Shelton Laurel massacre had met violent, untimely ends. It wasn't the justice of a courtroom. It was the brutal, unyielding justice of a feud. The scales, in the eyes of the mountain families, had finally been balanced. But the cost was immense. The violence had carved a deep, silent wound in the heart of the community, a scar that would last for generations. The gunshots eventually faded. The last act of the vendetta was carried out, and an exhausted peace settled over the mountains. But what happens when the violence stops? The story doesn't end. It just goes underground. It becomes a ghost. For the next 100 years, Madison County lived with that ghost. The story of the massacre and the subsequent revenge gave the county a new name, a label whispered in neighboring communities and printed in sensationalist newspaper articles. It became Bloody Madison. A name is a hard thing to shake. It became a kind of curse, a shorthand for a place defined by its darkest chapter. The name suggested a community that was backward, violent, and best avoided. It was a reputation that clung to the county like the mountain fog, shaping how the outside world saw it and eventually how it saw itself. But inside the county, especially in the isolated hollows of Shelton Laurel, the reaction was the opposite. There was no boasting, no storytelling. There was a profound and heavy silence. The event was too raw, too personal. The wounds were too deep.
Families who had lost men in the massacre lived just down the road from the descendants of those who had sympathized with the Confederacy. To speak of it was to risk reopening those wounds, to reignite feuds that had been settled with so much bloodshed. And so, the community locked it away. It became a secret that everyone knew, but no one spoke of aloud. The first generation knew the faces of the dead. The next generation knew the stories, but told them only in hushed tones. By the third generation, the specifics began to fade, but the feeling remained, a sense of a dark, unspoken history, a sadness that seemed to linger in the very soil. The silence was a scab over a wound that had never truly healed. The land itself seemed to remember. The small clearing where the men were executed became a place that locals instinctively avoided, a haunted space on the mental map of the community. The stories became whispers, then legends, then fragments of folklore passed down, their sharp edges worn smooth by time. It wasn't until the mid-20th century that historians and descendants began to carefully break the silence. They pieced together the story from old letters, military records, and the fading memories of the elderly. They sought to replace the curse of Bloody Madison with the truth of what happened. They gave the victims their names back, and in doing so, began the slow, painful process of lancing the wound that had festered for a century. The story of Shelton Laurel is a powerful reminder that the end of a war is not the beginning of peace. For communities that have torn themselves apart, the silence that follows the final gunshot is often just another kind of battle. It's a fight against forgetting, a struggle to understand how neighbors could become monsters, and how a place of such profound natural beauty could become the scene of such profound human darkness. The story of the Shelton Laurel massacre is not a grand epic. It is a small story. It's a story about a few dozen families in a forgotten valley, pushed to the brink by a war they did not ask for. It began with a desperate, hungry act, a raid for salt. And it ended in a shallow grave, with a cycle of revenge that would poison the community for a century. This story is often lost in the shadow of the great battles of the Civil War. There were no famous generals here, no sweeping cavalry charges. But perhaps because of its small scale, its lessons are clearer and more chilling. It reveals how quickly the structures of civilization, law, justice, mercy can be stripped away, leaving nothing but the raw, brutal dynamics of us versus them. This wasn't a conflict born of grand ideology. It was born from the geology of division. The mountains that isolated the people of Madison County also became an incubator for their fear and resentment. Political disagreement, when trapped in a closed space, festered into hatred. And hatred, when given a uniform and a rifle, became murder. The men who pulled the triggers at Shelton Laurel were not monsters from a distant land. They were neighbors. And that is the most terrifying and important truth of this entire story. It serves as a stark warning of what happens when we stop seeing the humanity in the people we disagree with. When we allow labels, Tory, traitor, rebel, to erase the face of the person who lives just down the road. Today, the Shelton Laurel Valley is quiet. The forests have reclaimed the old homesteads. The streams run clear. The ditch where 13 men were killed is now just a gentle depression in the earth, indistinguishable from any other, unless you know exactly where to look. The mountains remain, silent witnesses to the fury that once consumed this place. They stand as a permanent, solemn reminder, a reminder that the most dangerous wars are not always fought between nations, but within communities. A reminder that the deepest wounds are not inflicted by strangers, but by the people we once called our own. And a reminder that the line between a neighbor and an enemy is a fragile thing, terrifyingly easy to erase.